It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, May 22nd, 2024. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is great to be here on a beautiful and absolutely gorgeous day in New York City. No better time to be in New York than springtime, May, June. It's just absolutely wonderful. I love it. Great day to be alive. Thankful, grateful to be here with all of you. We have a great show planned, a fun show. I feel like this is going to be a very fun show. A little something for everyone, as we like to say in the business. And we love Wednesdays. And so let's get right into it. Monday was a fun day. This is going to be, I think this is going to be a little bit wacky, but I think it's going to be fun. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings. Stay tuned. More in the program. We'll tell you more about our good friends over at DraftKings. Of course, we have to hear about the picks. Juliana looking to get back on track. Yada, yada. You know all about that. And great news right off the bat. Your long international nightmare has come to an end. GC is back with us. Yeah. There he is. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good
We missed you. You know yourself we missed you. Did you miss us as well? Or?
Oh, that was supposed to, I thought that was a rhetorical
statement. It was just sort of like a tee up, like, I miss you too.
DraftKings, something like that. Yeah. Good to be back. Miss you guys too, for sure, no doubt.
What is that?
Huh?
There's like something.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm working on this phonetic pronunciation.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah. No worries.
Perfect.
Just trying to do the job back here.
Yeah, perfect. Well, welcome back. We missed you. Wasn't the same without you. A lot of people are asking, are you coming back?
Who, me?
Back into the show, we are going to be joined by Lerone Murphy, who had that huge win over Edson Barboza, face banged up. It was somewhat reminiscent of Sadiq Youssef versus Edson Barboza, except the complete opposite, where Youssef had the great first round and then lost 2, 3, 4, 5. In this case, on Saturday at the Apex, it was Murphy losing the first round and then I think winning 2, 3, 4, 5. I didn't look at the scorecards, but felt like that's the way it should have gone. So a big win for the Pride of Manchester, who told us on Saturday that he no longer wants to be referred to as the Miracle. He wants to be referred to as the Iceman. And obviously, he's known as the Miracle because of everything he has overcome in his life. So we'll talk to him about where he goes from here. Will he fight on that July 27th card in Manchester, the UFC 304 card? We'll find out. We'll ask him about that. Frank Warren is back. He was on the program last week before the Tyson Fury fight. We spoke to Eddie Hearn about it on Monday. I wanted to get his thoughts on it as well. He made an announcement today about an upcoming main event on the same day as 304. Big one involving Derek Chisora and Joe Joyce. He was all fired up yesterday on TalkSport. Big Frank is going to join us ahead, of course, of the June 1st 5 versus 5 card back in Riyadh. I mean, it's unbelievable. So many shows over there. Queensberry versus Matchroom, and he got one up on his friends over at Matchroom Boxing this past Saturday when Anthony Kakachi defeated Joe Cordina. What a shocker that was. So we'll talk to Uncle Frank about that and more back into the show. We are going to be joined at the exact same time in what we call a virtual face-off. And what I think the people online are confused about, what I mean by virtual face-off is that they're not actually physically in the studio. It's the 2-box thing over here. It's like they're on at the same time. And maybe we should just call it a face-off. I don't know. But people were very hung up on the virtual part, thinking that maybe it was going to be some like virtual reality situation. I don't know. But we're going to be joined by former UFC fighter, former BKFC fighter, former AEW wrestler, Miss Paige VanZant. She is returning to combat sports, making her boxing debut, her Misfits Boxing debut, to be exact, against Elle, Brooke. On the Misfits card this weekend. Again, a little bit wacky, a little bit off the beaten path, but there is some intrigue in this fight, and Paige has obviously been a mainstay in the sport of MMA for quite some time. She's coming back, and Elle has said a lot of things about her. If you are unfamiliar with Elle Brooke, she has fought under the Misfits umbrella for quite some time, and If you are at work, I would suggest just leaving the intel at that. Maybe forego the quick Google search. Just my 2 cents. In any event, we're going to be joined by both of them. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Dakota Ditcheva, who is the fast rising star out of Manchester as well. 3 Manchester natives on the program today. She is going to join us to talk about her fight on June 13th at Mohegan Sun. It's her second fight in this PFL season, the 2024 season. She's fighting Chelsea Hackett. She was victorious back in April. Very, very, very impressive. Once again, she's now 11-0. She'll be joining us in studio to talk about all that and more. So that's going to be fun. And prior to that, we'll be joined by Gegard Mousasi, who has been in the news as of late. And he's got some things to say and some things to get off his chest now that he's in this new PFL era. Always fun to talk to the Moose, Gegard Mousasi. He'll be joining us in about 33 minutes' time. But as you know, on Wednesdays, we like to shoot. And so we start today's program with a good old-fashioned on-the-nose sesh. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans.
Yes.
Ladies
Some
and
good
gentlemen,
ones today.
The moment has arrived to hear from the man himself, Elle Helwani.
I just refreshed my page and I said I have no internet. Come on.
City, it's on
Why does this
the
keep
nose.
happening?
What Wi-Fi are you on?
To
I
answer
don't
your
know.
questions,
I thought I'm hardwired.
Get out of your seats and on your feet because here he is, Elle Helwani.
What Wi-Fi? Do you want me to say it?
Yeah, why not?
Wave.
Oh, that's a good one.
Well, here we go. Thank you very much to Mike Heck for that intro. Okay, let's get into it. Oh, back's hurting lately, you know? Really putting in the hours.
Gotta stay limber.
Yeah. This first question actually is a perfect hot tag, if you will, considering our first guest of the day. It's from 02. Ariel, what is going on with PFL? Several fighters, namely Mousasi and Lima, have come out and said that PFL won't offer them any fights or apply to their management in an effort to try to get them to resign to lesser deals. Shabley said PFL won't honor the $1 million prize from Bellator Grand Prix. Baki posted a reply on Twitter claiming he had yet to receive his full purse from his fight with Doumbé 2. Every time Don Davis comes on your show, he talks about how PFL is fighter first, but it seems like more and more we're hearing about PFL not being willing to honor contracts or pay the fighters what's been agreed to. If what the fighters are saying is true, how is anyone supposed to believe that Renan Ferreira is going to get $2 million to fight Francis? Any insight on this? I do, because I spoke to them yesterday ahead of this Gegard Mousasi interview on today's program. Gegard Mousasi has been out saying that he can't get a fight, that they're not honoring the contract, all this stuff. Gegard Mousasi is one of the greatest of all time. He's a legend of the sport and deserves to be treated with the utmost respect, in my opinion. One of my favorite fighters to watch and talk to. This is what they told me, and I want to talk to him about it because there are 2 sides to every story, and I don't know. I'm just asking people. I'm telling you what I'm being told. What I was told was, regarding Gegard Mousasi, his contract was coming to an end at the end of 2023. He was one of their higher paid talents, fighters. They had decided that they were not going to re-up him because, business, getting up there in age, makes a lot of money, multitude of reasons. They were going to let that expire and kind of run its course, the contract. At the 11th hour, once the deal had been agreed to between the old Bellator regime and the new Bellator regime, in essence, PFL, at the 11th hour, before everything was signed, sealed, and delivered, the old regime, as a sort of parting favor, re-signed Gegard Mousasi to a new contract at the exact same amount that he was making before. The amount that the new regime had already deemed to be too much. So then once the organization was essentially handed over and acquired by the new regime, PFL, they were told, hey, surprise, Gegard has a new deal. It's for this amount for this many fights. The new regime was like, wait a second, we didn't agree to that. Who agreed to this? How did this happen? And now we're supposed to honor this? This is what they're saying. He's now saying, I have a contract. I signed it. it's legit. It's valid. And that is true. They're saying, we're not the one that signed you to that deal. And it was sort of done in bad faith because it was a kind of parting shot, if you will. And the company was being handed over. Everyone knew this. And we've already said that this wasn't a deal that was of great interest to us. So now they're battling over that. So where does it all lie? I mean, do they come up with a new deal? Do they agree to rip that one up? Who knows? But that's what they're saying, and I'd love to get his thoughts, and we will get his thoughts hopefully in about 30 minutes time from now. Regarding Douglas Lima, I was told the same. The contract expired. So sometimes the fighters will come out and say like, hey, the contract expired. They're not giving me fights. And then the organization is going to say like, we don't owe you any fights because the contract expired. Now they could re-sign him, but there seems to be in this transition, and this always kind of happens when there's, you know, a new organization being acquired. There's things that are going to happen. The Sabah Homasi situation is another one of those. And they're giving me their explanation. They're saying he's not under contract. It fell through the cracks in the transition. We're gonna make it right. And sometimes this isn't happening as quickly as some would like, and so they go to the media and this happens. I'm not taking anyone's side on this. This is why I want Gegard on the show to talk about his side of the story and not just give one side. But there's always two sides. And I think for the most part, the people who have been in PFL, you know, as far as the OGs, if you will, the Olivier Aubin-Merciers, the people who have signed, the Rorys, the Pettises, the Sadabusis, the Magomed Karimovs, the Kayla, all of them have said, like, we've been paid. There have been no issues of this kind. So I think we have to see, you know, we have to look at both sides and see how it all plays out. But I found that story that I had not heard up until last night regarding Mousasi to be quite interesting, and I can't wait to get his thoughts on it all. DLG56. Hey, Ariel, have you ever been formally offered to box in the likes of Misfits / Celebrity Boxing? If not, have there ever been possibilities or considerations on your end? I have less than 0% interest in that. I mean, I can't even tell you how little interest. I have no interest in being a fighter. I have no interest in being an influencer. I have no interest in being an influencer boxer. I have no interest in being any of that. That is not for me. I've never wanted to do that. That's why you've never really seen me do videos where I'm training with the fighters and things like that. It's not really my thing. I mean, I've been in the gym sometimes. Alistair Overeem tried to take me down, but it's not like, hey, come see as I defend this rear naked choke. Like, that's not me, and I don't think that's, you know, if it's a fun one-off here or there, sure, but I know my place, and I don't really have any interest. The question, I guess, is, have I ever been offered? No. One time someone like took the temperature in a Hail Mary, but I didn't even entertain it. I was like, no, thank you. I'm good. I'd rather interview the fighters than be in there myself. I don't possess, like I've said time and again, I don't possess that DNA. I don't possess that courage. I'm not wired that way. And that's why I have so much respect for them. I would never, ever, ever imagine or even think that I could do it. And that's why I think it's funny when I hear people say like, oh, you talk shit to the fighters, or you, like, first of all, I've been face to face with fighters from the first day on the job until now. And anytime that I've had an issue of any kind with a fighter, I've gone to them first to try to squash it. And you're going to have issues with the people you cover all the time. It's not a question of trying to, you know, out alpha them. I remember when Donald Cerrone had a problem with me, I went right to him to try to squash it. When Ben Askren had a problem with me, I went right to him to try to squash it. When the Diaz brothers even had problems with me, I went right to them to try to squash it. When Rhonda had a problem with me, I tried to get to her to squash it, but it was hard to get to her. Rampage as well. That's the way I like to do things. I'm not trying to be a fighter and fight anyone. Hell no. Danny Boy MMA. Hey, Ariel and crew. I'll keep it short and sweet. Why does everyone keep saying if Fury loses the rematch to Usyk, then the Joshua fight is off? If anything, wouldn't that put them on a level playing field, considering Joshua also lost both of his matches to Usyk? Seems like boxing has an arbitrary rule that both men need to be coming off a win in order to create a big matchup. As a primarily MMA fan, I disagree with this rule and think the Fury-Joshua fight needs to happen after the Usyk rematch, especially if Fury loses. Am I crazy, or does boxing need to take a lesson from MMA on this one? They definitely should take lessons from MMA on the importance they put on losses, meaning just because you lose a fight doesn't mean you're a bum. Just because you lose a fight doesn't mean you shouldn't be considered a top pound-for-pound fighter. Errol Spence is on very few people's top pound-for-pound list, and he lost one fight, and that was to the number one guy in most people's eyes at the time, Terrence Crawford. In MMA, you can have double-digit losses and still be considered a legend. Tyson Fury losing on Saturday doesn't make him any less of a legend. He lost to Oleksandr Usyk, who's now the best heavyweight and maybe best pound-for-pound fighter in the world. And I do agree with you. I just think that most people think because AJ is rolling right now and on, this incredible streak where he went, 3-0 in 2023, and then gets the fourth against Ngannou, so it was almost like 4 in the span of a year. It would be nice to see them both streaking at the same time. But you're 100% right. If Fury loses to Usyk, that fight still makes a hell of a lot of sense, and it'll always be one of those fights that will sell. You just prefer it to not come to us when it's way past the expiration date. You'd prefer it to come, a little bit sooner. But I couldn't agree with you more. I want to see those two guys in a ring fighting each other before it's all said and done. Slim Fit Hugo Boss. What a name. Ariel, Mr. 107. Happy New Year! The best damn name in this Substack has returned to On the Nose. Insert the rock tone. Do PR teams /managers/agents ever queue questions up for you to ask? Sometimes I can sense you getting the fighters or promoters over the hump, if you will. Not really. I mean, have there been times where they're like, oh, I want to talk about this, but like no one's queuing me to. Again, I've told you, people have asked me to give the questions in advance, and I've said no, to the point where I've lost out on interviews. The most famous one was when we went to Albuquerque to talk to John Jones after the accident, and we're all there, and it's the morning of the interview, and they're like, you need to send us the questions. Like, what? We're going to walk in the park. What do you mean questions? You think I'm going to walk in the park with a sheet of questions? Like, oh, no interview. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? You know what I'm going to ask him. This is the easiest interview to prep for. Eventually it happened, but annoying. Kobe, hi, Ariel and crew. I'd love your thoughts on TNT likely losing their NBA media rights, seeing you on many occasions have called Inside the NBA the best sports studio show on television. Also, it was noticeable the absence of GC on Monday's show, which is a credit to the effort the entire team puts in to make the MMA Hour what it is. Special thanks to this iteration, specifically for the last 3-ish years of entertainment. Hope everything with the family as well. GC. So how about that? GCC, people missed you. I wasn't making it up.
Very kind words. Very kind.
Not the only one. This is some big news. There was a report today in SBJ that they're finalizing everything. ESPN, Amazon, NBC. Now, these are my thoughts. And feel free, anyone else out there, to weigh in. I do believe that Inside the NBA is the greatest sports studio show of all time. The run on TNT has been incredible. Charles, Kenny, Shaq, incredible. That team isn't what it is without Ernie Johnson, in my opinion. He is the maestro. He is the point guard. He is the glue. And there have been times where I've tuned in to the pregame, to the halftime, to the postgame, and not even watched the game because I wanted to know what they had to say. And there have been times where I felt like the NBA has needed some kind of moral compass and has needed some sort of voice and direction, and they've always nailed it. They have been perfect. I will also say, with all that out of the way, that I sort of kind of feel like recently, and in particular this year, dare I say, they've lost a bit on the fastball. I don't love, first of all, like the Draymond stuff is embarrassing. His takes, clearly trying to troll Knicks fans and just say the most outlandish thing. Like, he doesn't need to do that. And it's unfortunate that someone who is so successful is going that route. The stuff is ridiculous. And I also don't love the open, and I admit I'm saying this as a biased Knicks fan. I don't want to tune into one of these shows seeing them root against teams. And it seems like they always pick the Knicks to root against because they want to, troll Knicks fans and whatnot. And then you go on ESPN, and if I'm a Pacers fan, I'm equally as upset. If I'm a Pacers fan and I tune into Game 7, and I say this with love and admiration and respect for Stephen A. Smith, when he was, a colleague of mine at ESPN, he was maybe the nicest of all the talents to me. But if I'm a Pacers fan and I'm watching that broadcast on Sunday, I'm annoyed. I want to tune in to watch unbiased coverage. I don't want to tune in to watch someone go gaga or fawn or root for the team. You tune into the local broadcast for that. If I want that, I go to MSG. If I go to ESPN, if I go to TNT, I want it down the middle. I want it like it was back in the day on NBC. Marv Albert was the voice of the Knicks. When they were doing the NBA on NBC, he wasn't openly rooting for Patrick Ewing and John Starks. He was calling it down the middle. Mike Breen is the voice of the Knicks. He's not openly rooting for the Knicks when he is calling those games. That's why the Reggie Miller on TNT Game 2 telecast annoyed me so much, because it was very clear that he was rooting for the Pacers. And that's why when I tune into TNT on their halftime show and whatnot, it was very clear they're rooting against the Knicks. And that's why when I tuned into the ESPN telecast on Sunday, I felt bad for Pacers fans. That's not what it should be. It shouldn't be, if it's one, hey, celebrity fan come in. No, but not the people who are part of the crew. And so I feel like they've lost a bit of the fastball. I really do. And so I welcome a refresh. I want to see what Amazon does, but in particular, I grew up on the NBA on NBC. When the NBA on NBC was in its prime in the 90s, that broadcast alone, that series alone, is what made me want to do this for a living, talking to a microphone. There was nothing that I loved more than a Sunday afternoon NBA on NBC double or triple header. There was nothing I liked more than seeing how Bob Costas opened the telecast, threw it to Marv Albert and the czar of the telestrator, Mike Fratello, Matt Gukas, Steve Snapper Jones, Bill Walton, Tom Hammond. There was nothing I liked better than that. I would imitate those guys. And of course, we all know about the like that song is the greatest theme song of all time, and everyone's going gaga over it. I bet even people who didn't even grow up on it. The 90s, NBA, magic. I close my eyes. I listen to that. I feel like I'm 14 all over again. So bring them on. I welcome them. I would love to see them. It will be sad. It will be an incredible end to an amazing run, the greatest studio run of all time. But I do kind of feel like they're losing some steam a little bit. And some of the trolling stuff doesn't sit well. Don't love it. And again, I say this as a biased Knicks fan. I get it. I don't want to see them rooting against teams. I don't like to see that. I don't care if you're a former player. Call it down the middle. Be unbiased. Anyone disagree out there?
Sounds like I don't have enough of an opinion on it. I like the show, but
do you remember NBA on NBC?
No. I know the theme song.
Oh, it was so good. The Prudential halftime report. Oh, it was amazing. I don't know if Rick is there. He probably remembers it a lot.
Oh yeah, he's sitting there. He's
Rick, you don't have anything to say?
I'm here.
Taking it all
Nothing
in.
to say.
I'm here. Inside the NBA, still as great as ever. Love it. The best.
Yeah.
Can't believe we're losing it.
Stuff.
They're
I actually really don't like when it's not the core four.
Oh, and that's why I emphasized you take Ernie out of that, it's a totally different show, because we've seen it without Ernie, right? We've seen it with those
cannot
three
take Ernie.
minus Ernie. Yeah. So even if NBC hires those three and not Ernie, it's not the same.
Not the same.
You have to have
not the same.
All four.
Yeah.
I love Vince Carter, but even when I tune in and it's Vince Carter, I'm like, damn.
And
I saw an article recently that it seems like they're trying to re-engage John Tesh for some Rambo
he
Rock,
was yesterday on Levitard. I listened to it. He said they have called him, and he's got an orchestra booked in late June, and they're going to revamp it. And they're actually talking about licensing it for the Olympics this summer as well. And
they're going to record a new edition of this song.
He just wants to like tinker with a few things. He acknowledged that there's nothing that needs to be changed, but he just wants to freshen it up a little bit. I mean, he recorded it.
Fox's now, right?
So he owns it. John Tesh owns it. John Tesh is a longtime musician. He was also a co-host on a show called Entertainment Tonight in the 80s and 90s, which at one point was seen nightly by 20 or so million people. It was must see. It was a 30-minute show. There were only 2 places on the planet where you could see movie trailers back in the 80s and 90s. Entertainment Tonight or the movie theater. That's it.
Entertainment Tonight is still going on, yeah?
Yeah, but it's nowhere near what it was. I used to watch it with my parents. Like, it was must-see TV. Entertainment Tonight was John Tesh, and it was Mary Hart. And it was must-see TV. And he was on there. And he was working as a musician as well. And he would work on some sort of like fringe sports like Tour de France and skiing and swimming, those types of sports. And he was at the Tour de France, and he had heard that NBC was getting the NBA from CBS. And he had thought, oh, I can make a cool theme song for this. And so in the middle of the night, he woke up, he's in France. This is the story that he's told before. And he calls his voicemail because he has no way to record this. This is in 1990. He has no way to record this. He calls his voice, his answering machine back in New York, and sings the da-na-na-na-na-na-na to himself. Comes home, listens to that. Oh, yeah, I got it. Composes it, records it, gets highlights, puts it on a VHS tape, and delivers it to Dick Ebersol of NBC and says, this is your new theme song. Dick Ebersol says, what's the name of the song? He says, Round Ball Rock. Cool. They love it, and the rest is history. When NBC got out of the basketball business, he owned it. He then licensed it to Fox. It's now on the freaking Saturday afternoon Fox Big East game, which is a complete travesty.
I can't stand it. I don't know why they do that.
And I love my friends at DraftKings, but it shouldn't be on a DraftKings commercial as well. I mean, let's be honest. You see that Kevin Hart commercial? Like, this needs to be on NBA telecast. And hopefully come next year, it's back. Oh, no, sorry. 25-26. It's back on NBA telecast. Roger. Hey, Ariel, why is no one calling for a Mike Perry title shot on BKFC? Because Mike Perry fighting for the BKFC title means nothing. Who are the BKFC champions? No one knows. No one really cares. They want to see him have fun fights, and they've booked him phenomenally. MVP, Luke Rockhold, Eddie Alvarez, Thiago. Like, these are the fights that people want to see Mike Perry in. They don't care about him fighting for the belt. And in fact, they probably value the King of Violence belt even more just because he kind of marches to the beat of his own drum. He's in his own lane. Do you guys agree with that? Who cares? What's going
Agreed.
on? Why is there always like a 10-second delay every time?
I thought you said, who cares? Like, you didn't want to hear from them anymore.
No.
Yeah, you kind of did put like a little capper on that.
I'm asking.
What do you think for Rick?
cares?
Rick looked like he was fired up, man. Rick was cracking his
Get in
knuckles
there.
back here, getting ready to go. So I was waiting on him, man.
I am not, but Perry is his own kind of universe, his own entity, and it's more interesting for me when Perry is like pulling people into what he does and kind of like building his fights that way. Once Perry kind of comes more like part of the establishment and like the thing, then it loses it. It's kind of like he's this outsider and he's kind of like carving his own thing. So I like Perry in the lane that he's in. That's where he belongs, and it's working. Like people to the point like people are asking about like legitimate stuff for him. But I like the space that Perry is occupying right now.
I agree. It's just like he's the fun fight guy. This is an update from James in Portland. Hola, Ariel. It's me, the guy who gets Taco Bell for this segment. Not sure if you guys really wanted to know the order. I think we did. But since prices are crazy high lately, I get some favorites box that has a quesadilla, taco, nachos, a drink, and cheesy bean burrito for $5.99. But back in the day, I'd roll with the 2 chalupa meal. Does that mean anything to you?
Smart man. Yeah, that means a lot to me. Big Steak Supreme chalupa guy over here. I mean, I guess now that I've seen on the internet and among members of this show, the chalupa gets slandered. Everyone says gordita's better, even though chalupa is like a fried gordita shell. I don't know how you can even compare the two. I get the gordita crunch, but yeah, it means a lot. Near and dear, chalupas to my heart.
Follow-up question for GC. What will happen first? John Jones' next fight or Kanye drops Vultures 2?
Hey, gosh, I don't know. I have no idea the timeline on Kanye dropping Vultures 2, so I'll go with John Jones' next fight.
Question for New York Rick. My challenge Mount Rushmore is Bananas, CT, Wes, and Jordan. Agree or disagree?
That's the group for the men. Good call. Yeah.
No disagreement.
No. You could throw women on there if it was co-ed, but they'd have their separate. But those are the 4 dudes. Love that.
Hut. Ariel, will Tom Aspinall receive pay-per-view points for an interim title defense? I do believe so. If so, is it based on a lower percentage since it's interim and not undisputed? No. If Blades wins, I'm rooting for Tom, but I do like Curtis also. If Blades wins, I'm rooting for Tom, but I do like Curtis also. Does the interim title just go away, or is Blades the new interim champ? No, he just becomes the interim champ. What do you mean? It goes away.
It is going to be weird. Like Bruce is going to have to announce if Tom wins and still interim champion of the world.
It's happened before.
It's just crazy to me. It's just crazy.
Love the show. Love the crew. Your banter is hilarious. Shout out to Frank. Love the watch parties. Thanks to GC and Mike. Have a great show. Love it. Loves it.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
And Frank had a special moment back in the day, this time last year, right? With Amanda Serrano.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was quite the moment.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I should have pulled that clip in.
Yes.
I still can.
That is
was,
great. Yes. Let's fire that up.
Yeah. Let me grab it.
Ryder, what's up, Ariel? Me and my dad went to Game 7 at MSG. We had to spend a lot on the tickets for not the best seats. Also, my dad was in the building for the 95 series against the Pacers against Reggie Miller game, so that made us want to go even more. I'm sorry. The energy in the building was crazy and an experience that I will remember, but the result was so awful. Still a great season. My question is, do you think next year with Tibbs' philosophy of coaching, we could stay healthy through the playoffs and win it all, because this year the injuries killed us? Yes, because I maintain that the injuries were just bad luck. Julius Randle crashed against Miami and messed up his shoulder. That's not Tibbs' fault. OG Anunoby had a messed up elbow and a freak hamstring thing. Not Tibbs' fault at all. The Jalen hand injury at the end of Game 7, how's that his fault? Josh Hart gets an abdominal issue. Okay, you could say maybe he's beat up. You want to go there? Fine. Mitchell Robinson banged up his entire career. Boyan came from Detroit. I don't buy this at all. Who did you want him to play? Daquan Jeffries? Jacob Toppin? Like, who did you want him to play? Everyone's banged up. This thing that Tibbs overplays people goes back to the Derrick Rose injury. And that was a freak ACL injury as well. He plays the best guys, and the best guys want to play. Most people don't say, like, oh, he plays me too much. They want to be in there. So nonsense, total nonsense. And he never gets credit. Like Game 5, he put Deuce McBride on Halliburton, and he completely clamped him down, and no one gave him credit for that. Also, I was considering coming to the live show in New Jersey. Not sure if it'll work out. My question about it is, what time will the show go until? And are you going to do them more often? I ask about the time because I have something the next day and I live 2 hours away. It should go until 10. So 2 hours away, you'll be home by midnight. All good. Come on down. Bring the family. Speaking of which, njpack.org, we've already dropped 2 hints. May 31st, the night before UFC 302 in Newark, New Jersey. There it is. It starts at 8, a stone's throw away from the Prudential Center. So go to the ceremonial weigh-ins. Come over to us over at the beautiful, this is by far the biggest and the nicest venue that we've ever done one of these. The road show rolls along, this time in Brick City. Multiple guests will join us. Giveaways, meet and greets. Hint number 1 for guest number 1, a current UFC title contender will join us. Hint number 2 for guest number 2, a former UFC title challenger will do us. Visit us, be there with us. Friday, May 31st, 8 p.m. Eastern, live from Newark. You can get the tickets right now over on njpack.org. It's the link in my Twitter, pinned one, the pinned tweet, my Twitter page. The link is also in my Instagram bio thingy. Come out, support. It's a great time. No one has ever left one of these unhappy. And again, if you're going to the ceremonials, you can come over. And even if you're not, if you're in the New York area, the Connecticut area, the New Jersey area, and the best part about it all net proceeds go to the Good Fight Foundation, the charity that is run by Dustin Poirier and his wife, Jolie Poirier. He is the big story of the weekend, of course, going up against Islam Makhachev for the lightweight title. All net proceeds go to the Good Fight Foundation. So if you want your hard-earned money to go to a great cause, there it is, Friday, May 31st. In about 9 days' time, we're going to do another Rochar, 5th so far. Can't wait for it. And I hope that we will see you there, Ryder. Jared, on Monday's show, during your interview with Leon, you stated that he thinks the reasoning behind the time of the UFC 304 pay-per-view was due to the changing of locations. Can you confirm that the original 304 date was in Utah? It was. Or could there be other reasons for not changing the time to UK time? I think generally they feel like keeping it on American time is better. Did point out that last year's UK pay-per-view was during the afternoon here in America. Someone did tell us that part of the reason for that could have been that the trains outside the O2, there's a curfew, and so they wouldn't have run at 3, 4, 5 a.m. I think the UFC has graduated to a point where it doesn't matter what time they put on their shows. They do very good business, but they obviously have the analytics that will show that the 10 p.m. sweet spot for a main card, 10 Eastern that is the best slot for them. They way back in the day, 13 or so years ago, tinkered with a 9 p.m. start, which I loved, but then they went back to 10. They like that 10 slot. But yes, the original location for 304 was Utah. Supreme Neck Protector, yeah. Supreme Neck Protector. Jumping right into it, MMA Hour legends, thank you for always bringing guests that can get swept under the rug over the years. Dmitry Salita appears to be a hell of a promoter, and he sounds like a Ukrainian Christopher Walken. Wow. GC, welcome back. Never leave us again. Please tell me you texted Juliana, hey, this is Carlos.
Yep.
It's not very nice. Why would you do that?
Yeah, I don't know why I would do that either. Am I
very
missing
mean.
the reference there?
Carlos Ulberg.
Yes. Actually, now I am going to do that. I still haven't texted her yet.
Wait, originally you were just thinking like, why the hell would I say I'm Carlos?
Yeah. I was like, what is this guy talking about? I just rolled with it, Just
Yeah.
keep the train moving here. We don't have Parlay Pals this week, though. She's not trying to get off the schneid.
Oh,
The UFC event. Yeah.
nothing for
No. We don't need to pull 4 picks out of the cat at all.
Taylor.
Nah.
That's a big time fight.
No, yeah, big time fight. We don't need
It's
to
a
pull 4
domestic
picks
dust
out of
up.
it. Come on, man. 4 picks out of that card? Come on.
Okay, first of all, we've got that. We've got PVZ.
Yeah, we're not doing Misfits either.
Are there even odds for Misfits?
I don't think the odds are
not that
out
I've
for
seen
that one yet.
Yeah. Not doing it anyway.
All right.
Week off, man. We
That's
need a nice
okay.
break,
We-
rest, recuperate. Memorial Day. We'll go to the beach, grill up some dogs, some burgers, and think
Right,
about
fine,
who
fine,
we're going to
fine.
take for UFC
There is-
302.
NY Jackman, he calls you. Do you still own a PR
Oh.
company?
I never owned a PR company. I
was
used
just
to
about
work
to
for a PR company. Jack Taylor
I was
PR,
just about
which is
to
blown
say.
up
It
and is absolutely incredible. Shout out to our mutual friend John Beer, who's the man, and everything all the success that Jack Taylor is having. But no, I no longer work for Jack Taylor, but I learned nearly all the skills as a professional from them and from John, and so I owe them a lot. But no, I do not do PR any longer.
I was just about to say, I didn't even know you owned a PR company.
Mm.
This was going to be breaking news to me.
Frankie,
I did not.
even though you're not allowed on camera, your Daria presence resonates with the world.
Oh, that's
Not
flattering.
allowed. Even if you wanted to be on camera, you can't be, bro.
By the way,
Sorry.
do you know what Daria is?
Yes. Are you asking me or Connor?
No, I mean, I think I was asking you, but that's the spinoff from Beavis and Butthead, right?
Right.
Ah, what a show that was. That was great.
So they're equating my humor to Daria's humor.
Yeah, I love it. I think
I always
that's-
saw myself more as like a Trent. I don't know if you know who that is.
Nah, lost me. on
That's
that one.
Daria's friend's brother.
GC, you know Daria?
No.
Rick, you definitely know Daria.
Was it a comic
Yeah,
strip?
of course.
It was a cartoon. It was a
It's a-
spinoff.
It was an animated show,
Right.
of a very like
Dr. Daria Long Gillespie?
No.
dour kind of lonery girl.
You sure?
She-
Daria Long MD? Harvard? Yale?
No, it was
That's
a
on-
spinoff
No,
of
no.
Beavis
TED
and Butthead. Beavis and Butthead.
CNN? NBC? Netflix?
No, it was a cartoon.
Did you know that they're going
No,
to
it was-
reboot
NY
King of the
Jackman
Hill?
might have to stick. I like that.
No, Jackman's pretty good.
No,
That's
hell
a good
no.
one. NY
New
Jackman?
York,
Come on, man.
nah, Rick.
It's either I feel like New York Rick is the proper first
We
name.
don't talk
NY
about enough that
Jackman is the good last name.
Yeah, I don't. Nah, it's good. It's
You
good.
have to
Yeah.
say New York and then cut Eric short, New York Rick, or you go last name, abbreviate NY Jackman. I like that. I love it.
What you were saying something, Rick? We don't talk about something enough.
Oh, yeah.
Nah, I was gonna say something that doesn't need to. It's not that important.
Oh wow, no,
Daria
now
was
I'm
a great
even
show
more
though.
Daria.
Daria was great.
How do you spell
Daria was a
Daria?
great show.
Daria.
Daria.
How did you spell it?
I did double R. That's why I got
Ah.
the medical practitioner from TV. Oh yes, I know her. Yeah.
I mean, I dropped the word dour. I feel like, SATs off the charts there. I feel like that was a nice one right there. But just saying.
Let me
That
get
one's
in one
above my
more
head. I don't
here.
even know what that means.
Nick, Ariel, I'm getting married on June 1st. Dustin is one of my favorite fighters, if not favorite. You could see the dilemma. My fiance already knows what's going down after the wedding, watching DP, Gilly, Islam. My question is, what would you say the average time the main event makes the walk? Golly, I don't know, man.
This is a tough one here because
Yeah.
you can't tune into anything else. You can only you're gonna have to have one of your best men or someone in your wedding party keeping tabs on the card because you need to be able to just waltz right in as they're getting ready to make the walk. You watch the fight and then you move on with your evening.
Yeah, and it's not like
cannot
boxing
imagine
where they have set walkout times.
Yeah.
Like everyone was asking me,
Yeah.
Fury, they actually set that time in the UFC. It's dependent on how the other fights go. GC, is it acceptable to sneak away and catch some prelims? Finish the story. Let's go.
It's your wedding day?
Yes.
No, it's not acceptable. It's not
Also,
acceptable.
the prelims aren't that great to be.
I mean, you cannot be leaving your wife idle to go watch Roman Kopylov versus Cesar Almeida. You can't do that. We can't be watching Nico Price, Alex Morono, Jocelyn Edwards, Alien Perez.
No, you can't.
While you leave your wife idle on your wedding day. You can't do that. The Poirier, just go watch the Poirier. She'll probably join you for that if it's really your favorite
down.
fighter.
Yeah.
You guys watch the Gilly together, and then you go celebrate in style.
What a night that would be. We'll put a pin in the questions for now and get to some at the back end of the show. For now, though, let us say hello to one of our favorites. It's been a while since we spoke to the legend Gegard Mousasi. He has been in the news as of late, and so I wanted to catch up with him. Let us say hello to the Dreamcatcher. Hello, Gegard. How are you?
Hey, Ariel. How are you?
I'm doing well. Long time no see. How's life?
Yeah, good. Same old, same old. Just nothing special.
How was Paris?
Paris was nice. Costello, my friend, won. Doumbé had a very nice show. He gave a good show. But they put me right all the way in the back.
For fuck's sake. What is this?
So the camera couldn't see me. So I don't know.
What do you mean? In the
I couldn't do more interviews, I'd probably.
In the rafters they put you?
No. Just all the way back at the cage side, but all the way in the back.
What's going on, Gegard? Where's the love? Where's the respect?
I don't know. They don't even want to talk to me. Or any of the fighters.
Okay, so let's talk about this because so I got some information as well, and I'm going to try to figure this out. You were a Bellator fighter. Bellator acquired by PFL. Your issue now, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you're not getting a fight from PFL. They're not putting you in the Bellator series or the PFL fight series. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate. I think I have the same problem as Cyborg and Douglas Lima. I spoke to Douglas Lima. He's in the same issue.
And what are they telling you or your management as far as why they're not giving you a fight?
Yeah, but the funny part is they don't even want to talk to me. They say
you've not talked to anyone in Bellator. You've not talked to Mike Hogan. You've not talked to people there.
Yeah, I talked to Mike Hogan because he's the only one who still talks a little bit. But basically, they feel like I make too much money.
Right.
And Cyborg also, and those fighters too. But I know Ryan Bader is making the same amount. Pettis is making the same amount. Pitbull Brothers, I don't know both, but they make roughly the same amount. So it's not like whoever they can not let fight because they make too much money, they just don't let them fight.
And so they're telling you make too much money, so we're just not going to fight you, or are they saying, hey, can we pay you less and then we'll fight you? Are they even offering anything to consider, or is it just like sit off to the side?
Well, they said the amount that we want to cut you is so much that it's better for you, I don't know, look somewhere else or, do something else.
Is that of interest to you?
At this moment, I'm like, you know, listen, if someone don't want me, I'm like, okay, fuck it, I go. But my, you know, team around me is like, fuck it, we sue them. So, so if it was up to me, I would just go. But I don't know. We'll see. But you know, the team around me is not that happy.
Right.
So I think it's gonna be legal action against them.
Do you feel disrespected?
Yeah, because they don't even want to pick up their phone and just talk to us. You know, it's not even funny anymore. It's the worst organization so far. I've fought a lot of organizations. This is the worst one.
So when you say they don't want to talk to you, correct me if I'm wrong, you have talked to Mike Hogan, right? He does work for PFL now.
Well, yeah. After trying to find him for 2 months, eventually he was in Paris.
Right.
So he cornered him. Not really, but it's difficult to talk to any of those PFL guys.
Like Don,
so we
these
talked
guys?
to Mike, and yeah.
Okay.
He wasn't. They said they don't want to talk to you.
They don't want to talk to you. That's what he said.
Yeah, he said. Yeah, I don't know. The only option is, you know, lawsuits or whatever.
But when
It's not gonna look good on them. But I have the financial means to do it.
When he says they don't want to talk to you, I see you, man. You still got the money. You've been around. But when they say they don't want to talk to you, what does that mean?
They just ignore me. My manager emailed them, talked to them. They just, I think the financial, they bought Bellator, but they don't have the financial means to pay the fighters. Whoever is not necessary, they will just not let them fight. And especially, you know, fighters that make a lot of money.
Sure.
Because Bellator fighters make more.
And that there was no interest in re-signing you for the amount that you were making in Bellator. And at the very end, right before the company got transferred from Bellator to PFL, the old regime signed you to a contract that was the exact amount. They didn't know this, and then they come and say, okay, let's talk. And you say you have a signed contract, a new deal, and they say we never agreed to that. Is that part of the issue here? Does this sound familiar?
Yeah. Okay. Let's say it's my case. What about Douglas Lima, who hasn't fought for a year? If it's the case for me, so why are not there? Because Cyborg and Douglas have the same contract, so they don't let him fight either. What I've understood, and I have from good resources, is they said we take anyone from the top 10. They wanted everybody in the top 10. Okay. My contract is a couple million. Not couple million. Yeah.
Sure.
In million. Okay. So whatever deal you make, it's not possible that someone slips a letter between the other letters and no one finds out. Everything has to be signed by lawyers.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever they did, they knew about it. They say we take everyone from 1 to 10. So they took me, they knew the contract, and now they're like, well, they slipped it in. It's like, it's you're not buying McDonald's, you're buying a multi-dollar company. It's not believable that they didn't know, and someone wanted to fuck up with them, so they just did a very fast contract and no one knew about it. It's just not true. Everything has to go to lawyers. Their lawyers at PFL watched that, and they knew which contract they were taking.
Okay, so you're not buying this. True. Have they said this to you or your management team, this story?
Yeah.
Okay. And
Mike Hogan told me, but...
you don't believe it?
It's not true. If it was only me...
So I asked about... I would say, okay. I think every story is different. I asked about Lima, and I was told that they are just letting that contract play out too because it's a deal that they don't want to re-up. They don't want to re-up him. They don't want to re-sign him. They feel like he has reached the end. That's what I was told. The Cyborg one, probably. If I'm being honest, I was just told that Cyborg, complains a lot.
Yeah, I'm an expert in complaining. You know that.
Nah, you don't complain. So we all love you.
Job for me, I think.
Because
I heard other fighters they're gonna get cut too. The first one was PFL versus Bellator. So some of the fighters they had to let fight, but also now they're gonna ask you have to take less money. But they took up the company. I think the problem is they cannot. I don't know. I don't know why you even took Bellator if you don't have the money to
Right.
let the fighters fight.
Would you be interested in the tournament, or does that not make sense for you at this stage of your career? Like if it was,
This tournament.
the PFL season, the 4 fights, and is that not a no?
I don't know. They have a light heavyweight tournament. I didn't even know about it. I told them I'm gonna fight there.
That would be great.
Never heard back from them.
So this past weekend in Paris was the first time you got any sort of communication.
Well, I talked to Michael, but he was, I'm sick. I'm this 2 months.
Right.
Eventually, I saw him.
Yeah. Did you go
I
to?
like him, but he works. He works for PFL. So
No, I get it.
I'm on the other side now. I understand his position. So it's not like I said, it's me. I know. I talked to legal counsel, and I'm not talking about manager's a lawyer. I talked to other people that work for Bellator. I know I have a contract. They owe me at least 1 fight, and then they can let the clock run out.
Got it.
At least.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have a start until I fight. So something like that.
Yeah.
But the problem is with you never know who's gonna win in a lawsuit. So I hope it doesn't get there. But if it gets there, like I said, I'm gonna get UFC money from the from the lawsuit.
Oh, right. The class action.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. How much are
Maybe
you
it's good
getting?
investment.
How much? Do you know how much you're getting?
I don't know. They have to make a summary or something. I don't know.
Has anyone called you about that?
No, you have to give your name. I don't know. I still have to find out whatever is going to happen.
Okay. But correct me if I'm wrong. Like, you don't want the end of your career to be tied up in this nonsense, right?
No, not really. I want to fight in the cage. Who wants to fight for a fight outside? But like I said, people around me pushing me to do it. So it's if it's necessary, I'm going to do it.
Okay. But you're ready to go. Like, you could fight in a month.
No, I ate potatoes and I'm still training now. They don't. I haven't fought for a year. Before I hadn't fought for a year. I was injured even in the last fight, but you take any fight you get because nowadays it's not like even it's smart or not. You're just happy if you can fight.
Right. How do you pass the time now without a fight, without an assignment, without a date to look forward to? What do you do to pass the time?
Eating potatoes and watching late night movies.
Well, what do you mean late night movies? What are you talking about? What about if it's like 1 o'clock in the afternoon?
Where the washing machine broke down.
The washing.
And someone come and fix it. No, just kidding.
Yeah.
Just coffee.
Coffee. You're a big coffee guy?
I wake up, drink coffee. I go drink coffee with my friends.
That's it.
And then, take care of family sometimes. Go visit friends, train. So, no, just, not really nothing actually. And more holidays nowadays. I go here, there.
You look very tan.
Yeah, it was sunny a little bit here.
Yeah, no. You look to be in great spirits despite all this stress. Or are you stressed out? Is it annoying?
Yeah, of course it's annoying, but I'm not stressed because there's nothing I can do. It's but eventually I have to take some measures.
Right.
But anyway, let's see. But Ariel, they know they're lying. They didn't want the contract. They took everyone. They could have said no. Because my contract ended, they knew they could have said no. We don't want this guy. We don't want that. If it was just me, I would say, okay, I'm not believable. But other fighters are gonna get cut from what they're making, and or they just don't let them fight. So they bought the company, and they say, well, we cannot honor the contract. So it's not like why would I come and lie?
No, I'm just telling you what, because they called me, and
Yeah.
I'd heard everything that you had said, and I've spoken to your manager. And so I was wondering, okay, what's their side of the story? So I listened to it, and their side was
There's
that this deal was signed knowing that they were going to be acquired, and it was like one last parting gift, and then you deal with it. But they didn't agree to it. The new company didn't agree to it. It was the old regime that did this deal. Essentially, without beating around the bush, it was Scott Coker who did the deal, knowing that the company was enough of it's this, you know what I'm saying? That he gave you the gift, and then you guys deal with it. That's what they're saying. I don't know what's the truth here. I just want to let you know. I'm just telling you what they're telling me.
okay, but if it was a parting gift, it's not possible. I heard from really good sources that is not possible.
Okay.
That they didn't know about it. It's just not possible.
So now I feel like we're getting somewhere, though, because now we're advancing the story, because now we're starting to see that there's a he said, she said thing going on. And I would like to see this resolved. I think you should be fighting on their upcoming show, whenever it is, in Dublin in June. Maybe that's too soon, but maybe the next one after that.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm going to be ready if they call me. But
you didn't like he said, she said. You made a face when I said that. You didn't like that.
No, I don't care. But like I said, I'm not a liar. I don't lie. It's just not. Why would I come and lie? It's just they don't want to. The contract is there if they like it or not.
You have a signed contract. You want it to be honored.
Yeah, 100%. Why not?
Yeah. And what you're saying is, correct me if I'm wrong, give me one fight.
I have a lot of stress. I cannot sleep at night.
I don't blame you. You probably have bills to pay, right? You have a whole farm. Don't you have a whole farm?
But yeah, of course. But the thing is, when I fought for Strikeforce, the first fight against Bablu, how much do you think I made?
You want me to guess?
Yeah.
250.
80,000.
Wow.
Yeah. So the amount that I'm making now, it's a whole process coming from then to here.
Sure.
It's not like, oh, you're making too much money. No, because I fought for like 20 years. That's why I'm making this amount now. You know, understand what I mean?
Of course.
So it's not like it came from nothing. Of course, I know some fighters, the champions, are making less, but in 5 years, 10 years, maybe they're gonna even make more than me because they're making name for themselves now. I think I made some name for myself. That's why I'm making this amount. It's not like it came from nothing, and they're gonna say, "Well, we didn't know about it." You don't deserve it. You know that they're gonna come and they're gonna say, "Oh, you lost and this and that." It's the promoter's not gonna be on my side, of course. Promotion,
right? But no, you have put a lot into this sport, and that's why it kind of bumps me out that it's coming to an end this way with this relationship, because you don't deserve to go through this stress.
Listen, I know a lot more, but I cannot talk
Tell
to
us.
you.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Gegard. Go ahead. No, why not? Why not? Let's lay all the cards out.
No. It's for next time.
Okay, fine. There's more to this story, you're saying.
Not more to it, but I can say a lot more about the company. But who cares? Not the time.
Okay. Do you even want to fight for the company? Or at this point, is it
what kind of options do I have?
Well, maybe there's I don't know. Is there something else you want to do? Do you want to box? Do you want to do kickboxing? I don't know.
No.
Okay. All right.
They're stuck to me. I'm not gonna go away.
No, I know.
Yeah. Too bad for them, huh?
No, I feel bad for you because are you still there?
Yeah. Right.
You there? You see me?
Yeah, I'm back.
Do you have a sort of deadline in your mind? Like if this doesn't get resolved by this month, this date, then we're going to look into legal action?
Oh.
Wait. Who is it? Maybe it's them.
No, it's my brother.
Oh.
I have to pick him up from airport.
Oh, right now? Okay.
Yeah. No, I have time. No.
I was just going to say, do you have a deadline?
I already talked to some lawyers. It's not like let's see where it goes from here.
Okay. Do they know that? Like when you talk to Kogan, did you talk? Oh, wow. Okay. So
some people advise me themselves on PFL.
Oh, gosh. They're telling you to do this. This is a crazy story.
Something like that.
Wow. How do you think the story plays out?
Wait. Sorry, brothers. Yeah.
Last one. How do you think the story plays out?
They come and give me one fight, and then I think they don't like me anyway, so they can let the contract run out. But as long as the contract, I don't know, they're gonna give me a fight, or it's gonna be in the court.
Okay.
What can I do?
All right. Well, I'm sorry this has happened.
Fire shot, Ariel.
Yeah, shots fired.
Right? Yeah, shots fired. Yeah.
Okay, well, good luck. And I'm sorry
Thank
this has
you.
happened. And keep us posted if you can.
Yeah, I'm gonna be back next month to complain more.
Please. You're welcome anytime.
Okay, Ariel.
All right, take
Thank
care,
you.
Gegard. Talk to you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. There he is, Gegard Mousasi, joining us. Crazy situation. So my internet is completely out now. Is there an internet problem?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, because then I saw a message about the stream, but then the internet, I didn't see a resolution.
That was a good message.
What was the message? Is the
Hey,
stream
is something
okay?
wrong with the stream? No, everything's fine.
But how do I now communicate with you guys? I don't know if you've told me something. What do I do?
Nobody has said anything.
Okay. Well, it's a very
Still on that same Wi-Fi network you were talking about?
I'm plugged in as well.
Well, you're either going to be on one or the other. You're gonna
Yeah,
be
but
plugged
I always
in
go
or-
both. Like if I unplug the Wi-Fi, then nothing will work. I don't even think this Ethernet cable is
you-
connected to anything. I think it's just to appease me.
Did you get the message that I just sent?
No, of course
And then
not.
Joe just followed it up.
No, I got
Nope,
nothing.
You're not getting none of that.
Zero.
And you're on that same Wi-Fi because I'm on that Wi-Fi that you mentioned earlier, and I'm cruising over here.
It's just
I'm
like
zooming.
it's going through the thing.
Maybe I should stop streaming.
Oh yeah, maybe like re-click it or something. See if you can do that.
Oh, it's back.
All right, there it is.
Anyway, what an
Good
unfortunate
message.
story that is, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
oh, yeah,
it's,
yeah.
I feel bad for Gegard, and
Sure. Legend.
he's so funny. He says fired shots. What did he say? What was he talking about with the washing machine? I didn't quite get it.
I don't know, but when he had the camera tilted and his face was at the bottom, that was
Well, when he was
class.
texting?
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, what a time. Okay, thanks, Frank. Wow, you could have said that on air, by the way.
I tried to.
Frank just sent me a secret message. Well, I hope it all gets resolved. Maybe we could do a virtual face-off between the new Bellator regime and Gegard Mousasi.
What do you mean by virtual?
So we'll have them like holograms. Both of them will be
Nice.
in the studio, like how they had Tupac at the what was it, Coachella?
Oh, that was so long ago.
Yeah, I remember that. What a moment it was. Anyway, well, good luck to Gegard, and hopefully that brought a little bit of clarity to a sticky situation. We will keep the train rolling along here and welcome in our next guest who is joining us in studio. She is the pride of Manchester, England and Bulgaria. She is competing on June 13th, 2024 at the Mohegan Sun. She is Dakota Ditcheva. Hello, Dakota. How are you?
Hello, I'm
Great to
good,
see
thank
you in
you.
person.
You too.
Welcome. Wow, look at this. You got all the Celsius here.
I know.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. And welcome to New York as well.
Thank you.
Yes, this is so nice. By the way, you're very tanned right now.
I am. Well, I've been living in Florida area.
Oh, that's
so
right. American Top Team.
Keeping up my tan.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not the English Sun
No,
that is doing
definitely
this.
Not. We don't have any English, so
Yes. Well, there is a Sun newspaper, but we don't like them, right? No one likes them.
nobody does know.
Okay. I've learned about that. Well, welcome. Is this your first time in New York?
No, it's not actually. I fought in New York before, actually.
Of course.
Yeah,
How
my
stupid
second
am I?
fight for PFL.
Yes, the end of season show
Yeah.
at the Hulu Theater.
Yeah.
Or then it was the theater. Do you like New York?
I do. I do
Okay.
like it. For a few days, and then I like to be back in the quiet and the sunshine.
It's very hectic.
It is very.
You went to a New York City FC match.
Yeah.
How does it compare to English football?
Do you know what? I was pleasantly surprised. It was actually really good. I
Really?
don't know whether it was just the team that kind of showed up on the day, but when I arrived, like the fans were setting off flares outside. They were like
Yeah.
marching around. It was like being at Wembley. It
You didn't expect that.
No, I
from the
didn't. I
Americans.
didn't think it was that popular over here. Yeah, so
It's getting very, very popular.
Yeah.
And in fact, I believe NYCFC, they're sort of a sister team to Man City.
they are. Yeah,
Correct? The same logo and all that. So did they show you
Well,
love?
They definitely did. Yeah, and I did at first think that they were all walking around in Man City tops, but the
Yes.
tops are just very similar. That's all.
Commiserations, Champions League didn't quite work out.
I mean, we just won the Premier
No.
League. So
That's the big one. Don't pretend like that one's.
why do we always have to go to the negative
Well,
area?
I'm going in order. That first happened, right? Real
Yeah.
Madrid on the
A shame,
pens.
yeah.
Bernardo Silva, he did a penalty kick and he like shot it right at the goalie. It was a bit of a bottle job, was it not?
It really was. Yeah, it was. And you know, the penalties always get us like that as well. Or when it went to penalties, I was like, oh no. But we pulled it back. We've won the Premier League. Got another match against United next
FA
week.
Cup,
so
right. We scoured your social media, and according to my crack staff back there, no mention of winning the Premier League on your social media. Are you still in mourning over the Champions League loss? Why no celebration? Or is it just so commonplace now that you don't celebrate?
No, I mean, it was just because I went to the New York City game and I felt like I had to put their post up first. You know, they had me there at the game, so I felt like it was only right I put a post up for them. But just wait until we beat United next week.
Okay, you're waiting for the whole thing. You're waiting for the double,
Yeah.
as they say. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what kind of posts will you put up when they're charged with the 115 violations? Are we going to put? No, I'm just kidding.
I don't look that far ahead into the future if it ever happens.
Forrest got 4-point deduction for doing nothing, and you guys have 115. Isn't that crazy? I mean, come on.
I mean,
115. That's absurd. They're going to go all the way down to the National League once they're done with them. What about Forrest? Not staying up? Did you see that?
I know, yeah, I did see that.
Were you happy?
I mean, for you, I was happy, yeah.
I appreciate that.
For me, it doesn't make a difference
Didn't really,
where it's top. But
You don't look all the way down.
no.
Fair
I was
enough.
going to bring you a City shirt as well, but I didn't know whether you were going to appreciate that or not.
My son would. He's a big fan. He was
Yeah.
wearing his Foden jersey on Sunday. I think you guys are going to win the Euro.
Do you think?
Foden, Jude Bellingham, Harry Kane, Saka. I mean, it's a murderer's row, as they say.
We have got a good team.
Rashford out. Did you see that?
I did see that, yeah.
Are you? I mean, come on. Let's be. I'm very impressive with my knowledge. Do you not think?
Do you know what? You're spitting loads of facts
A
at
lot.
me here. I'm
Yes. Gareth
impressed.
Southgate, bum.
Yeah.
Do you want him out? Come on. How many
No
times?
comment. No comment.
Why? I heard you on TalkSport. You were talking about. I was driving my car one day. I listened to TalkSport all the time, and there you are in studio.
I know.
Crazy.
Wait until people see that I'm in studio today.
This is. Would you say this is a bigger deal than TalkSport?
Definitely.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Don't tell them that, but yeah.
No one's watching. Okay, so let's talk about you. June 13th, Mohegan Sun.
Mhm.
Second fight of the season. Now you're just a part of the regular PFL.
Yeah.
First fight in the books, April, San Antonio.
Yeah.
Job well done. Happy with it.
Perfect.
First round finish.
Yeah. Really happy with it. Top of the table as well. So
I feel like
was
you're the
good.
only one that uses that terminology, by the way, which I like.
top of the table.
Yeah, because it's very sort of.
From the
This is what
football.
Don would appreciate.
Yeah.
He wants it to be viewed as like a regular sport where people are talking about the table
Yeah.
and all that.
Well, it's important in the first two rounds, right? You gotta place top of the table, and you know, even the girls, a few of them got first round stoppages, so there was a few that were, kind of near the top, but I placed right up there. So
And what gets you over them?
so a few of us got first round stoppages, but I was in the quickest time.
Oh gosh.
So
Really? This is
yeah,
like goal differential.
I know.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, it's the same. So I think it just kind of makes the fight more important for you. You got to go out there and get the job done as quick as you can these first two rounds, because people that didn't kind of think about that now have to make up for it, in the next round, because they need to get top points again. So
You think about that, really? Like, does it actually enter your mind like, oh, I need to try to finish this?
yeah, I mean, definitely. I was thinking about it when I was fighting, yeah, which is probably not the best thing, I don't think, to be concentrating on that. But it is important, you can get top points in the first round, and then if I drop a few now, maybe another girl will kind of come up, and it's only top four that place. So
Right.
definitely something that I think about, yeah.
I think the women's flyweight season tournament, whatever you want to call it, is their most interesting one
I agree.
because of Liz coming in and some of the other Bellator names coming in. Your entry into the regulars, some of the other weight classes, it's a lot of the same people, but this feels very fresh and new, and I think quite wide open, because I think a lot of people want to know how you will compete against the Liz Carmouches of the world.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the main things that I've seen is, like, now I've come up to the the global season and they've brought in these two experienced fighters, it's kind of like everyone's thinking, where's Dakota going to fit now?
Right.
So, but that's good for me, again, it just keeps me motivated to prove that, I'm at this level, and it's exciting fights that people want to see as well, so.
When would you versus Liz be?
I mean, she only got 3 points, right? So she's got to, this is what I said about the points. She has to try and get a stoppage.
She may not make the cut.
That's the thing. Yeah, you just
Wow.
can't predict it at all. So, I mean, I'm happy Liz is in the tournament, but it would have been another way to look at it. I would have liked to maybe won this tournament and then fought her on the champ versus champ season.
Yeah.
That would have been really cool. So, yeah, I feel like it's good that she's in the tournament, but then at the same time, it could have been exciting to have her on a different.
Well, if she falls out,
So,
it might.
It might work out, yeah.
Right. I guess she's still considered the Bellator champ.
She is, yeah, of
Right.
course, yeah.
Who do you think is your toughest test in this tournament?
Definitely Liz or Talia is definitely, our styles are very similar. She's got high-level jiu-jitsu as well, but I think that would be a really good fight for both of us. I think it'd be a good matchup.
And on this card, the June 13th card in Connecticut, Mohegan Sun, is Liz fighting. She is on the card.
Yeah.
And she is fighting. Wait, I got it right here. She is fighting. Oh, Kana Watanabe.
Yeah, she's fought her before.
Yes.
In Bellator, yeah.
Okay, and Tyler Santos is on the card as well against Jenna Bishop.
Yeah.
All right, you're on the main card.
I am. I think.
You're co-main.
I know.
Look at you, over Liz.
I know. I think on the first round of the season, they put me on the undercard, and then something happened with the main card, and they switched me onto the bottom of that. But there were so many comments of people saying, like, why is Dakota on the undercard? So this time, I think they just put me, like, right up there to keep everyone
Why not?
happy.
Yes. Do you
So-
feel like there is different attention, different buzz when you're fighting on these global cards as opposed to the Europe cards?
Yeah, I've definitely noticed as well on social media, a lot more new fans, people coming over, commenting on my posts and following me and stuff. Obviously, with it being on ESPN, it's brought a whole new crowd, which is good for me, I do enjoy fighting in Europe. That's the only thing that I do miss it. Like I fought on the Paris card for the European tournament, and that was unreal. So I do miss that, but it's nice to come over now and explore like the different states here.
Did you like San Antonio?
I did actually, yeah. It was a bit like we were downtown, so we were like in the touristy area, so there was a lot going on. But I mean, the next one after Connecticut is Nashville, and that's a place I've always wanted to go. So I'm excited to just kind of keep moving around a little bit. It's good.
And do you have that date yet?
The 2nd of August is the next one.
Golly, that's a quick turnaround.
It is. I think this is the quickest period between all the fights. This between the 2nd and 3rd is the shortest one. So that's another thing. Like you never know who's going to pull out through injury or whether people are coping with the training. So I quite like the tournament. It keeps you on your toes.
How do you, like as far as, I've heard from some of the older fighters that it was hard to cut weight 4 times.
Yeah.
Does that affect you at this age or not yet?
Not really, no.
Okay.
I don't have a big cut. I don't walk around super heavy. So for me, it's like, it's manageable and I can do it. So, but I can imagine it's tough for everybody else. Like, I think there's like 5-6 weeks between the next one. So, back-to-back cuts like that, it's not always healthy for people that are doing like big ones. So yeah, for me, I'm fine.
You won the European season last year. The pot was it 100,000?
Yeah.
Is that euro or US dollars?
US dollars.
So 100 US, is that more? Oh gosh, I'm gonna expose myself. Would that be more?
It's less in pounds.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, less in pounds. That's
Yeah.
right.
I mean, it's still a life-changing amount
Right,
of money,
right.
yeah, but
The reason I asked
less.
this is you have video blogs that you put on your YouTube channel. I suggest everyone go check them out. And I couldn't help but see one particular scene where you were lamenting the fact that your car insurance has now gone from 600 to 1,000.
Yeah.
You just won 100,000.
I know.
You're fighting for $1 million, and you were complaining about a $400 spike.
I know.
What's
but
going on over here? Are we not managing the money correctly? It's just $400.
I know, but
You were
like,
devastated. It was like your dog died.
I still am devastated. I've
still are.
still not sorted it out. I'm still looking for cheaper.
Really? 1,000 isn't
Yeah.
too bad.
No matter how much money I have, I just feel like, there's only certain price I'll pay for things. There's only so
And
much.
you feel like
can
1,000
do
is
with
too
money.
much.
Definitely, yeah.
Really? Is it because maybe you
I'm
got into a
getting
couple of
better at
accidents?
driving as well. I've got more no claims,
Okay.
so it should be going
nothing.
down.
Because usually it goes up if you get into a fender bender.
Yeah.
Nothing.
No, they're mis-selling it me here. I'm supposed to be going down. But
Yeah. Is it an American company?
No, it's not. It's English.
Okay, so it's for your car over there. Maybe you just get rid of it if you're not spending time there.
I know, but my mum and dad at the moment are sharing a car, and I thought that's where I am sensible. For my mum, rather than her getting a car, I've still got mine on finance and I let her drive it. So I feel like, it's kind of saving the family money, because instead of her just buying a new one, mine's sat there and she may as well drive it, and then I have a car when I return if I want to go home.
Right. Do you want to go home?
No.
Okay. You have no interest.
I don't. Apart from my my family and my nana, then no, not really.
You'd love to live in Florida full time?
Between Florida and I also, I go to Dubai as well sometimes.
Oh, wow.
So,
what do you do there?
Yeah, I just train there. I've got friends there. I've got gyms there that I know. So I also have a visa there now, so golden visa, which is...
Wow. What is that?
It's just like, so I can go there, I can set up businesses, I can like...
Wow, a golden visa.
Yeah.
This is like a Willy Wonka thing.
I know.
How'd you get that? In a chocolate bar?
I mean, just through they really respecting athletes, and they're wanting more and more of the sporting world to come over there, which obviously you see in like Saudi, places like that, Abu Dhabi. I think they want to invest a lot of money in, the athletes and the sport. So I can see a lot of the sport going that way, and I'd like to be involved in it. So hopefully, maybe one day I'll be able to fight over there.
So you can just go there, leave, come whenever you want.
Yeah.
I would just set up shop there.
I know.
It's amazing. Great weather.
Definitely. That's another thing. I like to be in hot countries.
Right.
So although I have heard that Dubai sometimes can be a little bit too hot, but yeah, I feel like, in this tough sport, I feel like one of the main things is waking up to the sun. I think that changes you.
Of course. Changes
and if you can do that and still train hard, then I say, why not?
Do you like Florida?
I do love it.
Other than the training, of course, do you like the culture there?
I do, yeah. It's very quiet. Where the gym is, it's quite, it's not a crazy area. Miami's a short drive away. So if I wanted to go and change it up on the weekends, I can do that. But I just feel like the area that I'm in, I've got an apartment now next to the gym, and it's just super, I'm just super focused there. Yeah.
Are you, did you ever stay in the dorm at ATT?
No, they don't have girls there.
Oh, they don't allow it?
No, which I agree with.
Probably for the best.
Yeah.
Those guys could be probably a little intimidating, nasty or something. Yeah.
I suppose, yeah.
When did you first go to ATT?
God, it was 2022 maybe?
When you first walked in, were there a lot of legends there? Was it intimidating?
It still is now,
Still is.
Still is now, yeah. I mean, we've got Dustin Poirier, he's still in the gym training. Obviously, he's got a big fight coming up. Kayla Harris, when she was... Harrison, sorry, yeah.
Yes.
When she was
I'm going to send her this.
I know.
The disrespect.
When I first come in and she was there, and obviously I just signed with PFL, so I was making a debut. Having her around the gym was just great as well. But there's just so many girls that are kind of on the same journey and moving up with me, and it's just a good mix. I feel like the top fighters still help the younger ones progress.
Do they?
Yeah. So it's
Do you
nice.
talk to any of them?
Yeah, there's loads of us in there, and we all help each other. We all train together. We're all different weights, but we still help each other. So it's an amazing gym. I love it there.
As far as a veteran, who is the kindest to you? Who takes you under their wing?
I mean, she's not there anymore, but Joanna Jacek did come in. She's been in a few times when I've been there, and she's just honestly the most humble and loveliest person that I've ever met. She said to me, you ever need anything, ever want any training, just call me, they can bring me back, I can come help. So
wow,
that's somebody that I've looked up to. That still doesn't sink into me, but someone that I've watched from the very beginning. So to have her say them words, and she said to me you're the next champ, you're going to be the next one, and even things like that just don't sink in. I work with the same coach as she's got. It gives me great confidence. Yeah.
I thought you were going to say Kyoji Horiguchi.
Oh, I love Kyoji.
What a legend.
Kyoji's one of the funniest people in the gym. He's just on another level every morning. His energy is just 100% all the time. He makes everyone laugh.
Do you ever have, sometimes I deal with this, I last week was hosting the Mike Tyson, Jake Paul press conference, and you have something called the imposter syndrome. And you're standing up there and you're like, what the hell? How did I end up here? Why am I here? I shouldn't be up here. Someone else should be up there. I have no problem admitting this. Do you ever have that? How did I end up here among these legends? Or are you so confident in yourself that you say, no, F yeah, I do belong here. I should be here. I'm going to be one of them one day. I'll be on that wall.
Yeah, a bit of both, I suppose. I feel like I'm meant to be here. I am good enough to be at that gym. I am good enough to be at this level and working with these people. But at the same time, how did I end up with these coaches, with these training partners? I walk into ATT and it's a big building, it's a big gym. And I walk in every morning, I'm just like, wow, like, what am I doing here?
It's a crazy life.
Yeah, it's crazy. But as well, congratulations on all your success because I've
thanks.
seen you everywhere.
Really?
On all the Jake Paul stuff.
Yeah. No, I
Have
mean,
you been enjoying it?
It's cool. Yeah. I mean, is that an indication? I guess so. No, it's been good. Netflix.
Yeah, everything. I've seen you everywhere.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm coming to football too, by the way.
Yeah.
So just, football media
Okay.
too. So just let your friends over there, let the citizens
wow.
know. And more on that coming up as well. Your brother has been with you. I have a question about your brother, Cody.
Yeah.
I looked at his social media. Ditchev.
Yes.
Where's the A? What's going on?
Have
For
you
a minute,
thought-
what happened? Why is it a different last name?
So we're obviously half Bulgarian. My dad's full Bulgarian. So it's a little bit like French. If you're male, you don't put the A on the end. If you're female, you put the A. So it's like when you add an E on the end
Really?
in France. Yeah.
The last names too.
Yeah. So me and my mum are Ditcheva, and my dad, my two brothers are Ditchev.
Wow.
Yeah.
I never knew that.
And if you call Cody Ditcheva, he will not
Pissed
be
off.
happy. Yeah.
Okay.
So when we used to be in school, they used to put A on the end of all the front of his notebooks when they were writing his name. He used to get so annoyed.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Worst
So
thing.
every male has a different last name than their female family member.
Not every word, but yeah, our last name is like that. Yeah.
Wow, I've never seen that in any, or I've never heard of that in any culture.
Yeah.
So that's a Bulgarian thing.
Yeah, it's a Bulgarian thing, and I know, like from doing French in school, that sometimes they put an E on the end for a female or other words.
Féminin, masculin.
Yeah.
Je parle français aussi.
That's what it is. Yeah.
No,
Nice.
you speak French fluently. Okay. No.
Don't ask
All
me
right.
about it.
All right. Fair enough. Wait. So like, if they say like my family is the Helwani family, what would your family be called?
I think they'd probably say the Ditchev family
Because of the
male.
yeah, the
male's probably
patriarch.
stronger,
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah.
For a second,
Interesting.
I saw a video where Man City did a thing where like a host came to train with you.
Yeah.
Right. And then she went to your Dublin fight.
Yeah.
And your brother was interviewed, and I was like, oh, they misspelled his name. And then I saw another thing with your brother, and I was like, wait a second. And then I went on his social media, and there was no A.
Yeah.
Crazy. Now, does he? I know he trains.
Yeah.
Is he a pro fighter?
He used to be a pro Thai boxer.
Okay.
And then he's not fighting anymore now. He's just coaching full time at my mum's gym that she's got with her. And then he's just like full time with me. So he arrives today. He's going to finish my camp with me
Oh wow.
and go over to Connecticut then for fight week. So
So will he arrive here or in Florida?
he arrives here. Yeah, he's coming
Oh, he
here.
could have come here. We
I
could have had a
know.
whole chat about this
I know.
last name
He's-
fiasco.
I know. He's on
So
the plane, yeah.
is he considered like a coach of yours or more of like a sparring partner?
No, he's a coach. Yeah.
Coach.
So yeah, striking coach he does for me.
What's that like? Working with your brother, so to speak, because sometimes, sibling rivalry, you may argue, things like that. Is it good? Is it bad?
About the sport, we don't really argue. Yeah, maybe we'll like have a few bickers outside of the sport, but like training wise, we don't really disagree on much. I listen quite well. I used to kind of argue with my mum a little bit. If she used to coach me as well, she still does now, but she tends to tell Cody what to do and then he tells me. I think just the mum and daughter thing, we clash sometimes. But I think it's because we're super, super close as well. So it's like sometimes we will clash over things, but me and Cody get on like really well.
So June 13th, will Cody and your mom be in your corner?
Just Cody does my corner. My mum, she'll be there. She'll be
Okay.
there front row, but she doesn't do the corner.
Did she ever do your corner?
Yeah, she
In
did.
MMA?
No.
Okay. Is there a reason for that?
Just when I transitioned over to MMA, she just kind of took a little bit of a backseat, not in the striking, but she didn't really understand MMA that well at the beginning. So, and she's not the type of coach or mum that's like, I've been here from the beginning, so I want to be there, type thing. She's kind of just left me to like work with the new coaches, and she's still very heavily involved, but she knows, she stays involved in the striking and kind of sits back for the rest.
Okay. And obviously, as we've talked about before, she's a multiple-time champion in kickboxing, right?
Yeah, and Thai boxing.
Thai boxing. What is the difference, by the way, between Thai boxing, kickboxing, and Muay Thai?
So Muay Thai and Thai boxing the same.
Okay.
But kickboxing is like you only kick above the waist.
Yes.
There's no elbows. Don't know whether there's even any knees. Whereas Muay Thai, Thai boxing is like elbows, knees,
Right.
kicking, the legs, the body, the
So
head.
why do you call it Thai boxing and not Muay Thai?
I switch between them both. Some
Okay.
people know it as Thai boxing, some people know
There's
it as
no
Muay
difference
Thai.
whatsoever.
No.
Okay. And that's how you started, like when you were around 4 years old, right?
Yeah.
But then you took a big break as a
Yeah.
youngster. Why did you take that break?
I just wasn't interested in it. Yeah, I don't really remember. I just kind of stopped, didn't want to do it. I did loads of other sports, and my mum was never one to push me into it. She didn't want me to do it either, to be honest. So she just made sure that we were involved in sport, and that was the main thing. You know, we stayed active. So she wanted me to be like a dancer. I went to like dancing school, and singing and stuff like that, but it wasn't really, it didn't give me that adrenaline rush that I get now. So
Did you ever play football?
I did, yeah.
Okay, how'd that go?
Really well, yeah. I was with, I think it was Sale United I was with, or Altrincham for, which is quite a good team where I'm from.
Okay, is that like
When I was younger.
an amateur team?
Yeah,
or?
it's
Okay.
like a young, you're like a teenage team, yeah, coming up. But then I stopped that when I got into fighting, and my mum actually still plays for a team now. She plays football as well.
No way.
And one of her
Wow.
goals was to play football with her daughter before she retired and stopped playing. So we managed to do that. I was on the same team as my mum a few years ago. We used to play football, and now I don't do it anymore, but she's still playing.
She's still playing.
She just actually won the her league, her football league. They won it like 3 games early because they had so many points.
Wow.
Yeah, they were unbeaten this season. So.
Do you mind if I ask how old she is?
She's 56 or 7. She is, my mum.
Incredible.
Yeah, but
And is your dad an athlete like this?
he could be, but he's just not. He works so much, and then but he could be. My dad used to be like a really good skier.
Okay.
He's obviously from Bulgaria, so he's like, his village is from where the mountains are, so he could have been like a really good skier, but he moved over to England to be with my mum.
And what does he do?
He's just, he manages restaurants.
Oh,
So, yeah.
in Manchester.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And what about your nan?
My nan.
What a legend she is.
She
I saw
is.
her on the video blog too.
She's 89 this month.
89.
Yeah, and
Unbelievable.
she's,
Still going strong, good
she
health.
is. She really is. Yeah, she's doing well. That's the one thing I miss about home. You know, she's getting older now, and I think time is getting more and more valuable. But I keep trying to get her over here in the sun, but she's it's a bit too far for her, I think.
Right. What
Yeah.
about her coming to any of your fights?
Yeah, now they're in the States. I'm not too sure, but
Did she go to any when you were fighting in Europe?
She watched me win the title, the European title in
Come on.
Dublin. Yeah,
Wow, she went there.
She did.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
She did, and do you know what? She had such a good time. She absolutely loved it. It was she was a bit iffy about going, but once she was there, she was like loving it.
What did she
loves
think
the
of all the like the buzz, the loud music? She liked
loves it.
Okay.
Honestly, she's really into it. Like, I put her on my vlogs, and she's always like, "Why are you filming me?" But she loves it when people comment, and I ring her and tell her, "Oh, people said this and that." She secretly loves it. She loves the attention.
That's incredible. Do they still have the robots going around the neighborhood?
They do. They're
Still?
not as popular now, but yeah, they're still going around.
Unbelievable.
going.
So she watches your fights. Like if you fight in America, well, she won't stay up, right?
No, she won't stay up. She'll watch it afterwards. Yeah, my
Okay.
family will show her afterwards. Yeah. And I always ring her beforehand on the way to the venue or something. I'll always make sure I ring her before it. She waits for that. So
You get nervous,
to fight,
like in the venue, like right before when you're calling
Yeah.
her.
definitely, yeah, definitely get nervous. I'm never scared. People say, "Do you get scared?" And I'm never scared, but I do get nervous.
There's a distinction between like the anxiety of just
Yeah.
walking out and the fear. You're not afraid of
No.
going up against another human being. It's just sort of the anticipation, the build up, all that.
Yeah. As soon as I step in the cage, that switches though. Like I kind of just, everything kind of goes. I'm not nervous anymore. I think it's just the build up beforehand.
Do you allow yourself to think about what, a lot of people like to say you could be the face of the PFL, you could be the face of women's MMA, you could be they're putting a lot of big titles on you. Do you allow your mind to go there? Some stuff needs to happen, right? You have to have a lot more success than just what you've had
Of course,
now.
Yeah.
But you're on that path. It's there.
I mean, that's probably what scares me more, to be honest. That maybe just scare me a little bit, that people are putting all this this faith in me. Although I know I'm going to do that anyway. I'm going to be the face of female MMA. I know that's one of my goals, to inspire and things like that. And I want to be the best, but it can be daunting at times that I've kind of got all this kind of media and stuff like that on me. But it's all coming at the right time. I feel like my journey with PFL kind of started off at the right point, and they've really built me up in the right way. Doing the European season first got me ready for this season, and I feel like I'm prepared and learning, more and more each fight. So,
What scares you about those titles or about what could come? Is it just the pressure? Is it living up to that? What is daunting about that?
I think just looking into the future can be daunting. I try and just live in the moment and kind of take it fight by fight, and putting all this pressure on what I'm going to achieve and how I'm going to be viewed and what difference I'm going to make. I just want to make a difference day by day, and that's kind of how I keep it all to, with a cap on top of it. It's just kind of go day by day. As long as I'm, in the gym training and setting an example hour to hour, that's kind of the main thing, and that's how I focus, rather than looking in a year's time, I want to be seen like this. Well, if I carry on doing this day by day, that'll come anyway. So that's kind of how I try and get my mindset.
Do you ever have to check yourself, or does anyone ever have to check you? Like, does your head get a little big because you're seeing all the attention and all the success, or are you not that type of person that it gets to you?
No one's had to check me.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just a very humble person. Anyway, I think my mum said, she's always asked me this, like, if you didn't get paid the money you got paid, or if you didn't get the publicity you got, would you still fight? That's the main thing. And I would, I would fight with no crowd if you could still make a living from it. The media and the publicity and things like that isn't what I crave. I crave the fight feeling of in the cage. So I think that's probably what keeps me humble, is the fact that as long as I've got money for my family to survive, and I'm not looking to be crazy rich or anything like that, I just want to do something I love every day and be able to live a normal life. So I think that's what keeps me humble.
Do you compare yourself to other fighters? And in particular, like, let's say the fighters in the UFC in your weight class, do you say, oh, I want to be there, I want what they have, I want to be bigger than them, I want to be better than them? Do you find yourself doing that?
I mean, I find myself saying I can beat her, I want to beat her, but I don't want to be richer than someone, or
Sure.
more famous than someone. I think just being able to beat someone at the top level would make me that person anyway. So
Who are the people that you say you could beat in the UFC?
I mean,
Who do you see? Who do you watch and say, I'm better than them?
I mean, I could have the title if I went there, but for me, I just I
You
feel
feel
like
right
I've
now,
got-
looking at the two people who are fighting for their belt, you could beat them right now. Alexa Grasso, Valentina Shevchenko.
Yeah, I think I could. Yeah, I definitely think I'd be up there.
Your skill set matches up perfectly with theirs. It's not like they're wrestlers or anything like that.
No, and I think we'll see that when I win this season now, and I say I beat someone like Liz Carmouche and Talia Santos. As soon as I've beat them, I think, what else can people expect other than greatness for the rest of the year? Yeah.
Right. Wow. That is confidence.
Yeah, and you've got to be like that, and it's about time that I actually believe in what I can do. I think people say to me, oh, she's not fought this person, she's not fought that person. Well, or they say to me, she's running through all these girls because they're not very good. But if you put these girls against other people, they have close fights. Whereas when you put them with me, I finish them early. So I make it look easy sometimes,
This is good. I like this shit talking. This is
Yeah.
good stuff. You gotta
you gotta
let
I mean,
people know.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I'm going to be there to turn up for these fights, and I'm excited to kind of just stay silent, prove to everyone, my skill set in the cage, and that's the main thing for me.
And so you're a part of PFL for this season.
Yeah.
Is the deal over next year?
No,
Oh,
I'm with PFL for the foreseeable, and I'm quite excited. They've got so
you were
many.
very quick to answer that, by the way.
Yeah,
I don't know. Did you sign a new deal? Because I remember us talking about, didn't you have like a year and a half left or something?
Yeah, but with the tournament now, I know I'm going to win this tournament,
Okay.
and that automatically puts me into another year
Got it.
anyway.
Does
So
it just keep happening?
yeah, if I keep winning the tournament, I'm going to be here making my money and
Sure.
cashing all the checks.
Yes, but like, does it just keep triggering? Like, you win this tournament, you're back for the next one, back for the next one, back, or is
I
there
think
a point where
so.
you can test the market?
I think there's probably, I'm not 100% sure, so I can't comment, but I would like to maybe win the tournament, and then they've got loads of opportunities going on. It'd be good to fight on, like I said, like a champ versus champ card, or even box if they were to do that. Or, I don't want to just stay in the States all the time. I want to be able to move around and try different things, and feel like they're bringing the opportunities now. They're involved in so many different things. So I'll win this tournament. If I go into another one next year, that's fine. But if they come up with some other ideas, I'm happy to do that as well.
Do you have any pro boxing bouts on your?
I don't know.
You'd like to do that?
I would, yeah. And I've been asked so many times if I'd box. So many people have approached me about that. So it would be something that I'd look into.
Like 126 featherweight. That's
Yeah.
perfect for you.
It would
You
be
versus
perfect.
Amanda Serrano,
Yeah,
the champ, or
Imagine.
Sky Nicholson, the other champ.
yeah.
Imagine that.
I mean, they're trying to.
They're trying to fight each other.
Yeah,
Yes,
well,
yes.
Sky's trying to get it right.
Yes. Serrano's fighting
I've
Katie
seen
Taylor
that,
on the Netflix. Do you watch women's boxing?
I do watch it. Yeah, I do watch some of the fights. I think this. Do you think the Sky fight's going to happen with Serrano?
Well, if she wins this fight on July 20th, then she becomes the 140. She's going from 126 to 140.
Wow, okay.
So she's bounced around from 7 different weight classes.
Wow.
Amanda Serrano. So it will be quite the jump. But she owns 3 of those titles.
Right.
The WBC took away. She was the undisputed champ. WBC took one away because she was fighting 3-minute rounds.
Okay.
So Sky won the interim belt, and then she won the vacant belt. So now she has one of those belts. So you would hope that they could unify them at some point.
Yeah.
But if Serrano beats Taylor, you'd think they'll do a trilogy.
Yeah.
She is getting up there. It's her 50th fight.
It's crazy.
So maybe it's...
And
I
she
can
signed
understand.
for PFL as well.
Oh, wow. You versus Serrano in PFL would be something.
Imagine.
Yeah. We have Savannah Marshall coming over.
Yeah, she fights the week before me, so that's going to be interesting.
A
That's
lot
her
of these
PFL debut.
women's boxers coming over to MMA
Yeah.
to try to make some... Clarissa as well.
Yeah. I feel like the girls are making that transition before the guys.
Well, I think what's interesting is women's MMA fighters are making more than women's boxers.
Yeah.
Male boxers tend to make
It's
more
the
than
opposite. Yeah.
For whatever reason. I don't know. Maybe it's because
Yeah.
of Ronda setting the pace. Like when you were watching
Yeah.
Ronda, were you enamored with her as well?
Yeah.
Like everyone looked up to Ronda, right?
Yeah, and there was all. I think that's the one thing that sticks out when I first started MMA. The very first article that someone wrote was the next Ronda Rousey about me.
Wow.
And that was like my very first fight, and I was just like, wow, like I've watched her for so long, and I'm already getting compared to her. But yeah,
And who did she beat in that first UFC fight? We've said her name like 5 times. Liz Carmouche.
Oh.
Come on. It all comes
Liz
together.
Carmouche.
It all comes together. She beat her in the first fight in 2013. Did you know that? You
I didn't know that. No,
How old were you in 2013? 12? 11?
I probably only just started my Thai boxing career at that time.
You didn't watch the first women's fight. You were more focused on
No,
that.
I was on Thai boxing
Thai
then,
boxing.
yeah. To be honestly, when I did Thai boxing, it wasn't really, MMA wasn't something that I even thought about.
Did you even know about
at
it?
the very beginning. Not really, no. In all honesty, no. It was only like later on, maybe when I hit like 17, that I started watching Ronda
Right.
and Joanna. Yeah. And then I started to kind of think, oh, I might try this. And a few people were like, let's take you to an MMA class.
Did you hear that UFC is going to Manchester and the fight will be in the middle of the night?
I did.
How would you feel about that? You'd have to fight at like 3 a.m.
Yeah, you know, it's a shame as well for the fans because I mean, I'm always last on a card in the UK and everyone is always wasted by the end of it and they don't always watch me. So if you think about them coming to watch a fight even later, it's not going to be the best for the fans.
5
I
a.m. will
don't
be
think-
the main event walkout. 5,
Yeah.
5:15, 5:30. I feel bad for the local guys, right? So like Leon, Tom Aspinall,
Yeah,
they live in the UK.
their time zones.
They're going to have to now train in the middle of the night, right?
Yeah.
What a pain.
Yeah, it's a shame. And I don't quite understand it because it would only make the fight over here in the States in the afternoon, right?
Yeah.
So it would still work, I think.
They
but
tend to feel like the pay-per-views aren't
as
good enough.
successful.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here's the thing. I asked you about the Liz Carmouche fight, and you didn't know that one, and that gave me a little bit of pause because you claim to be a huge Man City fan, right? And so I want to propose something to you. Okay? Here it is. All right? Don't get nervous. Hello, everyone. Don't get nervous. Big Man City fan. You're the biggest. I see you at the games. You're wearing the
No,
kit,
no,
all this
no.
stuff. You are
You
diehard.
can only do this if you want me to ask you some Forest questions.
Absolutely. Ask whatever you want. Because there's one thing that Forrest will have that Man City will never have, which is back-to-back European championships. Unfortunately, you guys.
So-
79-80. I don't know if you know about that. Brian Clough, look it up. So we're going to do 10 questions, trivia questions about Man City. But these are the stakes, great stakes. Do you want to hear them?
No.
And you could decline. You don't want to take part.
No.
It's a good fun. If you get more than 7 right, you will be immortalized on this wall forever.
Oh,
You will be in the studio, picture on the wall forever. If you get more than 7 right, 7 or up. Do you want to know what happens if it's less than 7?
go on.
If it's less than 7, one of the members of our team, his name is Mysterious Frank. You may or may not have seen him back there. He doesn't make his face shown. If he's in public, he wears a luchador mask. Do you know what a luchador mask is?
No.
Like the Mexican wrestling mask.
Oh, okay.
If it's less than 7,
Gotta wear that.
no. He has to walk out with you for your fight on June 13th. Just walk out, but then goes take a seat. He just has to be a part of the posse that walks out with you if it's less than 7. I've not asked the PFL this, but these are the stakes that I'm proposing. Immortalized on the wall forever, Mysterious Frank walks out with you.
If I get more right, I want a City shirt up there as well.
You can have whatever. Oh, you don't want the picture?
I'd rather have a City shirt right on the middle
Instead
of
of your picture?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Well, you want to replace that? The Forest banner.
Take that down.
Take it down and put a City one.
Yeah.
How do you feel about this?
Not very confident.
You don't think these are pretty easy questions? I've looked at them.
Okay. You do remember my age though, right? I'm only 25. I'm not going to know.
Yeah, sure. I'm a huge New York Knicks fan. And by the way, did you open that? Or are you so nervous that it's still closed?
No, it's
okay. I can tell you all about the 1970 New York Knicks, and I was born in 1982. It's like, if you're a fan, you're a fan. But it's up to you. You could walk away from this and we could pretend this never happened, or we could have a bit of fun.
I'm just not sure I trust your questions, but okay, let's have a bit more.
Okay, you ready? These are easy. You will get them.
Okay.
You ready? So like I said, 7 or up, you're on the wall.
You're making it sound dead easy, but I know you, Ariel. You're very clever at this.
Music.
Oh, this is intense.
Okay, Dakota. On the final day of the 2011-2012 season, the title race was an extremely close one, and Manchester United thought they had won it until a last-minute goal from Manchester City in their match against Queen's Park Rangers snatched the title from under United's nose. Which player scored the goal in question? Now, I will give you a hint. I have been to a City match and at Etihad. No, you don't need to play it again. Just when I asked the question. Frank, you don't need to play it again. It's too much. I've been to a City match against Forest, and there was a statue of this man outside the stadium commemorating this goal.
Outside of Forest Stadium?
No, outside of Etihad.
David Silva.
Final answer?
Aguero.
Got it. You got it. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you.
But the statue is
no. There's
David Silva.
There's a Sergio Aguero statue out there commemorating this.
Okay. Well, that was a trick question because there's a silver one as well.
Listen, I was giving you a hint. That wasn't a trick question. I pretty much gave you the whole freaking thing right there. I'm giving it to you. Okay.
Okay.
By the way,
right. What do you mean you're giving it to me?
Well, I mean, you did say someone else, and then I asked you. These questions are from Blue Moon Trivia, by the way. So it seems very legit. Which former Manchester United player succeeded Sven-Goran Eriksson as Man City manager in June 2008? A former Manchester United player succeeded Sven-Goran Eriksson as Man City manager in 2008.
I was 10 years old at this time, Ariel.
Oh, so you weren't... You were good. You were watching, right?
Can you repeat it again?
Okay, it's too loud now. It's screwing us up, Frank. Which former Manchester United player succeeded Sven-Goran Eriksson as Manchester City manager in June 2008? I'll give you a hint.
Okay, go on.
Initials, MH. By the way, they're whispering to you the answer. Do you see that? We have the we have the score there. You got one. You see it at the bottom. Isn't that fun? Oh.
You made me jump. Don't do that.
Sorry.
Okay, what was the answer? Did I get it wrong? Does that mean?
Well, I mean, you didn't say anything. I think they were saying that your time is.
What's the guy with the long? Has he got long hair?
I can't answer that.
What did you say the initials were?
MH.
Is it? No.
What, Manchester?
No, I was going to say. I don't know.
Mark Hughes. Do you know Mark Hughes?
I don't even know who that is.
Some guy back there knew who it was.
Mancini. But that's more like when I was older.
Okay.
Have we got any?
This is an easy one.
Okay.
In which year did Manchester City move from their old ground of Main Road to the City of Manchester Stadium? It was, I'll give you a hint. It was 21 years ago.
See, what are these questions?
What? I'm literally giving you the answer. All you have to do is do the math from 21 years ago.
Do you know, I'm not very good at math. 21 years ago.
Frank, I hope you got your nice luchador mask right out there. It's okay. You're still in the mix. Oh, this is the easiest one of all. You're going to nail this one, okay? Which Belgian midfielder did Man City sign from VFL Wolfsburg at the beginning of the 2015-16 season?
Company.
Which Belgian midfielder did Man City from the country of Belgium?
we play in Manchester. I'm not bothered if you're from Belgium.
This
De
guy back
Bruyne.
here, he needs to sit here. What? Have you heard of Kevin De Bruyne?
I have.
Oh my God. We need to call up Man City. Are you secretly a Red? That's what you are, huh?
Definitely not. I
Don't
just
know
won't
Kevin
answer
De
any question.
You don't know where Kevin De Bruyne is from.
He's making me look bad, Billy, that noise. Right. What are we here to? 3-1?
Well,
3-1.
3 is this is it, right? If you don't get this one, it's
Then
over.
done.
This is so easy, this one. In
You said that about
2018,
all of them.
Amazon Prime released a documentary about Man City's title-winning season. What was it called? I mean, it was a documentary. Amazon. It was kind of a big deal. They followed them for the whole year. Well, you're giving me the look of death. This is the look that.
I only watched the Netflix one. Have you watched the Netflix
It's a good one, the new one.
I cried.
What did you cry about?
I cried at the end when like the players were like
It was nice.
all crying. It was really sad.
What was it called? Treble. What was it called? The one that just came out,
Yeah,
right?
the
it
new
was
one.
So you're more of like a, dare I say, like a Johnny Come Lately fan. Like you just kind of know about the 2022-2023 season.
Well, no, I know about the seasons from. Do you remember when Aguero scored the winning goal
Sure, we spoke about that. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Or was it the other guy, Silva?
from there? No, it
It
was
was-
Aguero. It was Aguero. Okay, what was my question?
The Amazon documentary. Have you heard of it?
I haven't.
It's about everything or nothing. It's about all or nothing for that season, 2017.
Manchester City, all or nothing.
Hey, you got it. Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
Good.
a better sound.
That was a good one. That was a good one. Okay, we're back on track. 2011 season, Man City won the FA Cup. Yaya Toure, have you heard of him? Yeah. There we go. Scoring the only goal in the second half. Who were their opponents?
Oh,
Yeah. What a buzzkill.
can you give me a clue?
I'm stoked that you're here. I gotta say,
Give me a clue.
I am stoked that you're here. You know what that means when someone says they're stoked?
Stoke?
Yeah, like I'm.
Like Stoke?
Yeah.
Team Stoke, whatever it is.
Yeah, Stoke City. She nailed it. Oh, this is so easy. This is you're not.
You've said that about
I'm not even going to
every
finish.
single
I'm not even
question.
going to finish the question. You're going to get it. Because if you don't get it, you may not be asked back. September 2008, Manchester City underwent a takeover, which would eventually lead to them becoming one of the country's biggest clubs. Which tycoon bought the club? Who bought the club? From Takshin Shinawatra. Forget about him. Essentially, who's the owner of the team?
What's his name?
Look, it's 3-3. It's a tie game. This guy.
Sheikh Mansour.
No, she got it. She got it. Sheikh Mansour. Oh my God. You would never be allowed back. Have you ever met him?
I haven't, no.
Okay.
I
Probably for
haven't.
the best.
Yeah, it probably is. I agree.
Okay, here we are. You want to keep going?
Not really. But
Okay. Are you sweating right
Am I
now?
on the wall yet?
Not quite. No. Well, you have to run the table now. You have to get the next 3 right. Manuel Pellegrini,
Playing an impossible game here.
the first
Okay.
Chilean manager to manage a Premiership team, replaced Roberto Mancini in the summer of 2013. How many honors did Man City win under him? I'll give you multiple choice.
Okay.
Was it 4? Was it 3? Was it 2? Or was it 0?
What year was it?
He replaced him in 2013. And he won X amount of honors with them. Was it 4,
I saw the table the other day.
3, 2,
2.
or 0? Is 2 your final answer?
Yeah. I'm waiting for the sound.
He doesn't know the answer either. He's waiting for me. Sorry. It was 3. I'm sorry. So who do we reach out to? Like Don Davis or? He's a good guy. He'll really add a lot to the team bonding. He'll just you don't have to actually interact with
Can he
him.
wear a City shirt?
Yes.
Okay.
City
I can
shirt
take
and a
that. And the
luchador.
mask, yeah.
Do you think they'll say yes? Because there's a very good chance PFL says go kick rocks and this is a horrible idea, which you could probably make happen behind the scenes.
We'll make it work.
Wow.
We won't.
If Frank does this, the whole team wants to come to the fight. I want to be there, the rest of the team at Mohegan Sun.
Ariel, if it's going to get you to the fight, then
Otherwise,
we'll do
I'm
it.
not leaving my couch.
If that's going to get you to come watch me smash it, then okay.
All right. It sounds like we have a deal, Frank. What do you say? That's oh gosh, this was fun.
It was.
Are you lamenting
a little bit
this?
fun.
No,
I'm not excited for this to go out and City to see it, but
no one's going to see this. Our fan bases don't really mix. They hate me because I always sing, "You'll never win that." Back-to-back champions of Europe, you'll never win that. June 13th, Mohegan Sun.
yeah.
Good luck to you.
Thank
Any
you
more
so
media
much.
and stuff in New York, or is that it?
There is. And
A
we're
lot.
going to Connecticut later,
Oh gosh,
and then we're going to a basketball game tomorrow.
WNBA or NBA? W. I love the WNBA. You know, they're on fire now.
Yeah.
Caitlin Clark, have you heard of her?
Yeah, I love it. I follow the basketball. Yeah, the girls are doing great. She's having a tough time at the moment. Now she's gone. Do you know, it reminded
This
me
is
a
like
little
me
bit
and
of
the soccer
MMA.
knowledge.
It's like when I come from Thai boxing and moved over to MMA, it was like I was back to the bottom of the pile.
Yes.
I feel like that's what she's going through now, but she'll come back up.
Everyone's kind of picking on her a little bit. She
Yeah.
doesn't play for a very good team, but she is like a generational talent.
What she's done for female basketball as well.
Female
again,
sports.
Yeah.
Got a
she's
huge
crazy.
deal from Nike,
Yeah.
similar to your
Heard
deal with
about that.
Celsius,
Yeah.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
So enjoy that. Which I guess Connecticut Sun. You'll be in Connecticut.
Yeah.
Yep. Sure. Thank you very much. She's Dakota Ditcheva, not to be confused with Cody Ditchev.
Yeah.
Don't screw that up. She fights on June 13th in America, here, Connecticut, just a couple hours from here at the famed Mohegan Sun. And it's going to be great. And perhaps we'll be there. Stay tuned for that. We're going to be joined by Paige VanZant and Elle Brooke. You like Elle Brooke?
Yeah, I know Elle.
She's from
Brooke.
Manchester,
I love
too.
Paige as well. She's from American Top Team, so
Right.
I'm
They're
looking
fighting this
forward.
weekend. You heard about this.
I did.
Kind of crazy, right?
I've been watching the videos.
Could you imagine if Paige loses to her?
No.
That's bad, right?
Man, it would be bad, but
She's not going to. Have
It'd be
you
a
trained
good
with her
fight,
for this?
though. I haven't. No, I
Okay.
haven't trained with her. She's just been boxing training with a few of the girls. But I mean, Elle's game as well, though.
She's game.
She's
She's
really
tough.
game, but it'll be good. It'll be a good fight.
So that is coming up. They'll be on together face to face. Also, Frank Warren and Lerone Murphy. So a lot of Brits on today's program. For now, though, another Brit, Leon Edwards. He joined us on Monday's show. Here's that conversation. We'll be back in a moment. Is he there? Is he really there? Ah, he's there, Leon. Leon, where have you been my whole life, Leon? Oh my gosh, I don't believe what my eyes are.
How are you?
Leon, where can you tell me where do I need to send you my firstborn son? Because I told Tim that I was gonna like donate him. I was gonna sacrifice him because it was so hard to get you on the show. So now I have to sacrifice my firstborn. It's been so long, Leon. It's so good to see you. Where have you been? Are you alive and well?
Nah, all well, all good. Sorting out life and just getting on with it. Head down. I got a big year ahead of me, so just sorting shit out.
Okay, well, congratulations on the next assignment. It is July 27th in Manchester. There's a lot I want to talk to you about, and I'm not trying to keep on with this, but it has been a while since we spoke. So
it's all good.
So if I can just start with this, you are fighting on July 27th, and it's been sort of maligned by the fans that this event is happening in the middle of the night to cater to the American audience. As someone who lives in the UK, how do you feel about this? Because you'll be fighting at approximately 5 or so a.m., correct?
Yeah, about 5:30, I think.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to adjust. I'm gonna have to adjust my time zones and to accommodate that, But I feel like it should have been a normal time in the UK. Like Dana White came out and said, "Oh, awards of fans and in Europe and the UK," and I feel it would have been brilliant to do that. But it is what it is. I spoke to Hunter and said, "Why can't we do it in like normal time?" Basically the pay-per-views in America because of that. So yeah.
But the part that I don't quite understand is your fight against Kamaru was normal time in the UK. So why is this one different?
I don't know. I think they said the pay-per-view was already booked for Utah, right? And so the slot was already booked in. So when they changed it to Manchester, they couldn't change also the time with the TV station. And that's the reason why it's staying on that time, I think. So yeah, it is what it is.
You have your gym, obviously your home base in Birmingham. have you considered training for this fight on American time or even in America so that you're not, falling asleep as you're warming up backstage? Like, how are you going to adapt? How are you going to change your body clock?
I'm going to adjust. I got like a great sleep specialist guy. I got a meeting with him on Thursday. So I'll figure out what he says and just go from there with my team. I got a smart team around me, and we've been winning now for 8-9 years. So we know what we're doing and how to approach the changes, And I've done it before when I fought in Manchester, and that was at 3 a.m, I think.
Yeah.
But I found that out on like the fight week. I didn't know that.
You didn't realize?
No.
UFC 204, the Bisping card.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise.
It's crazy, right? So I found 204 now. This is going to be 304, which is crazy. So yeah, that's mad. So yeah, that's at 3 a.m. I found out on a Tuesday when I checked into the hotel. You find out 3 a.m. I was like, okay. So after that, adjust that night, that week, and got the win. And so either it is. Now I got 10 weeks to prepare and get everything in order. And obviously, I would have liked for the fans for it to be normal time. And I think it would have been way better. But like I said, either it is.
Are you stressing about this?
About what?
About just the middle of the night. Like, you want to peak as an athlete. You don't want to be competing at 5 a.m. Are you worried about it? Are you stressing about it? Alrighty. That was my conversation with Leon Edwards from this past Monday. You could check that out on the YouTube channel. Also, a great one with Eddie Hearn reacting to Tyson Fury and Oleksandr Usyk, who are scheduled to rematch in October. We'll get some thoughts from Frank Warren on that. He'll join us at about 3:30. But what about the big news of the day? Mysterious Frank.
All right, so Frank actually just made a really good point.
Okay.
PFL,
yes,
they sort of just walk up onto the stage and just walk to the cage by themselves. Like, it's not like the UFC, like through the crowd type thing, and you got your whole squad with you.
He's got to be a part of the entourage.
So what? He's gonna walk behind her in his Man City jersey and his Man City luchador mask.
It's like, God, can we get a Man City luchador mask? That'd be incredible.
I've already been looking him up. I think we can make something work.
You know that famous Zuckerberg scene? That's what I want.
Oh, God, for me to be bobbing my head. And
You're
trying to
about,
reach
like,
for everything.
She's actually trying to like be serious about the fight, and she's like passing off her jacket or something, and like Frank just like moves it along with his hands.
He's like, yep.
I just love the idea of Frank like as just like this giant behind everyone, and he's got a mask on, and the broadcast team. The broadcast team would have to bring it up.
Oh my God, it would be incredible. I did ask you guys before, like, is this mean? Am I putting her on the spot? You don't know how. And
so
everyone,
a couple members of her team were back here, and they were like, "Oh man, I don't know if she's gonna know these." And then like after like 2 questions, they were like, "She's not gonna know it."
I feel like we helped her along. I mean, those were easy questions.
Oh, there were a couple where like I think the final score was 4-4. I think it was actually like 2-6.
All right.
Some of those.
Was it mean?
No, I don't think it was mean.
Okay. I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable, but I thought you would get the KDB one like that.
I mean, I got the KDB one, and I'm not even I'm a Manchester guy, but I'm not a Man City fan.
Sure. You bleed blue and red.
Exactly.
All right. Well, that was a lot of fun, and we'll see how that story plays out. Stay tuned. Now, this weekend, as we were just talking about with Dakota before she said goodbye, there is a big fight going down in Houston. It's a Misfits Boxing card. They've got another one, and the main event is very intriguing for the MMA fan base and also for the influencer fan base, because the influencer boxing fan base, that is, because we have Paige VanZant, the former UFC star, the former BKFC star, the former AEW wrestler, now crossing over into the influencer boxing scene against perhaps the most famous of the women's influencer boxers, Miss Elle Brooke. And they're going toe-to-toe, and the build-up to this fight has been very interesting. Misfits has done a great job of building it up. Their YouTube videos have been very entertaining, and there's been some back and forth, if you will. And so they're on the ground in Houston. They're going toe-to-toe on Saturday on DAZN. But first, they stop by this program for a face-to-face, if you will, a virtual face-off, whatever the hell you want to call it. They're both here, Elle Brooke, Paige VanZant. Let us say hello to both of them. There they are. Hello, guys. How are you, Paige?
What's up, Ariel?
Good to see you again.
How's it going?
It's going.
Nice to see you again.
Yes, it's been a while. It's good to have you back on the show. A pleasure as always. And Elle, nice to meet you for the first time. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Ariel.
Okay, well, this is a lot of fun. I appreciate both of you doing this. Sometimes fighters don't like to partake in these things, but you guys have been in front of each other a couple times now leading up to this fight, so we do appreciate it. Paige, we'll start with you. Obviously, you're the accomplished fighter. You have fought for, like I said, the UFC, BKFC most recently. When you were approached with this offer, with this opportunity to fight on this card against Elle Brooke, maybe a non-traditional fighter, if you will, what was your initial reaction?
Yeah, so I actually the relationship with Misfits started, I want to say like a year ago is when I first got the call from my manager is saying like, "Hey, would you ever want to do a professional boxing match?" And I was like, "Well, absolutely." And they're like, "All right, this promotion Misfits, they're, creating some steam." And I was like, "Sounds great." Didn't hear anything for a really long time. Of course, I was already preparing for boxing. It was just boxing with no gloves on. So then a few months ago, I got the call that it was finally time. So yeah, we're lacing up the gloves and going to war.
And did you feel like Elle was someone who was of interest to you? Did you feel like this was an opponent that was on your level, or did it take some convincing?
Really, I don't think about any of that kind of stuff. I know my most important fight is my next fight because that's the one that's next. That's the one everybody's going to be tuning into and watching. Really, for my whole career, I've taken the opportunities that are presented to me, whichever one sounds exciting. I just do it. This excited me. Misfits got me excited. And it's an opportunity for me to show off how hard I've been working at straight boxing for so long, because when I transfer, obviously I've been boxing my entire career, but I've been dedicated to fighting straight boxing the last like 3 years. So it's just an opportunity for me to show off and have fun.
Okay, conversely for you, Elle, this is the biggest fight of your career. This is the most accomplished fighter that you've ever been matched up against by far, right? It's usually been influencer type of fighters, not UFC fighters. What was your reaction when you were offered this?
Yeah, obviously I had a great win my last fight against AJ Bunker, and it was only a week after I had Mams and my manager ringing me up and like, "Oh, this is a step up. We've got another girl, but also Paige." And I didn't know too much about Paige. I mean, I followed her and I knew she was a fighter. I knew that she was in the UFC briefly, but I hadn't watched much of her stuff. So it took me like maybe a day because it is a big step up. But then I was like, 100%, this is exactly what this space is. You need to take risks, and I want to test myself.
I feel, Brooke, like you have nothing to lose going into this fight. You're the one testing yourself. You're the one stepping up. I feel, and I'd love to get your response to this, Paige, in a moment, that all the pressure is on her. She can't lose to you because she's been in the UFC. She has fought the best of the best in her weight class. Do you agree with that assessment, Elle?
No, exactly. That's what I keep telling myself in preparation for this fight. And I'm not even in my own country as well. Like, I'm on your turf. You're the experienced fighter. You've got everything going for you. Like, I didn't even know what a jab was 2 years ago, but here I am fighting a former UFC star, BKFC star, so experienced. So for me, I'm like, hats off to myself, like just being in this fight in the first place.
What is your reaction to that statement, Paige? Do you feel like all the pressure is on you here to smoke her, to outclass her because you are the pro fighter?
I mean, yes and no. Every single fight I've had, there's this new element of like whatever the media wants to make the narrative, right? It's just another narrative that I'm going into it. For me, I'm training not like I'm fighting an influencer. I'm fighting a professional boxer. This is the first of many. I'm training to go in there and knock somebody out that, it's no different than the comparison I made is like fighting Felice Herrig. When I fought somebody like her, she was like my quote unquote Goliath, right? It was somebody who I had looked up to for so long. I knew how talented she was. I knew how tough the fight would be. And I put the same energy into fighting somebody like her as fighting somebody like Elle. It's the same preparation. It's the same dedication. I'm going out there to fight a champion and then take a belt home.
What is your assessment, Paige, of her boxing skills?
Watching it, obviously she's had a few fights. She's had some good fights the last few, I guess 2 years. Honestly, she's tough. And I think that's what excited me about this matchup the most is we have the opportunity. I know every single one of my fights, my past 2 bare knuckle boxing matches, all of my UFC fights, you can definitely go in and watch and say they're not boring. I come with heat, definitely an aggressive fighter. So I know it's going to be really exciting. And I saw that in some of her fights. When she gets hit, she definitely doesn't shy away, and she's an exciting fighter. So I think it's an opportunity to really put on a show for Misfits.
Elle, I heard you say that you feel like she doesn't have the passion, the fire anymore for fighting. What makes you think that?
Because how do you go from being, in the UFC, arguably one of the biggest stages in fighting, like combat sports, to then going on to fight an influencer? There's a reason that, Mayweather does that. It's for money. I don't think it's necessarily for the passion anymore. You're doing it for the money. And like, who am I to judge? But I just don't think that you can necessarily say it's for the love of the sport, because you are fighting an influencer. What do you gain from that?
What's your response to that, Paige?
I'm sad to say that you call yourself an influencer. I think obviously I see you in a higher light than maybe you do. I think you're a professional fighter, you're a professional boxer, and that's what I've prepared to do. I think it's a really interesting, it's hard for me to wrap my head around the conversation of why successful people, once they achieve success, choose to continue to be successful. For me, obviously, I've been successful my entire life. I'm turned 30 like 2 months ago. So it's not like all of a sudden you have a successful career in your past and then you just wake up and be like, you know what, I'm not going to do what I love anymore just because I was good at it and just because I made a lot of money. It's you do what you love because you love it. It's the same thing. Like once this fight's over, I'm going to prepare for the next and I'm going to continue to push on and do what I love to do. And just because I'm successful at it, it doesn't mean you don't love it anymore.
Elle, why are you putting yourself down? Why are you labeling yourself as just an influencer? Why is fighting you a step down for her in your eyes?
Because I am not a professional fighter. This is my first professional fight. Like everything has been, I think they call it like semi-pro. So, from this fight, I could call myself a professional fighter, but I am not on paper a professional fighter. I'm someone that fights other influencers. I have never fought a professional fighter either. Paige is going to be the first professional fighter that I would have fought. I fought people on reality TV, like Love Island, like Faith Aldway was on TikTok. They all have their different, what they're known for, and it's not combat sports.
Do you respect her right now as a fighter, Elle? Do you respect her skills right now? Do you respect not what she has done, but right now, do you respect her, the test and the threat that she poses to you?
I respect her as a fighter, of course. I don't necessarily respect the route that she's gone. I think that if she really wanted to, she could have stayed in the UFC and achieved much greater things.
So can I ask you to expand on that? What do you mean by the route that she has gone?
As I said before, she's gone from UFC, BKFC to now fighting an influencer. I don't know, in my head, is that because she's on a losing streak and she's just like, I want an easy fight? Is she underestimating me?
What is your response to that? She doesn't respect the route that you have taken, Paige.
I don't think that maybe you can fully grasp, I guess, my career. Maybe you don't understand the whole pathway. Obviously, I was in the UFC for 6 years. I had the opportunity to continue to compete for a ton more money. So for me, it's the same job. I'm doing the same job. I'm still doing what I love. I don't need an organization's name to back me, and I don't need an organization to build me. I am the show. When I show up, I'm the main event. And it doesn't matter who I fight for. And I don't know why I would do the same job for less money.
Who is the A side for this fight, Elle? You or Paige?
I mean, technically I am. I'm the champion, right?
Sure, but who is the bigger draw in your opinion?
In America, in Houston, Paige.
Not in Houston, just overall. This is going to be seen by people worldwide, right?
Well, me now, because I think that Paige has fallen off recently. I think that she's not as active on social media, content creation. I know that she does her podcast, but that's not getting tons of views. She's not in the limelight at the moment. This is her comeback from, a couple of years? Whereas I'm always in everyone's faces, whether it's controversial, right or wrong, I'm always here. So right now, I would say that I'm the most relevant, the deserved A side, I guess.
Have you fallen off, Paige?
You know what? My bank account doesn't think so. And for me, it isn't about social media. That was really just background noise to what I was doing in the UFC. I was doing what I loved. I was doing my job, and it happened to build up my social media to the point that it is. My goal in life is to just, do what I love, make a ton of money, and hope nobody knows who I am. But unfortunately, I'm in a career that's not necessarily an option. So no, I'm not as active on social media as a lot of these influencers, just because it's not what I love to do.
I'm just curious about that statement. So you want to do what you love and make a ton of money, but no one knows who you are. How is that possible? Because people
I mean, that's the goal in life, right? Like,
Sure.
if you had the opportunity, would you rather be rich or famous? I would assume
fair.
most people would like to be rich rather than famous. It's a little bit easier of a lifestyle.
But in the world of fighting and all this, like, you kind of have to be famous to be rich, right?
Yeah, and obviously in this industry, it's an entertainment industry. I know that. But the nice thing is I haven't had to do too much quote unquote work. I just really, social media for me, I post when I want to, I share what I want to. It's just sharing who I am as a person. And thanks, shout out to my podcast. It's called The Kick-Ass Love Story. We are killing it actually on YouTube. It's been so much fun that my career and my opportunity has opened up so many doors for me to just do other stuff that I love to do. I get to sit around and talk on a podcast with my husband about fighting. Yeah, it's a good life.
And shout out to the great Austin Vanderford as well, who is a part of that podcast. Have you ever seen her podcast, Elle? And if so, what do you think of it?
I've seen her views and her clips, and they're extremely sad on Instagram. I think we have different levels of what we want to achieve on social media, because for me, anything like below 300, 400,000 is a complete failure, but I guess that's not the same for everyone.
I have seen you post some things about her relationship with her husband, like stuff that I think some people might be offended by. Why did you go there? Why did you, the picture with the dog and all that? Why did you take it there, Elle?
It's just an opinion. I'm here to make this fight as big as possible and to get as much views as possible. Paige didn't come to the Twitter space. She couldn't be bothered to do that. She couldn't even turn up for that. She went home on the second day in Houston. I flew out. I spent 10 hours on a flight each way, and she wasn't even there the second day. So it's what you have to do to get people interested.
I have heard Elle say this, that you have been promoting the fight. Is this fair? Is this criticism fair, Paige?
I am not promoting the fight as an influencer, I guess, as much as the influencers do it. I am used to a different type of organization where the UFC, you should just show up to the UFC and you fight. There isn't really, I guess that, I am new to the influencer world. I'm not really sure what else anyone expects me to do. I'm here to fight. That's it. I have one goal, one job. Every single hour of my day is dedicated and time blocked to preparing for this fight and to preparing to win.
I know we're kind of just halfway through the week, but so far, what is your experience like with Misfits, Paige?
I mean, so far so good. They seem extremely happy with me. We have day full of interviews today, which is pretty normal for a typical fight week. It's new in the sense that the questions that you're being asked are not the questions obviously how you've prepared. It's a little bit different narrative, I think, just because it is the influencer space. But for me, I'm flexible and I'm just doing my job, show up, do what I'm told to do, and get ready to compete.
Did you see the picture that she posted about you and your husband? And if so, how do you feel about that?
I did not see it. The other thing is awesome. Team of people who work for me. I have 4 or 5 people that run my social media.
I believe
super cute.
That is the tweet. Yes, there it is.
Yeah. And no, I actually stay off social media for fight week and leading up to something like this, just because I don't think it's relevant, and it's more important for me to just be staying in the gym grinding. But really cute edit.
Do you think you have gotten under her skin, Elle?
I mean, I don't know. I hope so. I don't think that's necessarily always the goal in order to do this, to get under someone's skin. It's to promote, hopefully get under someone's skin. But if I haven't, then, I mean, she said she hasn't seen it, so I guess not.
Okay. The reason I asked that is because you said she didn't show up to the Twitter spaces. She left early. So that would maybe imply that she doesn't want to partake in things with you.
Yeah, I think to me, number one, I thought it was rude because if you want to be in this space, this is what you have to do. When you took this fight, you probably thought, what it's about. Like, no, everyone knows what it's about, whether it's like Jake Paul or Logan Paul or KSI, people know. So to be like, this is new to me, I don't know how to promote this, I think that's a bit of a cop-out. You don't have to always, bash your opponent, but post about it. Like, that's the bare minimum. And to say all I've been doing is training, well, me too, but this is what you have to do in this field. And if you want to stay in this field personally, you're going to have to get used to that. And that's something you're going to have to do.
Is this good advice, Paige? Do you take this to heart?
I think Misfits knows what they did when they signed me, and they signed me for a reason. They didn't sign me based on my shit talking, because obviously the majority of my career, I'm just not that person. I'm respectful. I respect the people I'm fighting. When I show up, I'm competing against another person. And I also know that the things that I put out on the internet and the things that I say will be there forever. And when I do look back on my career, I do not want to hate the person that I am. I want to look back and be proud that I was a martial artist. I did what I loved and I honored the sport. And that's why Misfits signed me. It's, I know my job and I'm going to show up and do it.
I did want to ask you about some recent statements, Paige, speaking of shit talk, and I don't know if it was done on purpose or not, but some people were, I guess, fired up over your assessment of Ben Askren, that he wasn't a real fighter in that initial video. Do you still stand by that assessment that Ben Askren, a reminder, former Bellator champion, won championship champion, Olympic Team USA member, you called him not a fighter. So do you still stand by this?
Okay, so the comparison, that's one thing I have to learn about, working with promotions like this. Whatever you say, they are filming it and they're going to use it and push it. No, Ben Askren, incredible resume, especially in wrestling. The comparison was totally edited out of context, so there's no reason to speak about it again. But
okay.
Sorry if I hurt his feelings.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I appreciate that. Could I ask you about Dylan Dennis? Because that got a lot of attention as well. How do you feel about that back and forth? You were quite fired up in that video. We don't usually see that side of you when you responded to him. How do you feel about the interaction? And is this ongoing? Is he still DMing you? Is there still interactions behind the scenes?
Honestly, Ariel, I don't like to kick a dead horse, and arguing with an idiot just proves that there is too. So
fair enough.
It's so stupid.
Okay, so you'll leave it at that.
Yep.
Have you seen this, Elle? And are you paying attention to all this drama?
Yeah, I mean, nobody controls Dylan Dennis, so
That's it. Yes, it sounds like you're on Team Paige in this particular. Maybe this is the one thing you agree on.
No, I think why he's acting now is because he knows that Paige is having a fight and he's doing everything in order to make it look bad, in order to bring views to this fight, because he's, he wants to get involved with Misfits and he already has been. So that's why he's doing it. I don't know whether it's personal or not. He's got a track record of bashing women. It's just what he does.
Yeah, some people I saw were saying that maybe you were, getting him to do all this to get her off her game, and that maybe he would walk out with you or something. Is any of this true?
Dylan Dennis is walking me out. But he just knows how to get views, and I support that. Good or bad, it's the influencer game. There's not a line, unfortunately.
I was just going to ask you that question right there. There is no line whatsoever at all? There's never a line?
No, I mean, my first fight, I had a girl expose my real name, and I hid that for 4 years. I think since then you thought, this is a different ball game. Like, the fighting is all real, but everything else is just so crazy and kind of in pantomime in a sense, but you just want to bash each other. It's just part of the game. And if you want to be a professional fighter in that sense, maybe stick to UFC. But this game is what it entails.
Is there any part of you, Paige, that when you hear that and you see some of the antics at the pressers and the weigh-ins, that you say, I'm above this, that this is beneath me?
I just know that in my career, I've seen everything that I possibly could see. Of course, I understand the world of social media is full of haters and talking shit. That's just not who I am. I hold myself to a higher standard. And I'm here to do my job that I was contracted to do, and that is fight.
Speaking of contract, you signed a multi-fight deal with them, right?
I did, yeah.
And have they already put out a roadmap of if all goes well for you on Saturday, who they would want you to fight next?
I definitely have heard some rumors, but the most important thing, I'm prepared to beat Elle, and then go from there.
Could I ask who that next person might be?
No, you may not.
Okay. Or maybe you just don't want to answer it. I did see Killer B, Bean Wen, say that she has been told that if she wins and you win, that maybe they'll match you up. Is that a situation that has been discussed?
I don't know that for sure. I know she did approach me at our like last press conference or whatever. She said that she'd love to fight me, and she's really excited for me to, you know, get the belt so she can fight me for it.
Would you be interested in that?
I'm interested in anybody, honestly. I know that Misfits is going to come with a line of girls ready to fight me, or maybe not after this fight. We'll see.
Okay. And Elle, for you, this would be a gigantic accomplishment. Is there any chance that you retire after this? Like, there's no mountain higher than beating Paige in this world that you'll be done?
I really, really want to see how far I could go with this. So no, I wouldn't retire. I would love to go like the professional route with boxing. If Misfits could facilitate that, I absolutely adore that. You know, whether it's like Southern area belt, British belt, and being a professional boxer. I don't know how long I would want to be like, oh, I want to fight MMA girls or other people with, you know, the original different sport. So yeah, I just want to see how far I can go with this. At the moment, I'm still enjoying it. It's not for the money for me. I would make more money doing other things and more OF and traveling and everything like that. But, you know, I'm stuck in the gym every single day. I'm really enjoying it.
Amazing. And I've seen you train and spar with the likes of Maisie Rose, who's an up-and-comer in the professional boxing ranks. So you are taking this very seriously. You're surrounding yourself with pros.
Yeah, I'm a professional captain. I've always been with Mark Tibbs, and he's trained fantastic fighters and world champions. And I've sparred world champions. I was sparring Marie, and she just won. I can't remember what belt. I'm sorry, but it flyweight champions. Maisie Rose is amazing. I've even been sparring MMA girls because I'm prepared for Paige, not 100% being, you know, orthodox. She might be a bit unorthodox, a bit awkward, a bit more MMA style. So I've become prepared.
I heard Elle say, Paige, that she wants to retire you on Saturday. Is there any chance that this could be your last fight?
No. Obviously, I signed a multi-fight contract. And yeah, you know, I turned 30 2 months ago. So although I've had a very long career, I started extremely young, and it is nowhere near over. I will say this feels like, to me, the beginning of a new era, and it feels like day one. It's like I'm starting all over, and it's pretty exciting.
Is this the beginning of your pro boxing career? Meaning, do you also have aspirations to fight just regular women's boxers who aren't influencers?
I mean, yeah, going into this, I didn't see it as just fighting an influencer. Misfits called and was like, hey, here's an opponent. You want to fight? And I said, yeah. Honestly, it is the beginning of my boxing career because it is my first professional boxing match. So
I just didn't know if you had aspirations to. So are you done with MMA? Is that it?
Never say never, but I've dedicated since, of course, I was doing bare knuckle boxing. I really dedicated the last few years to straight boxing. Having a lot of fun with it. I absolutely love the team that I have in place at America Top Team, and it's just been fun. And I like to do fun things, and right now it's boxing.
And are you done with BKFC?
No, definitely not. I still have one fight left on that contract. And yeah, I definitely see myself. BKFC, they're just an awesome promotion to fight for too. They've done incredible things, and although yes, bare knuckle boxing and boxing are different, it's still in the same wheelhouse. So I feel like I'll be able to do both.
Elle, what's the prediction? How do you win on Saturday?
I think Paige is tough. I mean, she's used to taking elbows, knees in the face, but I think it's going to go the full 5 rounds of war with me on top.
Paige, what do you think? What are you envisioning?
I think it will be a very exciting fight, and I definitely know it is not going to the judges. So you just got to tune in.
I look forward to it. Thanks for doing this, guys. I appreciate it. Good luck to you, Paige. Good luck to you, Elle. Thank you so much, and we look forward to Saturday. Take care.
See ya.
There they are. Paige VanZant, Elle, Brooke. I think they enjoyed that very much. What do you guys think? Do you think they had fun?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I thought so too.
What, was your internet working?
I just looked at the YouTube chat, and the first comment that I see is from Tyler, and he writes, "Winner fights Till." That's Darren Till. I don't know if you are familiar with his work.
Oh, yeah.
You get it?
The fighter.
The winner of this fight fights Darren Till. Yes.
Oh.
I thought that was a good one. Anyway, fun stuff. Misfits this Saturday on DAZN. Big day for DAZN. They've got the Taylor Catterall fight, and then they've got that fight afterwards. Taylor Catterall during the day. This one in the evening. No real big MMA this weekend, right, guys? A rare Memorial Day used to be a very busy one for MMA. It has Memorial Day weekend, that is. It has become very quiet for whatever reason. There always used to be a big UFC pay-per-view. My first UFC pay-per-view that I think I ever attended was UFC 84, and it was headlined by BJ Penn versus Sean Shirk and Lyoto Machida versus Tito Ortiz, and that was a very famous one because Tito showed up to the weigh-ins with a not-so-nice T-shirt, and that was Memorial Day weekend. Then there was UFC 98, which had Lyoto Machida beating Rashad Evans, who won the belt at 92. That was Memorial Day weekend. Also, the Matt Hughes fight. Rampage and Rashad were supposed to fight Memorial Day weekend, but then it got changed to Rampage Matt Hamill. And so there have been a few, but no more. In about 10 minutes' time, we'll be joined by Frank Warren. After that, Lerone Murphy. Lerone Murphy, who, of course, had the big win over Edson Barboza on Saturday. So stay tuned for that. For now, though, a quick word from our good friends over at BetterHelp. We love BetterHelp. And as a lot of you know, some stress is a good thing. The right amount of friction in your life can help you get out of bed in the morning for a workout or an early shift at work. But too much stress can kill your performance and sap your energy. And we all deal with this. Personally, we all know that, stress, I've talked about this, stress can be overwhelming. Stress can get you off your game. Stress can make you distracted. Stress can affect your health. It can affect your sleep. It can affect your performance. It can affect your work. It can affect your relationships. Unfortunately, you don't get to opt out of stress. Stuff happens, deadlines pile up, family members get sick, and distracted drivers crash into your car. But how do you deal with those stressors? Well, that's up to you. BetterHelp Online Therapy offers a safe space to work through life's challenges and get things off your chest. If you've been thinking about trying therapy, BetterHelp offers a convenient, affordable way to get started. It's entirely online and flexible enough to fit into any schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist ready to help you lighten your emotional load. Get it off your chest with BetterHelp. You can visit betterhelp.com/MMA Hour today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/MMA Hour. And that line right there about getting things off your chest, that's the key one right there. If you've never tried speaking to someone, you have no idea how good it feels to just speak. And even when you speak out loud, you say things, it's different than when you talk about them internally. And you just kind of work it out. Over time, there's no stigma attached. There's no labels attached. It really does help. So do consider it, and do consider BetterHelp, HELP.com/MMA Hour. Also want to welcome Shopify to the family. Support for the MMA Hour comes from Shopify. We talk a ton about individual accomplishments on this show, but every MMA superstar relies on a huge team if they want to fight at their best. They team up with nutritionists to hit weights, specialists to sharpen reflexes, and trainers to improve grappling or boxing. They can't do it alone, and neither can your business. You need a partner if you're going to grow your vision into a sustainable, viable company. A partner like Shopify. Shopify is a global commerce platform that can help you grow your business no matter what stage you're at. The platform makes it easier than ever to sell everywhere, combining a class-leading e-commerce platform with an adaptable in-person point-of-sale system. According to Shopify, they can help convert more browsers into buyers with a checkout process that performs 36% better than comparable commerce platforms. And when you factor in Shopify Magic, the platform's AI-powered helper, you can expect to sell more with less effort. More than 10% of all e-commerce companies in the US have turned to Shopify to power their growth. See why for yourself today. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period. $1 per month. Trial period over at shopify.com/MMA Hour. Go to Shopify, that's SHOPIFY.com/MMA Hour now to grow your business, no matter what stage you're in. Shopify.com/MMA Hour. How exciting is that? Great to have Shopify in the mix. Please support them because they support us. And I think Shopify is a Canadian company, by the way, which is nice. Shopify. Canadian company?
Do you think you could buy anime on there?
Ottawa, Canada.
Right? Shout out.
Shout out. Did you just Google Shopify Canadian company ?
Hell yeah.
I love it.
And first thing that came up is Shopify is a Canadian multinational e-commerce company headquartered in Ottawa, Ontario. I actually think I know the owner. Maybe I don't. I've heard of the owner's name. Anyway, great to have Shopify in the mix. They're going to be the home of our new store, by the way. I don't know if you guys know about this, but it's coming. By the way, are there odds for the Paige VanZant Elle Brooke fight?
Not that I know of, no.
Do people do they usually put out odds for those? Because it is a pro fight.
Yeah, I've never been on Misfits before.
No, I mean DK. Do they put out lines? You've never. I feel like we talked about this with Logan and Dylan and all that.
Yeah, they had odds on that.
So they do.
Oh yeah, that was the prime card. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Misfits.
It was. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I think for the bigger ones, you're gonna get odds. For this one, I don't know. Let's see. I can't find it anywhere right now.
Maybe it's a little too soon.
Odds. It is Wednesday before it.
This, according to IFL TV, Eddie Hearn has revealed Anthony Joshua's 6 potential opponents for September: Tyson Fury, Oleksandr Usyk, Daniel Dubois, Filip Hrgovic, Joseph Parker, Deontay Wilder. I mean, it's pretty much everyone right there, right? That's kind of like saying, I would take $1 million, $2 million, or $3 million. And we'll be talking to Frank Warren about what transpired on Saturday in Riyadh, and they'll be back in Riyadh on June 1st for the 5 versus 5 card, which is very reminiscent of Survivor Series back in the day. If you guys are familiar with that, they'd have 2 teams and it would be single elimination. This one's a little bit different because there's points attached to it and all that stuff. But they're doing this 5 versus 5 headlined by Deontay Wilder as captain of the Matchroom team, which is wild stuff. If you know about the relationship between Deontay Wilder and Eddie Hearn back in the day, not great. But now here they are, like Eric Bischoff back in the day, joining Monday Night Raw, coming together to join forces against the dastardly Queensberry team. Boxing on fire right now. Tried to tell you guys, on fire. A lot of interesting stuff. You tried to make a joke, Frank, about my pronunciation of anime.
Yeah, I might have in passing. How do we feel about this?
I still stand by my pronunciation.
I can appreciate that.
Actually,
by the way,
yeah,
internet's working good.
Yeah, what'd you do?
Plugged it in.
It was unplugged.
Yeah. For fuck's sake. I mean, look, when you're right, you're right.
Oh, thanks.
But it's fixed.
How excited are you for June 13th?
Any
talk behind the scenes about this?
There was.
Yeah, we're a little bit worried about the PFL Smart Cage, the setup. Here's the official pronunciation for.
Oh, here we go.
Anime.
Oh.
Anime.
Uniqlo.
Anime.
Yes, I'm right.
No. No, you're far from being correct. What are we talking about here?
Anime.
No,
Okay.
come on. Come on.
I'm willing to just turn the page on this one.
Anime. I mean, phonetically, A-N-U-H.
He is right. There's an
M-A-Y.
accent mark over the E, though.
French. I tried to tell you guys.
I just found out French fries came from France.
Yeah. This got very heated on
there an
Monday's
accent
show.
over the E?
There is, yeah. Just like Pokemon. So when he said, how do you call it?
Pokemon? I said
Oh, yeah, okay,
Pokemon.
you just
I
call
say
it Pokemon.
Pokemon.
I'm
What
not
do you-
seeing an accent over the E anywhere.
Well, when you're wrong, you're wrong.
Are there two E's? If there's two E's, then there's an accent. Is it?
There's not
No,
two E's.
there's only one E and there's no accent.
Interesting.
Pokemon, there's an accent.
Real
over the E.
quick, because I know we have more important things to get to, but
Not much.
Ariel, do you have like an inner dialogue when you're thinking and you're reading?
That's
Do you
interesting.
hear your own voice in your head?
I think so. Why?
Because I recently found out that some people do, me, and some people don't. And
Inner dialogue. When you say that, do you mean like, am I thinking about something else pertaining to what I'm reading, or am I reading it in my brain first and then
like
reading?
you hear Ariel Helwani's voice in your head while you're thinking and while you're reading.
But the same words, right? Like if I'm
The
reading.
same words, yeah.
Yeah, I think I do.
Yeah, because apparently that's
Is that not
the
common?
same for everyone. Yeah, and they
I
all
feel
have
like
the same
everyone
reaction.
I feel like everyone has an inner
Well,
dialogue.
you'd be wrong. When you're wrong, you're wrong.
I feel like that's just that's a myth that no
Yeah.
one has.
Wow,
How-
you're literally like discrediting how everyone else thinks.
How else could you read?
Who I've never met one person who's admitted to not having an inner dialogue.
Watch, you're
Would-
gonna go home.
How do you
talk to your
like? How do
girlfriend
you
and find
think
out?
if you don't have inner dialogue?
I can't describe it. I have an inner dialogue.
And I feel like people that have inner dialogues, like you, Frank, bringing this up right now, like you're like, yeah, some people don't have inner dialogues. Not me, though. Of course, I have an inner dialogue. I'm an intellect. I feel
Yeah.
like this is a
Whoa,
holier than thou
whoa.
type
You
thing. I
just-
feel like you're looking down on people that supposedly
Oh,
don't
this is
have inner
good.
dialogues. Everyone has an inner dialogue. Come on. You'd just be sitting there like a goldfish if you didn't.
I'm gonna play this back when we find someone that doesn't have an inner dialogue, and you have to apologize to them.
Sort of like
So
the.
what, you just sit there and just like, what? I don't understand.
Well, I get that you don't understand it. It doesn't mean they don't exist.
Sort of like the when I used to ask every guest if they support open scoring. But I just ask every guest if they have an inner dialogue.
You could. That's a
That
good
was, that was
icebreaker.
a hell of an era of the show.
Frank, as in
open
Frank
scoring.
Warren. Frank, what do you have an inner dialogue when you read the paper in the morning? Or, by the way, some breaking news.
Oh, wow. Here we go.
New York Rick says he doesn't have an inner dialogue. And how, I mean, could we not have predicted this, right?
Yeah,
I
of
love it.
course.
Is that
This
not-
guy.
Wait, no,
This
no.
guy. If we all
Start
had inner
apologizing.
dialogue,
Yeah.
Start apologizing.
if we all were like, yeah, we don't have inner
Yeah,
dialogues, the message from Rick would be
1,000%.
like, oh, I have an inner dialogue.
1,000%.
What do you mean you don't have an inner dialogue? Isn't that just thinking? Isn't that
Wow,
just
I
thoughts?
can't. The fact
Like,
that you're
hey,
going
what is
so
going on
hard
here?
on this being not okay or not real, it's a little insensitive.
It's fucking sensitivity to this. I mean, what do we mean? We don't have an inner dialogue. Is it not just thoughts?
I don't
I
even
think we
know.
broke Connor.
Honestly, I don't even know how to read without an inner dialogue.
Well, I
How do
can
you
appreciate
process
that.
the words?
Like some people just see the words in their head.
That's so crazy to me.
Yeah, and they think it's crazy that we have an inner dialogue.
I actually find sometimes that I softly whisper it to myself. The right amount of friction.
Does that freak you out?
No, I just
Have you
feel
ever
like
just been like thinking for periods at a time, and then all of a sudden you say like 3 words out loud? That happens to me sometimes.
no, that definitely doesn't happen.
Oh,
I don't know what you're talking about.
when you're weird, you're weird.
Yeah. Yeah. But by the way, what made you think of this?
The way how fast you think. I was inspired to ask you. I actually had this
this is a-
conversation with my wife
there-
last night.
It's a
There it is.
compliment.
There it is. Yeah, because people with inner dialogues think so fast because they're so smart.
You're reading way too
Right.
deep into this.
Superior.
So crazy.
Holier than thou, man. I mean, I feel.
me?
Rick, if you're listening, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry that Frank
I'm
looks
glad
at
you're
me like
apologizing
this
to Rick. Yeah.
because you don't have an inner dialogue.
No. Actually, I like this. So what you were saying was, I think so fast. You were so
like you're
taken.
very quick to think.
And the only way you could think quickly is if you had an inner
No,
dialogue.
Well, let him
but
finish. Let him finish
get
his
it.
compliment.
We
Let
get
him
it.
finish his compliment.
All
For
right,
God's
all
sake.
right.
I could just
Finish it,
lower
man.
his mic.
Yeah, I mean,
No, you're very quick with your responses or thinking of your next question. I've asked you this many times off air. I'm like, how much of those questions did you have preloaded?
Nothing.
And you've told me that you go off the cuff.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe it's because I have a delay in my ear when I'm talking. You'll hear me get tripped up on my words, where I sound like a non-inner dialogue thinker. That was a joke for Connor's sake. But anyway,
sure it was. I bet that hits at the board games, hanging out with the
Wow.
wife, everything.
By the
like
way,
that.
I feel like a lot of animosity here.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's
a bit
come
of a
back into the studio
superiority
today and he's
complex,
like,
you know?
Yeah. Is everything
you don't
okay?
think?
Is there anything we need to get out in the open?
Would that not be him not thinking? Just no inner dialogue? You're just sitting there like a goldfish staring off, and then he just blurt out words?
I don't know. I mean, it's a question for.
Does Rick have thoughts? I
Can
mean,
we
he
get
has
Rick
to.
on?
Does he have inner
has to.
thoughts?
I mean, what is this? Like,
Maybe he
He's a
does.
Zen master.
what is the difference between thoughts and an inner dialogue? That's how I need this.
We're going to deep dive on this.
I think what he's trying to say, correct me if I'm wrong, Frank, when you read, you're specifically speaking about what happens when you read, correct?
No, so some people don't have like,
Inner
a
dialogue at all,
going.
period.
Yeah, period.
Wow. It is actually astounding how much I speak to myself.
But never aloud, right? That's where you and I.
Not even just speaking to yourself, but just thinking about things.
I mean,
All
look,
day.
I can relate,
Never stop.
but I can also relate to people who think that's weird.
I actually wish that I could speak to myself less.
See, and these people are like Zen masters. They have it figured out.
It's exhausting.
Have you ever asked your wife this?
No.
This could be the talk of the night.
Yeah.
You
I
find
will
out
ask.
She doesn't have an inner dialogue.
What is the question? Do you have an inner
Hey,
dialogue, right?
when you think, do you have an inner dialogue?
Yeah.
That's literally how I asked you.
Okay.
I will stand by my phone tonight. I want to hear the response.
Will Tracy be coming to the road show on May 31st, Frank?
Absolutely. She already has her ticket.
Bought her ticket. What a mensch.
She did buy, as she referred to it as the nosebleeds,
Okay. She's looking to move down.
because her favorite star isn't on stage.
And you'll be in the nosebleeds.
I'm going to be wherever I need to be.
Yeah. May 31st, njpac.org, live show. Hint number 1, current UFC title challenger. Hint number 2, former UFC title challenger. A lot of people guessing. A lot of people in the comments guessing. I could tell you, most of them, wrong. Wrong. Just leave it at that. Most of them are wrong. All right. Do we have our next guest or not quite yet? Oh, not yet. All right.
Not quite yet.
Not quite yet. Okay.
Stand by.
Oh, does that mean he's coming?
No.
Stand by is a lot more
Stop.
immediate. That's very immediate, just for the record. When you
Stand
tell
by and
someone stand
down.
right, doesn't that mean like it's coming up right away? Or am I wrong?
My inner dialogue says no. Stand by means stand by, which is like, hold on.
All right, I'm just saying. By
I
the
just
way,
got yelled at. So.
GC, you weren't there you weren't here on Monday, so we didn't get your thoughts. Tyson Fury, Oleksandr Usyk, did you have a chance to watch it?
I did. Yes, I was tapped in on the iPad. Unbelievable fight, unbelievable performance from both the fighters, but Usyk especially in that 9th round. I mean, I was going crazy. I really thought they were going to call the fight. That would have just been such a wild ending. Thought the scorecards got it right. I mean, razor thin, very close, but I had it 6-6. Usyk with the 10-8 in the 9th made it 115-114, I believe. Wild. I mean, as good as it gets.
What a scene,
incredible.
right?
Oh my gosh, it was like it happens many times in MMA, a couple times in boxing, where it's just like the fight delivers with the highest stakes at the highest level, and I'm just like on a high walking around afterwards. Like UFC 300 the next day, I was just on a natural high of how amazing it was. This was very similar. I went back to all my family. None of them had any idea that the fight happened.
Isn't
like,
that wild?
Going along their merry way, and like I'm just like biting my tongue, dying, like wanting to talk about it, and no one even knew that it happened.
Isn't it wild that these things are like the most important things in our world, and then you just step right outside our world, and no one
cares.
No one
They,
cares.
like not only do they not care, they have no idea that it even happened. It's crazy.
And one of that magnitude too.
That's what I'm saying. I like threw it out there. I was just like, oh yeah, like a crazy fight just happened. They're like, oh yeah, UFC. I'm like, no, first undisputed heavyweight title in 25 years. Tyson Fury, Oleksandr Usyk. They're like, cool. And just turn back to whatever they were doing. I'm just like, all right.
They need to watch the show more. That's what they need to do. We had a great chat with Tyson Fury last week, another great chat with Frank Warren, and he's had a very busy day. Big announcement today earlier over in the UK for an upcoming card, the Magnificent 7 card. They've got a big card coming up on July 27th. Of course, the June 1st 5 versus 5 card. But as always, very gracious and kind enough to join us for a few minutes to talk about everything going on in his world. There he is. After a long day, Frank, isn't this just what the doctor ordered? One more interview with your old friend Ariel. Isn't this perfect? You can let your hair down a little bit.
It's the best interview out of all of them.
I appreciate that. I'm doing great. Yourself? How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. We've been full on with a show last week or last Saturday. Then got back here. We've not stopped, and we announced 2 shows today that we're doing, and we've got the 5v5. I'm flying back out to Riyadh in a few days' time, so I'm looking forward to that. That's a fabulous event, very competitive, really good fights, and that's the name of the game. That's the business we're in.
Yes.
Now, making these.
And business flying right now. And Frank, could I ask you, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but there's a reason why I'm asking you. Currently, how old are you right now?
72.
You're 72. You look fantastic. You're as energetic and vibrant as ever. As a newfound friend of yours, Frank, I don't want to see you getting all fired up on these interviews like I saw yesterday on TalkSport. This is not good for your blood pressure. We come in peace. You need to speak to people who are bringing you joy and happiness, Frank. I can't see you turning red like that, getting all fired up. We need to put a stop to this.
Okay, look, I'm sort of got boxing in my blood. I've always been like that, and I didn't like. It wasn't actually against. In some ways, TalkSport. I was a bit frustrated that we came back from a great weekend of boxing, and my man got beat, but we came back, and it was a fabulous fight. I think for me, the best heavyweight fight this century, because it was the most important heavyweight fight this century. The 4 belts on the line. And to have a great fight, an epic fight, it takes 2 fighters. One fighter doesn't have a great fight. It takes 2 fighters. And both Tyson and Alexandra they gave everything. They bared their souls. They came out of that ring. They didn't leave anything in it whatsoever. It was competitive. I thought it was close. And Tyson had to come back in a few what we call feature writers rather than boxing writers who attended Riyadh season. To be talking about things that he'd said in his past. Some of those things when he was not in a good place. He was suicidal when he vacated all his belts after beating Klitschko. And he did say some couple of things that were, I'm sure he feels he regretted at the time, but also a couple got misconstrued. But he's bipolar. And I'm not telling stories out of school. He is bipolar. It's in his book, and he even mentioned it again last week in an interview. And I said, just bear in mind, when somebody's bipolar, and our health service over here, you go on the helpline, it gives you a big list of symptoms and some of the things that happen to you when you've got that. And one of the things is that you just say something which someone might find outrageous or be offended by. Various other things. And Tyson's a good person. He did, these things were said. And I was just trying to say, you can say these things, you don't like them or what didn't go down well, whatever it is. I understand that, but you want to preface it by saying he's bipolar. And that don't make him a bad person or a bad fighter. It makes him a brave person to come out, the heavyweight champion of the world, and say, you know what, this is a condition I've got. It's a brave man to do that, to bare your soul to the world and say to them, I've been in a bad place, I've been suicidal, I've been so low I was going to commit suicide, I was doing stupid things, I was boozing, I was doing drugs at the time, I was doing all these things, and I turned my life around. Once I was diagnosed, he turned his life around, came back into boxing, and has done some fabulous films. And what's happened in the UK, a lot of people, because of that, because of the thing that you said that if I could try and do it, and I could make my life better coming from a terrible place like this, you can do it. It's not a disease you can see. It's not an illness that you can see. It's a mental problem. Bipolar used to be called manic depressive. And why I feel so strong about it, one, because I think Tyson's a good person. And secondly, my younger brother, Mark, years ago committed suicide. He succumbed to schizophrenia. He had bipolar schizophrenia, and he committed suicide at a very young age. So I felt for him, felt for Tyson, and I just felt that it was wrong that what they were saying. And a couple of them to dig the knife in, who he'd had problems with a couple of journalists. It was like, he's not one of the great fighters. He got taken to school. It's like they're British, and we got a British fighter, and they want to plunge a knife into him. And I just found that, in my way, people may say, I've got it wrong, whatever. But how I feel about it, I felt it was wrong. I thought he'd done Britain proud. It takes two, as I said earlier, to have a great fight, and I just feel that Tyson has. I mean, when you look at the fights he's had, 2 out of 3 of those fights against Deontay Wilder were just magnificent fights. Magnificent fights. The fight on Saturday was a magnificent fight. Usyk's a magnificent fighter who he was in the ring with, who he shared the ring with. And that's how I felt about it. So I've got a little bit, probably the old blood pressure up and whatever, and I went to going back for my man because that's how I felt about it. I just felt it was wrong.
I appreciate that. And I'll only ask you one question more about all of this. I'm just curious, as a promoter, and that's a guy you care deeply about, I was just wondering how you feel about a fight like that going down 12 rounds. He's obviously getting punched in the head. A lot's going on. You talked about being bipolar. The microphone in the ring, he said what he said about the Ukraine, and people were offended by that. Is it probably best in some situations to not speak to the fighter in that moment, to maybe give him a second, compose himself, and go to the press conference and maybe not say something that he would regret?
I think there's two things about that. You say what's in your mouth. I mean, let's be honest. How many times you probably interviewed some guys and you might think, so what a flip he is. But you don't say it because you've got a filter. With that, and I can only speak from my brother's perspective, he'd say what's on his mind. Just say it. And that could be sometimes it could be offend somebody. But I believe actions speak louder than words. And I look at that fight, after that fight, I look at Tyson, I look at him embracing, both of the fighters embracing himself after knocking 7 bells or whatever out of themselves, absolutely giving it all. And Tyson must have kissed him on the forehead and on the cheek about 3 or 4 times. That's Tyson Fury. That's how Usyk. That's what that's what that was, and that was brilliant. And and I do agree with. I've got a big thing about you go in England, soccer matches, football matches, as we call it, and lots of sports. They will, especially football, after the match, and there'll be some contentious issues taking place. They go to their dressing rooms, and they don't do the interview 15 or 20 minutes later. They go and get themselves composed. They probably think about things, and they come out and they can do it with a cool and clear head. A boxer who's gone to war, gone like no other sportsman, dug so deep from within himself, exhausted, 12 brutal rounds. The 9th round, you're out on your feet. The referee could have stopped that fight if it went a few seconds longer. Out on your feet, you come back from that, and then you got a microphone shoved up your nose, asking you questions. And, and we get it because that's boxers, and boxers are probably out of all the sportsmen, for me, they're the bravest of all sportsmen on their on what they do one-on-one. And they say how it is. They say, they don't get any chance to compose themselves whatsoever, not a minute. It's straight out, it's straight from the heart, straight from the mind. And if somebody has a condition or whatever, and they say things, then I'm afraid that's what it is. You do it. And very rarely, by the way, does these things happen with Tyson. And most of the time he manages to do it. And I've got to be honest, he's probably going to really get annoyed with me for talking about how I'm talking about this. Because one, he doesn't want any excuses. And there aren't any excuses for the fight. He was in great, magnificent shape and stuff. My thing is about, please bear in mind where he's coming from and what he's done for mental health. I mean, he's inspired a lot of people. You see some of the letters that we get, and they're quite touching, because a lot of stuff gets sent to my office. They don't know his address or whatever, and it's been absolutely, it's been quite jaw-dropping, some of them. But he is an inspiration to some people, and to other people, they don't like it. Here they call it Marmite, which is a savoury spread, and they say, you're Marmite. You either love it or you don't. And all I would say regarding Tyson is that he is a very, very decent and good person. He is, and I, and he's like everybody. We're all human. Sometimes you're fragile, and sometimes you're not. I tell you what, there's no warrior like Tyson Fury. I mean, you'd think of the times he's gone on the floor and got up. It's like going back to the 70s and 80s, those great heavyweight fights, Larry Holmes and Ron Lyles and Ernie Shavers and all those guys up and down. He is, and I just say, from my perspective, all I wanted from those guys was to, I'm not asking you for any favours, but just preface what you're saying by what it is. And that's it.
We're 4 days removed from the fight, and I know on the night you're asked, what's next? Is it going to be in October? Are they going to rematch, all that stuff? You've had a little bit of time. I recognize it's not 4 weeks, but do you think in your heart of hearts that they will fight again in October? What are you feeling? What are you sensing right now?
Well, again, immediately after the fight, the interview, he said, I want a rematch.
Yeah.
When he got out the ring, we went to the before we done the press conference. We done the press in the ring. Then we went back to the, obviously, let's go back and do his doping, giving samples and so. We went to the dressing room, and I just said to him, look, the rematch is signed. It was signed before the fight. It was part of the contract. So just think about it. Go back to your family. You've got plenty of time. No rush to say anything. And that's how it was. So at the press conference, that's what he said. Prior to the press conference, I went in to congratulate Oleksandr, and he was back. I mean, they're both, they've both been in a war, and you could see it. And he was there, and he was being examined by the doctor, and I'm not telling stories out of school, because the doctor said, I want you to have a CT scan, because he felt he may have broken his jaw. And I told the press conference, what was said. He won't be coming to the press conference, because that's what they told us. And it turned out, he just told me he didn't actually break his jaw. What it was an impacted tooth, what do you call it, implant, impacted implant, and give him some problems. Anyway, but I said to Tyson, just take your time, and think about it. And at the press conference, that's what he said. Went through it, nice and calm and collected. On the Monday, I spoke to him. We both got back, rang up to see how he is, how he champ and as things. It's a great fight. And I got to be honest, I don't want to talk too much about a fight after he's been in camp, as the same as Usyk was, for nearly 6 months. Well, 6 months, 3-week break in between getting cut, being away for his family all that time. Just ringing up to see how he was. He said, I want a rematch. He said, get that, Rick. He said, rematch, I'm going. The rematch is on. Wow. And I said, think about, no, it's on. That's it. That's what I want. And that's Tyson Fury, because he's a fighting mate. He said, I know I can beat him. I'll beat him next.
So the rematch would be on, but is October too soon?
That I don't know. I mean, they got to see. It's, we're a bit of a way from October to start with, and we're 5 minutes away. It's correct. Just, give it a couple of weeks. Let the guys have got bloody, he's got cut. Oleksandr, his eyes were banged up, his face was banged up a bit. Tyson's the same. It was just chill out, forget about boxing, and then what's going to be is going to be. In the meantime, if they both want it, Tyson says he wants it, then there's no negotiations or anything. It's in the contract, and we go from there.
Okay. Do you still feel like he won the fight? Have you had a chance to watch it on television?
I watched it back. I'm biased. I mean, obviously that goes. So I watched it. How I scored the fight, I scored the first round to Tyson. I thought the second could have gone either way, probably a draw. And I thought Tyson won rounds 3, 4, 5, 6. Then when he had Usyk, certainly when he had him in trouble, when he caught Alexander one of those great uppercuts, and where I was sitting, you could see he stiffened his legs up, and he went back to that corner. I think it was the end of the sixth. I think it was the end of the sixth round, and he sat there and he looked pretty down, and he came out like a bloody train in the next round. You know, the eighth round, he came out like a train in that round. Came out like a train, and he found a second wind or whatever it was, and kissed his crucifix, and maybe that gave him whatever it was, and he came out and took the fight to Tyson. And Tyson got caught on the nose in that round. You remember, he got caught. He kept touching his nose, and I thought he broke his nose. Maybe the blood, he's biting on his gum shield. Maybe the blood, it's finding it difficult to breathe. And he just lost a little bit of focus during that moment. He lost his composure a bit, and then I think he won that. He won that round. Then, sorry, the eighth. Then Usyk 10-8 round for the ninth. He won the 10th, and he won the 11th, and I thought Tyson won the 12th round. So for me, it's a couple of rounds, maybe debatable. It was for me, I thought he just did it, or it was a draw, or you could look at a couple of those rounds. If I got that wrong, it was a round to Usyk. Whatever way you want to look at it, there was nothing in the fight. I don't think there was anything in the fight. A lot of people I respect said the same one, because I am biased. A lot of people said the same thing. Tyson thought he won it. His corner was telling him he won it. I remember where I was sitting, was right by his corner. I remember shouting out to him, "You've got to win the next 2 rounds." And I think if he'd have won those 2 rounds, it would have gone his way, the decision. But that's my opinion, and everybody sees fights differently, and that's what it is. You can only be honest. One thing about it for sure, it's such a good fight. With there and providing the rematch happens, I think it'll be bigger and better next time. It's going to be interesting to see what the fight's taken out of both the boxers, because I was in that dressing room with both of them afterwards, and you see them, and I've been doing this for 47 years now, so I could look at a guy and like to think I know how it's affected him, or what. Especially when you get fighters get a little bit older, how is he going to be? And so, if the rematch happens, which I believe it will, one of them or both of them will be affected about being in that battle. It was such a battle, and it took a lot out of them. It'd be interesting to see who come through.
I'm curious to get your thoughts on this. You talk, and I remember seeing this on Saturday, where his corner was telling him that he was up. This weekend, your newfound friend Eddie Hearn has a show headlined by Jack Catterall and Josh Taylor, and it's a rematch of a very controversial fight, which a lot of people thought Catterall won a couple of years ago. And I have often been very much a fan of the idea of open scoring, because I do believe there's so much on the line for these fighters. They deserve to know where they stand, because a misstep here or there, you take your foot off the gas, millions of dollars are at stake. As a veteran of the fight game, 47 years, as you said, how do you feel about the idea of open scoring for some of these big fights? Because perhaps Tyson fights differently if he knows where he stands with the judges going into the 12th.
I think that, I think there's 2 ways to look at that, and it's a very valid point. I think first, if the scoring is there and somebody's skating the fight, then you can just go on the back foot, just mess around, if he's that way inclined, and it may take a lot of heat out of the fight. The other thing about it is you've got to look at the crowd and the effects it will have on the crowd. So if you're in a partisan crowd and you're the away fighter and you're, in the scoring, you think your guy's winning, it's a close fight, but the scoring says something different. I don't want anyone causing a riot or anything like that in the venue, because certainly, I hate to say this, but in the UK, our guys get quite passionate about certain things, and and they make it a day out when they go to the fights. So sometimes they've had a couple of drinks and whatever. But so I would worry about that. The officials were competent. I mean, I'm not going to have a go at any of the judges. They see it how they see it. One see it for Tyson by a round, the other one see it for Usyk by a round, and the other one made it 115. I think it was 115, 112. And what he also, I looked at his scoring, and from rounds 1 to 6, he had it going even. I just couldn't see that at all. I thought it was a fight of two halves. But that's what it is. I thought Usyk, as I say, won the first round. But I didn't see that. That's the way that was scored. And I'm not making a complaint, not being crybaby, because the result is the result. And it was a fabulous fight, and it doesn't deserve any controversy. And there isn't any controversy as such on a close fight. If it was some wide margin, obviously we'd be screaming the house down, but it wasn't. And it evens out. It evens out at the end of the day. I mean, some people are moaning about the referee. I mean, I thought Mike Nelson done a brilliant job. He kept the fight going, and so much so that Tyson, did recover, did get back into, Alex couldn't finish the second round. Sorry, couldn't finish after he was in trouble in the night. Didn't finish the fight in the following rounds, and Tyson got through them so much so that he won even on the judges' card the last round. I think on most people's.
Right. Tyson didn't prevail, but it was still a great night for you. A lot of your guys did prevail. Mark Chamberlain with a big win. Anthony Kakachi with the big upset of Joe Cordina. But what about Big Moses? Moses, this kid, Moses Itama, is an absolute superstar in the making, 19 years young. How far away do you think he is from being, I remember a young boy named Mike Tyson who took the heavyweight division by storm as a late teenager and then in his early 20s. How far away from him getting some big fights, in your opinion?
He's not far. He's a teenager.
Yeah,
he's only 19.
It's crazy.
He's a teenager. We've been sponsoring since he was 15. We spotted him back then. When my son did Francis, and we spotted him back then. We sponsored him in San Francisco when he was 18, which is the youngest you can turn professional in the UK. But he's a star in the making. There's no doubt about it. I mean, that finish, the 3-punch combination, it just reminded me, as you said, of Mike Tyson. The hand speed is phenomenal. I like to look at him as a nice Mike Tyson.
Yes.
And he loves it. He's now 9-0 now. That's his first 10-rounder. It's very rare for 19-year-old kids in this country to have 10-round fights. With Levin and with Boomerang. If he had, and his next fight would be the same, I think he'd be fighting for the British title very soon. And that's then a question of, after Britain, we normally would go to Europe, maybe Commonwealth, and then you look towards a world title fight. What's happening with Tyson, with Usyk, with a lot of these guys, is I think that it's not long before their careers will come to an end. And I'm not being disrespectful. I think because, it happens to boxers at a certain age. I think you look at most of the rankings, there's only one boxer under the age of 30 in the top 10 or 12 of various rankings. So this is the next generation. They've got the next generation coming through. And I genuinely believe the way this boy is going and how he fights, and you speak to Tyson, he sparred with Tyson for the first Usyk fight, being a southpaw, and Tyson said himself, this kid's the next big deal. And I genuinely think I think that, his ambition is to beat Mike's record. And I'd love him to see him do that. But as I keep reminding him, I said, boxing is not a 100-yard dash. It's a marathon. Mm-hmm. And the art of boxing is like the perfect punch. Matchmaking is picking the right fights at the right time. It's timing. So if I feel that he's ready, I will speak to his team, certainly his manager and Moses, trainer, and then we'll collectively go with it or not. They'll listen to what I say. I'm quite sure they will, and then the decision be made as a team. But he's a tremendous prospect.
Just a couple more very quick ones, and then we'll let you go again. Thank you so much for the time. I know it's getting late over there. When will we find out Dubois-Hrgovic, June 1st? Will that be for the IBF title?
I don't know yet. I mean, their rules are their rules, and it's maybe you can, under their rules, by the way, you can ask for an exemption. You can do that. I'm not saying you get it, and maybe we'll see. But if it is a rematch, I mean, I want the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
I can't have, you know, Daniel Dubois with me, Haragovic. I was on the 5v5. It'd be great to be for the title, and it would set up some great fights. But this rematch, 4 belts still on the line again.
Yeah, I know. It takes a bit away from it.
And I would like if we do a rematch, if Tyson wins it, that he joins being a unanimous champion. So, you know, a lot of things are going to happen probably in the next week or so, and we'll see where we go. I suppose it's, you know, it's. I suppose that everybody in the sport would not like to see that belt taken away from Usyk.
Yes, I agree.
But then, you know, the problem you got is that if the rules are the rules, somebody gets sued or whatever, which could happen. Let's hope we can find a way to accommodate everybody for the betterment of boxing and the heavyweight division. The bloody heavyweight division is on fire.
Yes. And by the way, a lot has been made of your relationship with Eddie, given this, you know, 5v5 and this relationship with Turkey. But what about you and Barry Hearn? Have you guys buried the hatchet? Are you good? Have you talked as well?
Yeah, I met him about a month ago. We were partners at one stage. In the early, myself, him, and IMG were partners in snooker for a very brief time. It might have been a year or 18 months or so. Hardly open, but we've been competitive. And Barry dipped in and out of boxing over the years, and I've always been solely boxing. That's been the sport that I've really focused on the whole while, where he's done snooker and darts, which is a big sport here in the UK and Europe. And he's done very well at it. He applied to darts. He applied what we did in the UK with the boxing, which was all the razzmatazz and the music and everything. He did it well, and he's done extremely well at that. But Eddie done an interview. I watched it today, and I actually sent him a text. It's the first time I've ever sent him a text, and I just said, "The bloody well done."
Wow.
And it was. You know,
Was it the one on this show? Was it the one on this show? Is that the one?
I think it may have been. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, we got, but not just the 5-on-5. We got a great fight on the UK. A real good fight with Liam Davis. I don't know if you've seen Liam Davis. He's become the IBO champion, same weight as Anu. He's got the 4 belts. He's only had 16 fights. Great youngster. He's won the British, Commonwealth, European, and the IBO title. And he's fighting Eddie's guy, who's also undefeated, called Shabazz Massoud. And Massoud is, 12-0, and he beat him twice in the amateurs. So it's another Queensbury Matchroom fight.
I love it.
The fans.
I love it. Last quick one. You announced today Joe Joyce returning against Derek Chisora. The reaction I've seen online, a little bit mixed to this one, in particular because of Chisora. Why should people be interested in this fight on the 27th of July?
I can see where they're coming from. I'll tell you the truth. I mean, Derek turned professional with me in 2007.
Wow.
A long time ago. And then, he's been the last few fights, over the last few years, and been doing his own thing. But why should it? I felt he should have retired. I thought, to be quite honest. Joe Joyce has had 2 losses against Zhang. I think that the fight now for those, and they're both, I think one's 38 and the other one turns 40 this year. It's a fight that, as he's still licensed, as he's still going to fight Derek, and as Joe lost those 2 fights against Zhang, I think one of them, it's a jeopardy fight. One of them, whoever loses, it's all over for him. And maybe we see where the winner goes from there. He's more fresher fighter, Joe Joyce. He hasn't had as many fights as Derek. But I do understand, I hear where people's coming from. What it will be, though, it will be a good fight. It will be a good fight between the 2 of them, because the 2 of them, their styles will blend to make it a good fight. They both walk forward, and it should be interesting. And if Derek gets beat, then I would suggest that he, I'm not in the business of licensing fighters, but I would feel that maybe that be the thing for him. And Joe, if he gets beat, and how he gets beaten, he's then going to have to look at where he's at in this world of boxing.
All right. Well, plenty to look forward to. Obviously, the big June 1st card is the next massive one for you and the team. Great stuff. What a show it was this past Saturday. It was amazing. I had some FOMO. I don't know if you know what FOMO is, fear of missing out, watching that from afar. But it was great to watch, and I enjoyed it.
And we had a good fight. Amam from Parishes also won the weekend.
You're killing it.
Great fight between him and Mark Chamberlain.
Mark Chamberlain. That would be. Mark Chamberlain is Mark Chamberlain in Riyadh is like a guy with superpowers. He's like Super Saiyan over there. It's unbelievable.
But HE loves him. He loved it. I mean, and it's not like you're going to pick a champion or somebody.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
a working class man. I like it.
Yeah. And obviously he watches all the fights from everywhere. And he said, I want this Chamberlain on. And I didn't know he was talking about. I think I mentioned this before. But
yeah.
So I think Chamberlain, we get the record up. We're all like, no, Chamberlain. The British guy. And I said, I'll manage him.
Yeah.
I said, what?
Amazing.
So anyway. And I rang Mark and I said, let's get him on the phone. I said, do you want to fight in Riyadh on the next show? He said, stop taking the piss. Because I'm in the car. So I said, no, seriously, I'll put HE on to him. And it was a nice moment. It was a lovely moment for him. But what he's done, he's had 2 fights there, and it's on a marvellous platform, a good show. By literally in both of his hands, and gone and had 2 cracking fights and finishes.
I love it. Well, congrats on the big show. Good luck with the upcoming shows. Thank you as always for the time, Frank. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. We all love your show over here. I promise you. It's a great show, and God bless you.
Thank you so much. Same to you. There he is, Frank Warren of Queensberry Promotions. Great to catch up with him. I love those chats, and love when he gives us some time. Let's not keep our final guest of the day waiting. He had a massive win on Saturday as well. It was a great, it wasn't a sad night for the UK in the end, because Manchester's own Lerone Murphy, in without a doubt his biggest fight of his UFC career so far, gets the job done against Edson Barboza. He's kind enough to join us right now via the Magic Zoom. Hello, Lerone. Thank you. Sorry for keeping you waiting there. A good catch up with Frank Warren. You know who Frank Warren is, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I was just watching it. I was interested to what you're saying. So, yeah, it's all good, man.
How are you feeling? I saw the picture of you. Obviously, I'm looking at you right now. You're a little bit swollen, but how are you actually feeling?
Bro, I'm looking like a panda right now. But do you know what? I feel good. I feel good within myself. I've got no concussions or anything like that, so I'm happy. It's just a bit of swelling. That'll be gone within a week or so, and I'll be right back to it.
Okay, so no real injuries, no broken bones, no nothing.
Nah, well, I've not had no scans, but I think it's just swelling. My nose could be broke, but it doesn't feel too bad. I think it could just be swelling, but I'm going to get a scan this week, Friday, so I'll find out then.
Okay. What a win, though, right? I mean, a big opportunity for you against a legend of the sport, a veteran of the sport. And I noted at the beginning of the show, it felt to me almost like the opposite of his fight against Sadiq Yusuff last year, where Sadiq won the first round and then Barboza figured him out and dominated the rest of the way. Your first round against Edson, a little bit dicey, but then you figured him out the rest of the way. Do you understand that comparison? And do you feel like that's fair?
Yeah, kind of. But I still don't, other than the upkick, I don't think he done anything in the first round either. Obviously, we was figuring each other out, but I still don't think he won the round.
Okay, fair enough.
But yeah.
Okay, but the upkick, I mean, that was a damaging blow. Most people get knocked out from that. And you said in the moment you didn't remember it. Do you remember it now? Did you watch it? Like, is it coming back to you?
Yeah, so obviously I was ground and pounding him, and I stood back up. I don't know why I stood back up, and he caught me with the kick. I didn't know what he hit me with, so it did rock me, but I wasn't out, but it rocked me for sure. When I was walking back to the corner, I felt my legs, so I was like, ooh, but I recovered well. My cardio was on point. I recovered well, and we just got going from there.
And so regarding that, getting the recovery and getting back on track, what are you most proud of as far as what you accomplished on Saturday? What gives you the most pride?
I think it was just more so the game plan going into it and sticking to that throughout the 5 rounds, not getting too overzealous and rushing. I had him hurt a number of times. I did try and finish the fight a lot of times, but I still knew he was dangerous at all times. So I think just the composure and just like staying disciplined in them moments. I shut down his whole game. He landed one spinning back kick. His switch kick wasn't there. All his best weapons I took away from him. His overhand right, took that away from him. I was countering in his jab well. He did jab me a lot when I jabbed him. I wasn't getting my head off center line, but I did shut down his main weapons. So I'm happy with that.
I was a little bit surprised that I know this got announced before, but because you are from Manchester, are you joining us from Manchester right now?
Yes, I'm in Manchester now, yeah.
Sunny, beautiful Manchester.
Of course.
With their show coming up there in 2 months, I was surprised that they didn't save you for that. What was your reaction when you found out? Because this has been rumored for quite some time that they were coming to Manchester, right?
Yeah, I knew they were coming to Manchester from a while back, to be honest. And obviously, I thought I would be put on that card. But at the same time, I got injured early this year. I wanted to fight as soon as opportunity. Who knows, eh? Who wants to sit on the bench until July? And then anything can happen anyway. I want to fight while I'm healthy. I've had too much time out. Also, the opportunity they gave me, Edson Barboza main event, 5 rounds. How can I say no? I can't say no to that. That's a massive opportunity and a massive spotlight. So for me, it was like, yeah, they're coming to Manchester, but this is a bigger opportunity. I'll take this opportunity. Maybe if I'm healthy, I will still fight on Manchester, but the opportunity was too big to pass up on.
Does that feel like a long shot? On the night I said, I hope they turn you around and put you in Manchester. But then I saw you were limping a little bit, obviously your face. I mean, that's 2 months, right? That might be a little bit too quick.
For me, if the nose isn't broken, I'm fighting. I'm looking to fight because I feel good. I know the bruising, with all the swelling will be gone down in a week, and they're not going to put me in main event, obviously. So it'd be a 3 round, or I'm already fit. 2 weeks off training I'm not going to lose anything there. So I'll be able to get right back into camp. But we'll see. I'm not rushing anything. I'll see how the body is, and if it's a go, it's a go.
Any sort of dream scenario, dream opponent for that one?
Looking at the rankings now, I feel like the Cater fight and the Emmett fight would be amazing fights. They'd be good matchups for me. To go out there and put another show on. I just want big fights now. My confidence is high. And I just want big fights. So anybody in that top 10, I'm ready for now. I just want to keep fighting and keep the momentum going.
Do you feel like this is the turning point? You know, you beat a guy like Barboza. Now it's big names, big fights. Like now you're in the mix. Are you viewing it that way?
Yeah, of course. The hard work starts now. Like I beat Edson Barboza. I've got it's only up from here now. It's only tough fights from here now. Obviously, all the other fights are tough, but once you get into that top 10, it's a different level, and you can see the caliber of fighters that are in that top 10. I feel like the featherweight division right now is the best division in the world. So I'm looking forward to the challenges, and I can't wait to start fighting these guys.
And are we really done with the miracle? Is that it? Are we now the Iceman?
With the Iceman, we're both. It can be both. It depends.
I like the miracle. I like it. It tells your story in a way. No, I think I know you said in the cage, like none of this is miraculous in terms of what you're doing in there, and I agree. But perhaps you just being able to thrive and come back from everything you've been through is miraculous. So I think it sticks. It's you. It feels like it's you. The Iceman has been used by other people too, so it's not unique to you. There's only one miracle, in my opinion.
It's true. That's a fair point. It's a fair point.
Come on. Let's rethink this, okay? I'm trying to help you out here. I want you to go to the top, my man. I want you to go to the top. And the miracles. You tell someone, you're going to start talking to big UK media outlets now. They're all going to start coming your way. And they say, the miracle. Why the miracle? And I know you're probably sick of telling the story, right?
I am.
Yeah.
I am, and that's the only thing. But
I get
obviously, I get it, innit? That's my selling point, innit? I get it. That's what makes me different from other people. I get it. But it does get annoying. I don't want to be, like I said before to you, I don't want to be tied to that. I want to be known as a good fighter. Did you get what I'm saying? I don't want to be known as a guy that's this. Do you know what I mean? But it is what it is, isn't it? It is what it is.
By the way, any trepidation if they call you up to fight on this card on July 27th? The main card is 3 in the morning, right? 3 to 6 in the morning.
Yeah.
Like it's quite tough if you're living there to have your body adapt to that time. Would you be okay with that?
Yeah, of course. You got to adapt to anything. I've fought on Fight Island before. I fought at 5 a.m. before, so I know how it feels. But that's going to be a night to remember. Have you seen the card?
Yeah,
the
it's
card's
good.
crazy. The card is crazy. So I just want to fight in front of the Mancunian fans as well. That's always been a dream of mine. But with the team, with the fighters we're building at the moment, and the UK MMA seems on fire right now, I think they'll come back to Manchester again. Within the next 2 years, I think so.
Have you been to that new arena, the Co-op Live?
I have. I got to view it. I got to view it while it was building it up, and it looks good.
It's sweet.
It's like a bit like a Coliseum.
Really?
Yeah, it's like a Coliseum. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. It's going to be nice in there.
So they're going to have that and the old MEN arena. They're both going to be functioning, or are they closing MEN down?
I've not heard anything about them closing it down, but I reckon they'll probably refurbish it. Something. They got to keep up with the Co-op. The Co-op now. The Co-op's looking nice.
Man, Manchester's on fire.
It is.
And
it's the place to be.
It is the place to be. And we have FA Cup final this weekend. United City. What's your level of confidence? Last year didn't go your way.
Nah, City are on fire right now. I'm not gonna sit here and be delusional. City are on fire right now, but yeah, I feel like obviously I'm gonna back my team. My team's Man United. I feel like we're in for a chat. We've got a chance and we'll turn it up when we play City, but they're a solid squad right now. I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna be a good game.
By the way, what do you make of Marcus Rashford not being included on the England squad?
I don't know.
That's your boy, right? Isn't he your boy?
Yeah, but I'm not really too fussed, to be honest.
The results aren't the results aren't quite up to snuff.
That's it. You got to be on your game, man. And I feel like it's only right in it. Pick who's on fire right now. Like not by name value. That's how it should be done anyway.
Yeah, it's a results business, right? Like, what have you done for me lately?
Yeah.
If not, you got to pick the young guns who are coming up. And England's looking good.
Yeah,
I think you guys are going to win the Euro.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Do you know what? It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good summer if the sun comes back out anyway. Like getting to watch the games and stuff like that. Outside, I'll get food and stuff like that. I like that kind of stuff, so I'm looking forward to that.
By the way, earlier in the show, we had a young fighter from Manchester named Dakota Ditcheva on. Do you know her?
Yeah, I do know her. Yeah, she used to be at our gym. Yeah. Very good fighter.
And she claims to be like a hardcore City fan. So I actually gave her some like Man City trivia. And well, if I'm being kind, it didn't really go very well in terms of the...
oh, really?
Yeah. I was giving her easy ones, but she claimed to be diehard Blue fan, and she was struggling.
That surprises me. That surprises me. That's surprising. I thought she would.
So, we don't want to show any bias. So the guys in the back said that maybe we should ask you some United trivia. No?
bro, listen, unless the questions are coming from before 2010, yeah.
What do you mean before 2010? You don't know about 1999? The treble.
No, I don't even know who's in the team now. Like, I don't even know the team.
Oh, but you know about pre-2010?
Yes.
Okay.
That's when I was into football, and I don't really watch it too much anymore, to be honest.
No, I understand. Can I ask? Do you know who Sir Alex Ferguson's first signing was?
I'll
give you multiple choice.
Go on.
Jim Leighton, Viv Anderson, Gordon Strachan, Ralph Milne, Mark Hughes.
Gordon Strachan.
Oh no, this is going the same way as Dakota. This is going the same way. Viv Anderson. Do you know Viv Anderson?
Nah, mate. What year was this?
I don't know. I don't know what year it was. When did he start?
I don't know. I don't know. In the 90s sometime.
Yeah, he did start in the 90s. By the way, where did he start his managerial career? Do you know? Was it Glasgow?
Scotland.
Was it East Stirling, Aberdeen, St. Mirren, St. Johnstone, Airdrie?
He has been to Aberdeen, hasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely been to Aberdeen.
It was East Stirling.
Is it? Yeah. Where is that? I don't know where that is.
I don't know where the fuck that is. Okay, what about this one? Paul Scholes. You know Paul Scholes, of course.
Of course.
True or false? He's been captain of England.
He hasn't.
Nailed it.
See?
Okay, this is an easy one. All-time leading goal scorer. Is it
for
United?
Yeah, go on.
Is it Rooney, Ronaldo, Charlton, Giggs?
I think Rooney might have passed Charlton, you know. Charlton or Rooney, one of them two.
Final answer?
I'll go Rooney.
Look at you, Lerone.
I know he surpassed him. Yeah, he did.
You see, you're good. Okay, one more easy one, okay?
Go on.
Okay, here's an easy one for you. Who did United play in their first major cup final? Was it Bristol City, Bristol Rovers, Sheffield United, or Sheffield Wednesday?
What? Bristol Rovers. Sheffield Wednesday.
Final answer?
Bristol Rovers.
Final answer?
Sheffield. No. What do you say?
Bristol
Sheffield
City.
Wednesday or Sheffield?
Bristol City,
yeah.
Bristol Rovers, Sheffield United, Sheffield Wednesday.
It's either Sheffield United. No. Sheffield United. Go on.
That's the final answer?
Yeah.
Nah, Bristol City.
Oh.
That's okay. You're doing better than her. I won't put you through this anymore. I mean, you just got punched in the head for 25 minutes, all right?
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not fair.
Lost memory.
It's not fair. Okay, so we're going to try to heal up. You're going to get the scan on Friday, you said. And then is the UFC saving you a spot?
I think if I ask, I think I should get right now. If I and it's going to be a good fight, innit? Like I feel like the card's good enough already, but come on, if I ask for a fight like someone like Kato, that's a big fight to put on there. That's a big fight to put on there. But who knows, innit? Who knows? I don't really mind if I miss that card, I'll go and watch it in person, and I'll fight probably September or something like that. But I want to be active this year. I want 3 fights, man. 3 fights, please. 3 fights this year, and I'll be a happy man.
And by the way, I saw you post a picture on social media. It was you and Edson, and someone wrote like, "This is crazy. Like one day you're going to fight him, right?" 2019, I think it was. Where was that?
Yeah, that was in Abu Dhabi. My debut. That was in Abu Dhabi.
Wow.
My debut. Yeah, I think he was fighting Paul Felder that day. Yeah, and I asked for a picture and stuff like that because obviously I'm looking at Edson Barboza. It's Edson Barboza, innit? I've been watching this guy from early, so we took a picture, and my brother commented on it saying, "Oh, you're probably gonna fight him one day." And I was just thinking, well, you don't know what you're talking about. He's different weight class and whatnot, but yeah, life works in crazy ways. And what 4.5 years later, we're fighting main event.
That's unbelievable. And what a performance. 3rd largest striking differential in featherweight history. I don't know if you saw that. Yeah.
For me.
Yeah, for you.
Yeah, that's not for me. Because usually my strike count is kind of low. But yeah. But you know what? I enjoyed fighting in the Apex as well.
Really?
You're
the one.
Yeah, I did.
You're the one.
I did.
Why? Tell me.
Reason being, I felt like I could just zone in to the fight. It felt like it was intimate, like it's just me and him. That's what it felt like. It was just me and him in there, in one room, and going at it. And like sometimes when with a big crowd, you kind of get drawn into what the crowd's doing. Someone lands a big shot, the crowd goes mad, and you're like, do you get what I'm saying? You want one back, ego, like you're fighting ego a bit. But I felt like it was just like I could just zone in. and they could hear my corner and stuff like that. And it was nice, but obviously I wouldn't want to fight there every fight. But it was a nice experice. Do you know what I'm saying?
I thought that you were trying to advocate to be Mr. Apex from here on out, all the main events.
No.
Okay.
No. I like the occasion of the crowd and the pressure it brings, and we're gladiators, aren't we? So yeah, I love the crowd, and I just like the experience. It was just a different experience.
Sure.
And the small cage as well was nice.
Nowhere to run.
Small cage. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Just have it.
Final thing, and I did want to mention, because I also saw you reference this on your social media, my condolences about the passing of maybe a teammate or a colleague, sparring partner, Connor Hitchens, who had fought for Cage Warriors as a featherweight as well. Could you tell us anything about him? Maybe not the biggest name here in America, but I've seen several UK fighters speak about him. Horrible situation. What kind of person was he?
Yeah, it's sad. Like I trained with him a lot. He come and helped me a lot with training and stuff like that. And I always thought, when I first trained with him, always thought he would be one that would make it. Like, because he was so good and he was young. I think he's what 6 years younger than me, 7 years younger than me. And he was very good. He gave me good work, and he always come to spar. So it's sad to hear that his life went down that happened anyway. It's very sad to hear, and it's like you just don't know what people are going through in it.
Yeah,
you just don't know. And I feel like a few times I messaged him and said, "Bro, why are you not training? Like you should be where I am." And he said, "Oh, whatever's going on and whatnot." But I always used to invite him to the gym, come and train with us, whatever. But obviously he had other things going on here. But it's sad. I feel it, man.
Well, I'm very sorry, and my condolences to him and his family and friends. Congratulations to you, Lerone. Great stuff. You are on your path. I don't know if you are okay with this, but I would imagine you are. I'm getting some Leon Edwards 2019, 2020 vibes from you. It is feeling like you're just systematically knocking off people. You're not too brash. You're not too, braggadocious. You don't puff your chest out, but you just get the job done. And you're just doing it. You're putting your work hat on and getting the job done. And it feels like great things are around the corner for you.
Yeah, that's how I like it to be. These guys are underestimating me because I'm not loud. I'm just taking them out silently, creeping in, taking them out. Next person. Do you get what I'm saying? And that's how it's going to be like until these guys recognize, and I'm just going to take them out one by one until I get to that championship. And I feel like I'm just, do you know what? I just feel like my ceiling's just way higher than where I'm at now. I feel like I'm just improving with every fight. Something clicks. And I've got a lot to work on, and that's a good thing because I know that I've got a lot of improvements to make. So I feel like by the time I get to that championship, I'm going to be a different fighter.
Well done. Congrats on the win. Looking forward to that journey continuing. Thank you so much, Lerone.
Thank you. Nice to speak to you. Thank you.
Amen. There he is, one Lerone Murphy joining us. I think we've convinced him to go back to the Miracle. I think that's. I personally think that's the move. If you're wondering my thoughts, I mean, I made my thoughts pretty clear there. But it's very unique to him. There are other Icemen. I like the Miracle, but I can also understand he's tired of talking about that story that's. Well documented at this point, but that is the story that is going to connect him, I think, to a lot of people in the UK scene, combat or not. So let's see. All right, still a little bit more to do. First, a quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings. Obviously, the NBA playoffs down to the Final Four. We've got the Timberwolves and the Mavericks tonight. Joe's Boston Celtics winning by the skin of their teeth. Of course, I did not watch. I couldn't be bothered. I hope they all lose. And I hope no one scores, and I hope everyone's miserable. But anyway, if you want to partake in the action, go to DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New to DraftKings, listen up. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,500. Just deposit at least $5, and you'll get a bonus bet back equal to your first bet if it doesn't hit. Now, all you have to do is download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use the code TheMMAHour. That's code TheMMAHour for new customers to get a no-sweat bet up to $1,500 if your first bet doesn't hit. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. or in West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPENY or text HOPENY. That's 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-889-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Blue Hill Casino Resorts in Kansas, 21 plus age raised by jurisdiction, void in Ontario. One notice to a bet per new customers issued at one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See dkng.com/bball for eligibility, wagering, and deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming resources. Yeah. All right, so we learned earlier no Parlay Pals because there is no big MMA show this weekend. Even though we do fancy ourselves a combat sports show these days, we're abstaining. Is that accurate, or have we changed our minds?
Yeah. I think that's accurate.
You nailed it on the head.
Yeah, I think it's good to
take a breather,
take a break. Yeah. I mean,
did you get the text? Did you get the text from Juliana?
No text from Juliana. I did get a message, a similar angry, picked the wrong one, but she'll bounce back. I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, she said that she was shocked that Angela.
I was too. She goes to a lot of decisions. What I say we do instead of the Parlay Pals.
Okay.
You've been doing all these quizzes.
Oh, yes.
Man City, Man United. Let's give you a Knicks quiz. See how you do.
This means that we are on the same page because I was going to come. I swear on my life. Okay. I was going to say, you know what? There might be some people out there saying, like, you know what? Ariel's being an a-hole, putting these people on the spot. And I was going to suggest hitting me with a quiz as well.
I love it. A Knicks quiz. 20 questions. Tried to make it like historical, not just layups about this season.
Oh,
a little bit tougher to find quizzes than I expected. But 20 questions.
Are we doing this now?
Yeah, right now. I got it ready to go. What is the goal on how many you get right?
20.
I mean, I'm going to do better than both of them.
I'm saying at least 16. You got to get at least an 80. I don't know. There's no consequences.
You want to do 20 or 10? I mean,
no, 20.
Okay,
20.
all right.
I mean, we'll rip through these quick.
All right, let's go.
Number one.
Stakes.
And by the way, I've got nothing on my computer. You didn't tell me about this,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, you want to close it? You could close it.
If you lose, you have to drive us to Connecticut.
Yeah, there we go.
It's closed.
Okay, all right, sweet. Yeah.
If I lose, I have to drive you. I have to pick up everyone.
Sure.
I have to pick up everyone.
Yeah. You have to go person by person, all the way out to Amityville to pick up Rick. And then we'll head up to Old
Rick, have
Mohegan.
you seen these questions?
No.
Had no idea.
I'm the only one that has had eyes on these. Here we go. Number one, where were the New York Knicks originally located?
Where were the New York Knicks originally located?
The original location for them.
I don't know if I agree with this question because the Knicks started in the Basketball Association of America in 1946, and the first ever game was the New York Knicks versus the Toronto Huskies in Toronto at the old Maple Leaf Gardens. They were the New York Knicks.
Nailed it. It's a bit of a trick question to start us out.
All right.
New York is the original location. There's one right. Next up, who was the first head coach for the New York Knicks?
Oh, that's a tough one. So I know the person who scored the first point. In
right,
Knicks
that's
history.
not the question, though.
Yeah. And I'm workshopping it. Ozzie Shetman, by the way. First coach. Red Holzman was later. Is it possible that his last name is Barber?
No.
Okay. I'm annoyed right now. Who is it?
Neil Colahan. Colahan.
Okay.
All right, so that's one and one here. Who was the first Knicks player to win the MVP?
Is this a trick question?
No.
To win the MVP is a very interesting one. Now you're talking about the most valuable player of the entire league.
NBA Most Valuable Player Award, correct.
I don't know if Willis Reed ever won the MVP. Walt Frazier didn't win the MVP. Earl Monroe didn't win the MVP. Bill Bradley, Dave DeBusschere, Ewing didn't win the MVP. I'm going to say no one?
That is incorrect.
Who is it?
Willis Reed.
Willis Reed won the MVP.
1970.
He did win the MVP of the league.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. He became the first Knicks player to win the NBA MVP and was named ABC's Wide World of Sports Athlete of the Year.
Yeah, I mean, who could forget me?
Yeah, 1 and 2 right now.
All
How
right.
many players from the 1953-54 New York Knicks went on to become pro or college coaches? I'll
Bro.
give you a multiple choice on this.
What
2,
is
4, 6, or 8.
How many players from the 1953-54 season? I mean, you realize I asked her who's the Belgian player to get
That was
signed.
one of the questions.
Yeah,
That was
okay,
one
I
of the
mean,
questions. First MVP.
and I'm not the type who says like it was before my time. I actually, I
First
actually
and
hope,
only
I hope
Knicks
these are
MVP.
all pre-1982. I relish that. Multiple choice. Give it to me again.
They do get easier, I will say.
Yeah, it's fine.
2,
It's fine.
2, 4, 6, or 8.
4.
Incorrect. I'm sorry.
6.
We roll along. 6 is also incorrect.
2.
2 is also
Jesus. 8 players. What a squad. Shout out
Yeah.
to them.
Yeah, that was a great year. 53-54 for the college and pro coaches. Which Knicks player holds the NBA single season record for field goal percentage?
This is
my
stupid.
inner dialogue.
This is
tripping
not
me up there.
historical stuff. You got to ask me what happened on this day. And that day.
NBA single season record for the field goal percentage? That's a pretty good season.
Yeah, obviously it's a good season, but who holds the record for who? For like in the history of the league?
History of the league. This is an historic NBA record. Which Knicks player holds that record?
I'll go dollar bill. Bill Bradley.
That is incorrect.
Dave DeBuscher.
Close, but also incorrect. Mitchell Robinson.
Mitchell Robinson?
A pandemic shortened season.
Oh, fuck off. with the
he
pen.
did it.
This is crazy. Okay, keep going.
What is this? Who was responsible for the dunk?
John Starks, 1993 against the Bulls.
There we go. We're back on the board. Come on.
Yeah.
Who did the Knicks defeat to win their first NBA championship?
LA Lakers, May 8th, 1970.
Bang. There we go. Now we're rolling. Which player returned from injury in Game 7 of the 1970 NBA
Captain,
Finals to
Willis
win?
Reed.
The NBA Finals MVP. There it is. Willis Reed. You've evened it up.
I mean, these are proper historical questions.
Which Knicks All-Star pitched a shutout for the Chicago White Sox?
Which Knicks All-Star pitched a shutout for the Chicago White Sox? This much must be back in the day, right?
1963.
God, that's a tough one. The Chicago White Sox. Richie Guerin.
Nope. Dave DeButcher.
Dave DeBuscher. He pitched for the White Sox?
Yeah. On August 13, 1963.
Drafted Patrick Ewing in 1985.
Yeah. Gave up 6
That's
hits.
crazy.
But was a shutout. Yeah, pretty crazy. When you know your Knicks history, it's a pretty wild franchise. Which Knicks player scored the most points in a single game?
Melo.
That is correct.
Charlotte
All right.
Bobcats.
5-5. What is the New York Knicks' longest winning streak?
Oof. It's something crazy. It's like 15 or 16, something like that.
Close. 18.
Yeah, I think that's close enough. No, that's close enough. Come on.
I mean, we would have accepted 17 or 19.
Nah, come on. That's
15 or
close
16.
enough. That's close enough.
Who's the first? This is who's the first non-white player in the NBA?
Non-white player.
I don't know if this has anything to do with the Knicks.
Is it Sweetwater Clifton?
It isn't.
Who is it? What are you guys laughing?
I don't know. Wataru Misaka?
Nah, what are you talking about? This is crazy.
He was selected by the New York Knicks
Keep going.
in 1947.
Stop.
Which Knicks player was nicknamed Clyde? I mean, that's a layup.
Walt, shut out.
Which former Knicks All-Star was arrested at MSG in 2017?
Oh,
I know this one.
Are we giving him that
Yeah,
last
Charles Oakley.
Yes.
Yeah. Who holds the franchise single season record for steals?
Single season?
Yeah.
That's an interesting one because I think most people would say Clyde.
Oh.
But you say
Clyde?
No, I would have said Mark Jackson.
Mark Jackson?
Both of those are incorrect. Michael Ray Richards.
The 80s.
All right, just a few more to go here. Just a few more to go here. I'm sorry, Wes, we're wasting time. Who was the first player in NBA history to make 200 three-pointers in a season? Played for the Knicks.
First player in NBA history.
Yeah, legend.
He made it while a member of the Knicks?
Correct. during the height of your Knicks fandom?
John Starks.
There it is. Nailed it. Which player was known as Black Jesus?
Earl the Pearl. Monroe.
Nailed it. Who was the first Knicks player to win Sixth Man of the Year?
Anthony Mason.
Got it. That was nice. That was nice. Who holds the franchise single season scoring record?
Patrick.
Again, correct. Wow. This is to go above 500. We're only at 18 despite being at the 20th question.
Well, I think there was one that you guys
miscount.
went so fast.
It's fine. It's fine. Give it to me. Give it to me.
Might have been wrong on that one. What number did the Knicks retire for Red Holzman?
613. Bang!
Got it.
Double bang! I put them all to shame. Yeah, you,
right.
you want to give me
11 and
bullshit?
9.
Like, come on. There's some of those.
What is this bullshit?
Bullshit. Bullshit.
This
bullshit.
is a website called Useful Trivia. Knicks
Nah.
Trivia. Any Knicks question you don't know
Yeah.
is bullshit. This is
What
insanity.
two numbers? What are the only two numbers that are retired for two different players in Knicks history? Same number.
See, these are questions you want because you know
Nah,
the
these-
answer.
this-
Meanwhile, you're lobbing up.
No one can.
who's
No one
the
can
first
hang.
person.
No one
that,
can hang. Well, I'm
who's the
asking about
first person
Sergio Aguero, like the most famous moment.
Who's the first person that Sir Ferguson shook
By the way,
hands with when
you
he got
sent me
named
those
the
questions.
Uber Eats driver?
You sent me those questions, by the way. I actually asked for easier
Ronaldo
ones.
first signed with Manchester United. What
I
was
was
his
reading
first
them.
meal after making.
It's 15,
And
by
you
the
threw
way.
us under the bus. You were like the guys in the back. thought I should
It's part of the
quiz you.
show.
you're
It's
like-
part of the show. Listen,
Mysterious Frank was begging for a Man U quiz.
It's 15. Dick Barnett and Earl the Pearl. All right.
All right, so 11 and 9, not bad, not bad.
I don't love it.
Just a hair above 500. You know, well into the failing percentages, but still decent showing.
Could have done better.
Decent showing.
All right. So, are you recapping your picks or?
Yeah, I can quickly.
Go ahead.
You know, I mean, we've been. It's been an up and down year. It's been an up and down year. 1 week I'm bad. 1 week I'm good. People were like, he's gonna do bad again this week, and I just know it. And I got bad news for them.
You're back.
We're back. At least for now, until we do bad the next week. 2-0 on the singles, 2-0 on the parlays. And if you're doing the math at home, that's good enough for a clean sweep.
Yeah.
Up 5 units. Feels good. Nice little bounce back after a horrible week. And we move along to UFC 304. Can't wait.
It's a big one.
It is a big one.
Wait, no. 302.
Yeah, what did I say? 304?
Hey, you're already thinking ahead.
Sorry, I'm already in Manchester.
Putting it down.
My mind's in Manchester. What can I say? I'm a Manchester man.
Through and through. Okay, let's maybe answer like 5 more questions here, and then we'll call it a day. What do you guys say?
Yeah.
What do you say? What do you say?
Where do the Knicks play basketball?
The world's most famous arena. Cade. Ariel, I have one question today. Will Connor G.C. Burks be in attendance at the live show in Newark?
Yes, for sure.
My girlfriend
100%.
and I are coming to the show, and she gets sick of me talking about how much of a fan I am of the program. GC is the MMA Hour GOAT.
Wow, this is high praise here.
That is high praise. Coleman, what is the piece of journalism you are most proud of? I would probably have to say my Real Sports story on the World Series of birding. I thought that was the most impressive piece of journalism.
Solid choice.
No, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if that's for me to answer, but congratulations to my friends at Real Sports who won 2 sports Emmys yesterday. One for a specific story on athletics in the Ukraine right now, and then another one for just best series. But there's a more specific category there. Anyway, still so sad that show is no longer on the air, but greatest team as far as sports journalism and in particular investigative journalism. I mean, there's no greater team, and I doubt there will be a greater team. TJ, hey Ariel, we got beef. I'm sick and tired of the anime slander and mispronunciations. Please listen to Rick and GC on these topics. MMA is like anime in real life, so be respectful. Haha, all love. My question is, every now and again,
see myself out.
I go on in the rabbit hole of watching your funny interview clips with Rampage. What are your top 5 favorite funny interviews you have ever done? Oh, I don't know. It's hard for me to pick that. P.S. The Kayla Harrison ones are also quite fun. Thank you. To bother Ariel, to GC, Rick, and Mysterious Frank, What are your top 5 favorite animes?
Neon Genesis Evangelion, Gundam Wing, Cowboy Bebop.
I was gonna say Cowboy Bebop.
Samurai Champloo.
I don't watch
And then,
anime, so whatever. Frank
Macross.
I
says,
mean, it's
listen to.
very, very cliche, but I mean, I grew up on Dragon Ball Z.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Let's get you
That's
a
what I watched.
Crunchyroll account.
You can borrow
Ariel.
mine.
Crunchyroll. It sounds like a great sushi.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the Netflix for
Serious?
anime. Oh yeah, yeah. It's like just
You can't just get it on Netflix?
Some you can.
Some you can, yeah, but this is where you're gonna get everything.
Okay.
I'll gift you one. Your birthday's only about 6 weeks away. Yeah.
Love it.
All right,
Thanks.
sorted.
Sorted, as they say. Big A, what's up? This is from Gaza Bruh. Just listened to the crack with the patron saint, and he hinted at something big in Ireland with McGregor and 303. Wondering if you have any info on this. Yes. Kleb the Pleb. I know you love using the native pronunciation of fighter names. Made most notable by your commitment to how you say Adesanya. So I thought I'd let you know that most people put the wrong emphasis on the I in Inoue's name. The correct pronunciation is Inoue. Inoue. Interesting. Okay. I appreciate that. Much love to you and the rest of the team. Inoue. You guys got that? Who, me?
But so what happened with the McGregor thing?
No, we're leaving it at that. Sorry.
Oh, it was, do you have
He
any
asked
info?
me
And
if
you
I
said
knew about
yes,
it, and I said, yes, I do.
And then we move on.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, good. I wasn't tracking there for a sec, but I got it now.
Yes. Hi, Ariel. I just wanted to show some support and let you know that the anime Dragon Ball is Japanese and you pronounced it correctly. It is pronounced Super Saiyan, not Super Saiyan. Do what you will with that information.
Who says this?
Gil.
Gil, I don't know, man. I don't know about that.
This is Ariel's burner account.
No, I swear.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear I referenced it to Frank?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, Al Shadi messaged me at that moment.
That I was doing his head in.
Yeah, I was like, he's trolling us.
No. Hey, Ariel, I'm heading out to NYC for the first time next week and wanted to ask you, GC, Rick, and Frank, what are the must-do things, places to visit? Maybe I can return the favor if the gang heads over to Manchester for 304. P.S. Who are you rooting for in Saturday's FA Cup final? I'm hoping Manchester is red. I think it would be a nice story for Ten Hag and the boys, but no real dog in the race. My number one place to visit in New York has to be Sushi Sasabune, the best.
I'm going to say you got to go see the 40-foot long hot dog they have at Times Square right now called
that true?
Hot Dog of the City.
Wow.
Yeah, it shoots confetti out of
Yeah,
it.
it blasts confetti every hour.
If you go to New York, you don't go see the hot dog.
Who's doing this?
The Hot Dog Commission.
Wow.
Nathan's getting ready for 4th of July.
Oh, is that it?
I'm gonna throw out Empire State Building is one that I love to do.
Oh yeah.
This time. Statue of Liberty is great also.
Yeah.
Very touristy. You've never even been, Frank. Come on, man.
And I'll keep it that way.
Yeah, this guy. I mean, there it is. There it is. Frank, I recommend you go see the Statue of Liberty. It's gonna be like, oh, noted, and then I'll never go.
Yeah. Rick, you wanna
Hang out in K-Town? I don't know. It's like I've lived here my whole life. I don't do the tourist stuff. I don't have a great answer.
Okay.
Like I've been asked this many times. I don't have a great answer. Go get a
walk
slice
the
of
High
pizza
Line?
from the closest possible pizza shop and go hang out in K-Town.
Honestly, if it could be arranged, a weekend with Rick in Manhattan, I think would be the best
That's
way
the
to
best.
experience New York.
I could take him around. I can show
Like,
him around.
just going on a
but,
walk with you in Manhattan?
You're
Like,
just going with me. Yeah.
Exactly.
We're just hanging.
Kelly, what's up, Ariel and crew? How do you deal with your hometown sports team leaving? I'm a Bay Area native, and recently, as everyone knows, the Raiders have left Vegas, and now the A's are joining them. Do I pick a new team, stay loyal, root for the crosstown rival San Francisco Giants, or Niners, who I've despised all these years? I already made the decision to follow the shield of the Raiders, wherever it goes. But now I'm torn on what to do with my beloved Athletics. What do y'all think? Ariel, you are the GOAT. GC, the man. New York Rick is a legend, and Mysterious Frank is a hater. Peace.
Man, why is Frank getting shaded so bad today?
I have
Poor
to say,
Frankie.
as someone who saw his beloved baseball team leave in 2004, it took me about 11 years to watch a baseball game again. And I only started watching the 2015 Blue Jays because Alex Anthopoulos is a Montrealer, and he had this crazy trade deadline where he acquired David Price and Troy Tulowitzki, and he acquired Josh Donaldson the previous season. And I was just like, all right, I'm depriving myself of a game that I love to watch, but it took a long time. I can't root for the Nationals. I despise everything to do with that franchise. It sucked really, really bad when they won the World Series. And so I feel for you. I feel for Sonics fans. I feel for Houston Oilers fans. It's not the same. Even if a new team comes back, it's maybe not quite the same, but obviously it helps in a big way. So I don't have a good answer. I don't think I could. It would be a little bit easier if they were the Washington Expos, maybe, but probably.
I think it would be easier.
A tiny bit.
Interesting. You didn't mention Atlanta Thrashers. I mean, a heartbroken community after they left to go to Winnipeg.
Teams, though. They had the Flames also.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You think I don't know this?
Yes.
Heartbroken twice, not once but twice. I think if it was the Winnipeg Thrashers and they still had the uniforms, I would cheer for them more likely. But now.
But it's not
they're dead to me.
So the Raiders are a weird one, right? Because they went from LA to Oakland to LA to Oakland. Like they bounced around. So I think following that crest.
Yeah, I feel like you're just kind of a Raiders fan. You just stick with that. Oakland A's becoming the Las Vegas A's.
Weird. If they even stay the Las Vegas A's.
Yeah, and the A's stink.
But I don't. To me, I like the Expos, or I love the Expos because I loved seeing Montreal in the standings. That's my team. That's my city.
Of course.
So if they were the Montreal Royals or something, I will say, by the way, speaking of Atlanta hockey, I think if you lose a team twice, you don't deserve a third crack. Do you agree?
Might get a third one.
Do you agree with this statement?
No. As someone that desperately wants a hockey team back.
Do you desperately want a hockey team back?
I just jump around every year. I mean, this year I'm all depending on who I bet on the futures. This year I got the Stars and the Rangers. Last year was the Devils. Yeah, it could break out nicely for me if we get a little Stars Rangers final. But yeah, I liked going to Thrashers games. $1 tickets. It was great.
The reason I said that is because it was a shot at Washington because they lost the baseball team twice and got a third one.
Sorry.
I was hoping you would back me up.
I'm sorry about that.
Jordan, hey Ariel, what would mean more to you, a Knicks championship or a Bills Super Bowl? I've been asked this question before, and I really don't want to pick. They're both very meaningful. I was a Knicks fan in 90, became a Bills fan in 91. The answer I typically give is, if I could pick for the community, I think that a Bills Super Bowl would mean so much to Western New York and Buffalo because they've never experienced a championship of any kind, Sabres, etc. New York has obviously experienced other championships, Yankees, Rangers, Islanders, Mets, etc. But for myself personally, very hard to pick. If I had to pick one, I'm a bigger basketball fan than football fan, so maybe I side with the Knicks. And I adore both teams. I don't know what to tell you. Can I just get one of each? That would be nice. That's all I really want in life. Ariel, are you the world's most famous Buffalo Bills fan? R.I.P. Tim Russert. He was very, very famous and an incredible journalist. I do not think I am. No, absolutely not. Since you're adding darts, boxing, and football to the MMA Hour, I think you should add American football. You am a big Buffalo Bills fan, and it would be great if you could have weekly, monthly Bills interviews. The Bills seem very open to media all the way up to Bean. It would be awesome if you could get Josh on, although Keon Coleman seems like a great guest. Obviously, you already know Dion Dawkins is a great interview too. Also, is there any chance at all Conor fights even twice this year, let alone 3 times? Sure, why not? P.S. I wasn't complaining about the other sports being discussed on the MMA Hour. Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
I feel like you're the second most famous Bills fan.
I'm not even top 5.
Number 1, Kyle Brand.
100%. Great guy. David, Ariel, it's been a week since His Excellency offered to broker peace between you and Dana White. Even though you're open to it, I sense that you're somewhat conflicted with the idea. Are you still conflicted? Have you gotten any hints from people within the UFC of whether Dana says yes or no to it? I think I speak for every MMA fan, whether they are a fan of you or not, when I say just go for it. The magic is there every time an interview with Dana comes out. MMA will be fun again when you two do an interview together. All I'll say is nothing has happened since, and I'm not holding my breath. I will just begin to think about that if that's a real thing. I don't think it's a real thing, with all due respect to the sentiment, which I appreciate very much. I'm not not very hopeful that some sort of resolution will be happening, and it's not something that I'm praying for or dreaming and thinking about. I know who he is and how he deals with any type of conflict, and it's totally cool. It's totally cool with me. Kevin from Ottawa. Hey, Ariel, here for my weekly check-in of what happened to the outro music in some of those episodes. Any update on that?
No.
What's up with Scott Coker these days? From Scott F. He's doing some local shows with Gilbert Melendez. We had Gilbert on a couple weeks ago to talk about this, and I think he's just kind of laying low. Joshua95 has a request. He says, instead of playing an interview from past weeks when we take a break, when there's an in-studio guest, would it be possible to play an OG interview from back in the day? Actually, we used to do that, and I felt like the more recent ones were resonating better. What do you guys think? OG interview or recent interview?
OG.
You like OG better?
I do.
All right.
Especially like a real old one, like a grimy one in a different studio.
I think the newer one, because I think it's not going to be as jarring when somebody kind of like catches it. It might kind of like take you out of it because they're not going to be familiar or see the different set or see the. I feel like the smoother version of that is probably a more recent one, even though certainly I love to throw back.
Yeah, we used to do that at the beginning, but I don't know. I just felt like the more, you missed it on Monday. You get Leon Edwards there for a few minutes. Two more. Blue Gopher. Ariel, I know Rick is a tough man to please, evidenced by him poo-pooing my Chase Hooper versus Jim Miller matchup, but let's try something different. What does he think of Cedric Doumbé leaning in with a new fight nickname of Master Splinter?
It's decent, funny, but no, you can't do better than the best. It is the best. So no, I veto this as well. Your heart is in the right place with both of these, but unfortunately, no. I say no to both.
And in conclusion, an update from Trevor North, Ariel and crew.
Pastor guy, right?
There's been a new development.
Youth group.
Oh boy,
on
I've been waiting for this.
UFC Louisville. I like how you guys are all locking in.
Yeah.
In a surprising turn of events, my girlfriend and family bought me 2 tickets to UFC Louisville for my 31st birthday this past weekend. Happy birthday. And had already planned on she and I leaving our vacation a day early to attend, so I didn't have to have the awkward conversation with them. I mean, perfect. This week's question. My girlfriend is attending a wedding that same day and won't be going with me. Do I ask my former youth pastor to join me in Louisville? Also, GC was right. Class of 2012.
Shout out. 31st birthday. That'll be me soon.
Yes, you 100% asked the youth pastor. They got you started on this journey of MMA. Now you are repaying the favor. It comes full circle. Absolutely. Youth pastor has to be there.
How close are we with this youth pastor? Like, is he going to be like, hell yeah, man? Or is he going to be like, oh, nice to hear from you for the first time? And I mean, he's 31.
Could be a good chance to reconnect.
When was
7
the last
hours.
time you talked to this guy?
Watch, the youth pastor's going to be on vacation.
That's what I'm saying. 7 hours is a long haul in the saddle with when was the last time you saw him?
There's only one way that this story could be advanced further is we need to hear from the youth pastor. He needs to contact the youth pastor, and we need an update that includes
still
the youth pastor. Is he still?
I think you
like,
grow up at
what are we
some
looking at?
A youth pastor that introduces
that's not how that works, Frank.
Young men
You become
to
an
the
adult
UFC.
pastor.
Well, I invite said
think
youth
the
pastor
terminology-
to leave us a comment on the Substack. Maybe we can get an update from him next week.
I say we upgraded
That'd
to
be
invite
amazing.
him on the show for an exclusive interview.
For a virtual face-off?
No, an exclusive.
Very
yeah.
special MMA
Yes.
episode.
Yes.
Oh, my God. By the way, speaking of next week, do want to let you know that we are off on Monday for Memorial Day. So we'll be back next Wednesday. We already have 2 in-studio guests booked for next Wednesday's show. You guys want to know who they are?
I would love nothing more. Tell me, please.
We do have the very controversial and the well-liked by many Mr. Craig Jones joining us in studio.
Oh,
Wow.
yes. I love it.
Yeah.
This is
Amazing.
breaking news to me.
Yes.
I had no idea. This is fantastic.
I think breaking news to all. And
That'd be great.
also, we do have the man who took the darting world by storm joining us in studio, the teenage sensation, Luke the Nuke. Mr. Luke Littler will be joining us in studio. I mean, you
Look
can't
at
get this
that.
anywhere else. You can't get
Are you
this
going to
anywhere
try
else.
and play him?
Hell yeah.
Oh, man.
That's why I haven't played
man, that's
anyone
gonna
else
be
for the
great.
last 2
You've
months
just
because
been
I'm saving
saving yourself
myself up for Luke the Nuke. So that is going to be great. And also do want to remind you, if you're looking for something to watch this this holiday weekend here in America, at least, there is the King and Queen of the Ring going down in Saudi Arabia this Saturday. So that's always a fun time as well over on Peacock here in the United States. So a little something for everyone. No MMA really of note. There's a couple of local shows, but there you have it. And we shall be back next week to talk about it all. Thank you to DraftKings. Thank you to Shopify. Thank you to BetterHelp. Thank you to everyone who left questions and comments. And thanks to all of you who are either watching or listening to this program right now. That's a good, yeah. That's a good.
Can't ever tell, man.
Yeah, it felt like we were rounding third there, you know?
Well, maybe in your inner dialogue.
Yes, that's true.
But mine was like, is he not? Is he not?
No.
Oh, yeah. Wow. We forgot to bring that up with Rick.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Rick, are you still there?
Hey, Rick, we're talking to you.
Inner dialogue, yay or
No
nay?
inner dialogue?
Look at him.
Sorry, they cut my audio. I didn't hear any of the conversation.
Inner
they cut
dialogue?
my audio all the way out, and then they just bring me up, and Frank goes, "Oh, we're talking to you." So this is why I'm dropping in.
No inner dialogue, huh?
No inner dialogue?
I mean, I think this proves he doesn't have an inner dialogue.
No inner dialogue.
Just nothing going on up there.
There's no conversation. I know exactly what move to make, and it just happens. I make the move. There is no consternation. There is no reflection.
like color?
I do very little self-reflection in general. I move forward like a shark, and things just happen. I think of it, I make it happen, and that's it. There is no critical reflection or
This sounds like a
self-doubt.
rap.
It's just what it
Consternation
is.
is a great word.
I'm on my SAT stuff today. I've been dropping a few in there. So yeah, that's what it is.
Well, thank you very much for that. And thank you very much to all our guests who joined us today. Gegard Mousasi, great stuff from him. I can't wait to see what the reaction is to that. Paige VanZant and Elle, Brooke, good luck to them this weekend. Dakota Ditcheva, who joined us in studio, she was wonderful as well. How about Frank Warren and Lerone Murphy? Congrats to them on big weekends, and looking forward to what is next for both of them. Back on Wednesday, same time and place. Until then, I say peace. I'm out.